whoa, whoa, whoa. All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. How is everybody doing tonight? Oh man, it's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one. Morty's here. Come say hi, Mort. We got Morty here. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. We just get set up here. I figured you guys would take a minute to pop in, so I'll take my sweet time, and then we're gonna roll up, and then it's a fireball night. It's a fireball night. What are we doing here? What we got in the building? What we got in the building? Chat up there. I wasn't sure if I was gonna make it through tonight because we were gone for a while yesterday, and oh man, I was tired, but had a nice little nap today. And oh man, a good nap, underrated. The chat up on my TV, and then we're gonna start rolling up. It's been a minute since we've done a roll up and chill. And again, if you're on the vertical stream and you don't want to be on the vertical stream, just click the link in the description. It will bring you over to Landscape, where the viewing experience is much better. All right, we got that. Let me zoom in a little bit. And let's get started. Beautiful. Boom. All right. So I've been getting in trouble, so I can't show everything on screen. So it's just gonna be, gonna have to be the vibe of the roll up. Oh, Morty, I didn't even start rolling up yet, and he already wants to lick the weed fingers. Ain't nothing there yet, Bugs. All right, we gotta let you go so that I can get my fingers all nice and weed tasty, and then when you lick them, you got something to go. All right. Now we are set to go. Yeah, man. Shout out to Lone Wolf and Cub. Very good to see you. Yeah, he loves it. He loves the weed fingers. And so anytime I smoke, as soon as I am done, he's like, there has to be some level of dogs get high from licking the fingers. Like there's got to be some type of residue that's there or something. They love it. So this is usually where I would do my typical PSA about if you're getting a large grinder, make sure you check out the teeth. I can't show it because YouTube's been not that nice. It's like, don't be shady, and I will, brother. You just gotta have patience. It's funny because like after the normal Monday, Wednesday, Friday streams, then I'll come up and Morty will just be sitting there waiting, and like I'll be on my phone, I'll be on TikTok or something, and be like, "Come on, let me lick." He loves it. All right, what should we do today? So I'm thinking we definitely want some GG4, some Gorilla Glue, and then no, that's running kind of low. So I've got some strains where I went with a smaller batch so I could try it out. I got a little bit of that left, so I think we'll do that for the show. We got a little bit of Candy Haze, a little bubblegum BB gumballs. BB? What would that stand for? BB gumballs. I don't know. Shout out to Leafy. Welcome. TOS usually means terms of service. So if somebody's like, yo, TOS, that usually means like, don't be screaming the N word or stuff. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. I am following up a little sun, and then we're going to get into the night. We're going to get into the night. We got some new stuff to try. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. What do you guys think? Should Leafy subscribe? I think that you should definitely subscribe. I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and just like right now, sometimes whenever I feel like it, and it is a good old time. Usually we're breaking down like a podcast or a debate, and it's all about, can you be better at communicating with the people that you disagree with? Tonight we're, just having a little bit more fun and chilling out and hanging out. But I think you should definitely subscribe. And you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell while you are at it. Don't forget, guys, that every single donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. And if I didn't put up the stream goal, but if we hit 15 donations of any amount, that could be 99 cents, any amount. If we hit that goal, 15 donos or $75 in total, then Morty gets an extra special treat. Morty's the puppy. And I've got to do a push-up for every $2 that we've earned. So don't miss torturing me with physical activity. I love watching Fortnite feet compilations. Pathetic. How pathetic am I? A dancing monkey, is that all I am to you? Is that all I am? I do not play Roblox or any games. I did try for a little while. I was trying to get down with Until Dawn, but it's more of a political channel and people weren't really into it. So I gave it a shot, but nothing really there. Shout out to JL. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. And there we go. Shout out to Leafy subscribing to the channel. Very much appreciated. What is good? Yeah, sorry, Shadow Pink, not really a gamer, but stick around. I think we're gonna have some fun anyway. So, all right. So the BB gumballs, that's about half of the grinder, and I think I'm gonna go over the other half. Not the other half, because I only have a little bit of the candy haze, and then we'll use the Gorilla Glue to fill that out. Thank you, JL, for something to talk about. Said thoughts on that woman saying ICE is racist and deports American citizens. Well, that's very obviously not the case. Even if there were a situation where an American citizen got caught up, it just wouldn't reach the point of deporting to where. If you're a citizen, they have to fill out the paper, and what country are they going to put? So, oh man, I forgot that I shouldn't wear the robe when I'm rolling up. All right, we gotta get it out of the way. I only just got some of the particles out of this sleeve here. Get it out of the way. And look how puny I am, guys. That's why I need your donations to bulk up. And send the link in Discord. All right. What are we looking at here? I don't see a link in Discord. I don't see a link. What channel? Which of the Discord channels? Damn it. I started hanging a bag up on a thing as a garbage bag so I can have fun. The old days when you'd have the basketball thing? All right, there we go. What do we got here from JL? Come on. All right, let's see. All right, what do we got? What do we got?
Well, in many ways, this is not really worthy of a headline, but there is actually something important to glean from this video, which I will play, and which you will no doubt find deeply troubling and grotesque on multiple levels, both aesthetically and in terms of the content of what is being said. So here's a TikTok video that's gone viral where a woman with a lot of facial piercings, and that's an understatement, explains what she will do if ICE ever comes knocking on her door. Listen.
Big tough.
I really pray it doesn't get bad enough. But being a mom in America, I had to stop walking for this. I often think that if it gets to the point of knocking on doors.
Wait, why? Because you're fat? Is that why you need to stop walking? You couldn't walk and talk at the same time? Shout out to David. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. Apparently, this TikTok mom is insane. I just had to stop that because she was walking, and 3 seconds in, she's like, I had to stop walking.
I really pray it doesn't get bad enough. But being a mom in America, I had to stop walking for this. I often think that if it gets to the point of knocking on doors, God, and like to even have these thoughts, it's like I'm literally separating from reality right now. If it comes down to me taking out myself and my kids versus us being taken and harmed by ICE, like, God help me, I did not want to do it. This is not.
What? She's saying, if ICE comes to my door, I'm going to unalive my children so that they don't take them. That is insane. Yeah, right? Imagine this is your mom. Imagine thinking this way. Imagine being somebody who honestly believes that that's what's going on in this country. And the sad thing is that, shout out to Caleb Hammer, the financial audit guy, who really called out that blue-haired chick that was on his show. And she was so confident about more. You're in the light. Come on, lay down. She was so confident about all of her positions, and they just did not align with reality in the slightest. And it's crazy how far down the rabbit hole people will get without realizing that they're falling for propaganda. It's insane. All right, welcome to the party. Let's dive back in.
Not the life I wanted, but that is a very dark thought that I've had. Death would be a easier out than for my children to be taken and harmed by these pedophiles.
Okay, so this woman, who by my count has approximately 8 billion facial piercings, says that, I mean, she's pierced parts of her face that I didn't even know you could pierce. I guess you could pierce any part of your body, I suppose.
You
but
can pierce anything.
It's like random piercings, just like on her forehead and her cheek. It's like,
they're called dermals, bro. Okay, that's what the cool kids are doing. Just have stuff coming out. Like, you remember the jackalope thing we saw? And then I pulled up that article of just a regular bunny rabbit with like shit coming all the way out of their heads. That's essentially what she looks like. I think she pierced her brain. Oh, I mean that would at least make sense. That would at least give her an excuse.
But anyway, she says that she will take out herself and her kids, i.e. commit a murder-suicide, if ICE ever comes knocking on her door.
Not even like, oh, if we are getting deported. Just if they knock on the door, I'm taking us all out. How can we call CPS? Because if that woman thinks like that, then we can only imagine. We can only imagine what type of horror she is bestowing upon those children. That is insane.
In spite of the fact that she is pretty clearly and tragically an American citizen. I mean, she's pretty clearly this.
I think I should be able to get away with this, but as always, guys, my trick when you have a large grinder, you don't want the grind to be too coarse. So you turn it upside down and you grind that way, so that way it doesn't fall through, and you're grinding and you're grinding and you're grinding, and it's gonna be nice and fine. Again, I can't show it to you because YouTube's been bitchy about that. But yeah, that's the secret. Jenna said, why would she think that, let alone post to the internet? Well, that shows you the craziness of the thought goes in her head. That's part one, right? The thought goes in her head. And then part two is, ooh, other people will give me accolades. Other people will give me likes and comments and engagement for saying this opinion. So that means she's around people that she at least can reasonably think would agree with her. Insane. Hey, shout out to Boggs in the building. Welcome to the party. There's a crazy lady that had a pew-pew out at the police. Forgot her name. Yeah, damn. Well, get me that name. We'll check her out. Welcome to the party, brother. And again, it is a fireball night. So if you're getting off work or something, pick up a little something to nip on. All right, let's see what Matt Walsh is saying.
Clearly and tragically, an American citizen. I mean, she's pretty clearly, this is an American citizen. She's was almost certainly born here and for all we know, has been here for generations and is a legal citizen. Sadly, as much as I would like to think that she's not.
Oh yeah, that's
ICE would have no reason to ever
known one
come for her. There is, however, now reason for the FBI and local law enforcement
CPS.
and certainly CPS to come, which they must.
Steve, welcome to the party. I'm just rolling up a little bit, and then we're gonna get into some chaos. Welcome.
I'm not saying that as a joke or as a bit or something. CPS needs to step in. I mean, these children are in danger. That's the first thing.
Crazy.
These children are in very real danger. And so if that doesn't get your kids taken away permanently, then I don't know what does. But the other thing we glean from this is that,
ironically, in some states, or at least a while ago, it would have been not willing to trans your kid is enough to get your kids taken away. Remember that guy who has like a 10 or 12-year-old daughter, can't see her because he didn't want her to transition to a boy. So I'm going to K myself and my kids if ICE shows up. I don't think it's a joke, dude. I think that is a serious person. I think that person honestly believes that is how life should be lived. I don't think it's a joke. Here, let me play it again, and you tell me if you think she's joking or if she's dead serious.
knocking on her door. Listen.
I really pray it doesn't get bad enough. But being a mom in America, I had to stop walking for this. I often think that if it gets to the point of knocking on doors, God, and like to even have these thoughts, it's like I'm literally separating from reality right now. If it comes down to me taking out myself and my kids versus us being taken and harmed by ICE,
that's
like,
insane.
God help me, I did not want to do it. This is not the life I wanted.
I mean, like, does that sound like a joke? Does that sound like somebody who is making a ha-ha? That sounds to me like somebody who is very fearful of propaganda that they've heard. That doesn't seem like a joke to me at all.
And local law enforcement and certainly CPS to come, which they must. I'm not saying that as a joke or as a bit or something. CPS needs to step in. I mean, these children are in danger. That's the first thing. These children are in very real danger. And so if that doesn't get your kids taken away permanently, then I don't know what does. But the other thing we glean...
That is the correct response. That's the correct response. Shout out to Cobert. Welcome. This is how far gone some of these people are. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying to JL. I don't think that's a joke. There's no like punchline there. It's not like a skit. She's just genuinely saying, I'm gonna end myself and my kids if they come knocking. Not even if they deport us. Not if we're in a detention center for more than a day. Just if they knock on the door. Just if they knock on the door. Insane. And again, guys, if you are in the vertical stream and you don't want to and you want to be on the regular landscape stream, just hit the link in the description and it'll bring you right over.
From this is that, you know, aside from the fact that has been observed so many times, liberalism is a mental disorder. It truly is. These people are deranged. They're unwell. But aside from that, the level of ignorance that we're dealing with, not just stupidity, although there's plenty of that,
hey,
but ignorance.
Shout out to Boot Toy. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. Guess what we doing tonight? I was gonna wait until, I don't know. I was gonna try to roll up first and then crack into it. But just seeing you makes me want to drink, buddy. Just seeing you makes me want to drink. I don't know. We'll wait a little bit. Welcome. This lady just said this, and it's not a joke.
Like, these people don't know anything. This is what you have to. They actually don't know what ICE is or what it is.
Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. We also got Adam in the building. Welcome. And how many donuts to finish the bottle? I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna finish that shit for free. But if you would like to donate, of course, we are coming out of 8K in debt. Morty gets a treat, and we do indeed have the CT crunch for him. So send in those donos. But all right. And since y'all here, let's get it kicking. Let's get it popping. So unfortunately, I couldn't find any more. Hey, we got Thumpin' Weevil as well. Welcome. We about to get into it. Unfortunately, yeah, right. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any more apple Gatorade because I was drinking this and it literally was just like, oh, that would taste really good with Fireball. So here we go. Here's to you guys. I want to get it nice and quick. So we're gonna open both. Dilly. Oh, hell yeah. That is delicious. Dilly fucking dilly. Shout out to you guys. Gotta hydrate because I'm not missing tomorrow's show. An extra one? All right, one more. Let's go. Dilly. Wow. Apple. Hell yeah. Thanks for going to the beach for a few days. Leaving tomorrow. Just a little busy. Hope everyone is doing great. Very, very much appreciated. Yeah, things are heating up around here. My niece will be born any day now. So I'm getting excited for that. And as far as the roll-up sitch, I have not been using the Keef as much lately, so I'm just straight up scooping and packing. Just straight up scooping and packing. Welcome to the party, guys. Let's dive back in here.
Even does. Actually don't know what ICE is or what it even does.
Mm-hmm.
They're out there in the streets protesting and they're making these TikTok videos constantly and they're freaking out about it. They don't even know what ICE is. If you were to stop a random protester on the street and ask them, what are you out here for? Oh, down with ICE. What is ICE? They're bad. They do bad things.
That's about as deep as it gets. First, why don't you pour the whiskey into the apple? I mean, that would, if I hadn't, like, if I was just out drinking, I definitely would do that. But again, the reason that I choose the Fireball is because I want the bite. I want that nasty bite of the shittiness of the whiskey that is covered by the cinnamon, but only barely. That experience brings me back to my degenerate days. Back when I was a drug addict, back when I didn't care about life. All I cared about was getting high or finding a way to get high or being high. And that's all there was. And they were simpler times. Not better times, but simpler times. And so this is my way to transport myself back. The apple comes off comes at the end a little bit. But I need that burn. You're like, oh, you fucking degenerate. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. Well, we also have to get some Fireball after I give birth. Oh, word up. When do you do? What drug was it? If it's not, I was on the painkillers. I liked Oxy and Blues and all that. Hey, bam, 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 bam. Shout out to Adam with the big 20. Thank you so very, very much. Let me get that heart. Everybody like that super chat, please. And let's get Morty over here for a double treat. How about a double treat for that one? Oh, thank you. So very, very much. Oh, good boy. Said, come party in Florida with me, bro. Sko. I have family in Florida. We definitely could make that happen. I got some family in Boca, and it's not Pembroke Pines, but it's near Pembroke Pines. Like they used to live in Pembroke Pines, and then they moved, but not too far away. But yeah, that area. So thank you so very, very much. My goodness, I forgot. Oh, I didn't put the goal up. All right, so we'll just do it by the banner. We got that one. I'm gonna take that down. We got 1 out of 15 and 20, which is $1 more than we made throughout the entire stream on Monday. And we are at 20 of 75. Adam AM 289. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Very much appreciated. Morty is definitely turning up tonight. He's waiting for the weed fingers. Look at him right here. Oh, so cute. Hennessy and Voodoo Ranger. There you go. We're gonna have a night. Doing August. Word up. There you go. Yeah, my sister's due date is day after tomorrow. So I don't know where she is with the whole thing, but I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, she said April 21st. So we'll see. My parents will be up here, and then I'm gonna be an uncle. So congratulations all around. Shout out to King Nirvana. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. Yeah, it was cold today, and the heat still doesn't work. So we're back in the robe. I'm not familiar, but yeah, right in that area. Yeah, Palm Beach. Exactly. We got John Castle. Welcome to the party. The chaos has just begun. We're only rolling up a little bit, and we already got started on the fireball. We are, thank you guys. Thank you. I've absolutely done nothing, but, I do think that, real talk for a second, my family hasn't always been the closest. And that's always kind of been like a thing for me. And so I'm really hoping that this little girl is going to come to the world and just, be a little bit of magic, a little bit of light, and bring us together, even if, we haven't been that way so far. So we will see. Thank you guys so very, very much. Let's dive back in here. If you missed it, this lady literally said that if ICE knocks on her door, she's going to end herself and her children. Not if we can afford it. They knock on her door.
They do bad things. They're genuinely clueless.
Why are you protesting ICE? Because they're bad.
so much of the outrage over ICE is comprised of people who sincerely have no idea what it even is. They think that it's some random federal agency that comes and kidnaps random American citizens for no reason. They think that ICE is the kidnapping agency. ICE stands for, like, what do they think ICE stands for? What does she think ICE, ICE, stands for?
International crime experts.
Like, I can't even. I'll capture everyone. Is that what they think ICE stands for? I'll capture everyone. So when someone shows up and says they're with ICE, they're saying they're going to capture everyone. I mean, maybe they think it stands for I'll kidnap everyone, but they think that kidnap starts with a C. Who knows? But this is what these people are stupid beyond all
there it is.
Recognition.
There it is. Ooh, that initial warmth going through the body. Man, like, we feel kind of nice. We feeling kind of nice.
At least that's true of the cattle, of the sheep out on the street and making these TikTok videos. People driving all of this, they know better. You know, they're taking advantage of the ignorance of their foot soldiers. Evil forces in society are manipulating these idiots with the most ridiculous lies imaginable, which isn't to excuse the sheep, not at all. It's just to point out how this works. This is not an excuse. It's your responsibility as an American citizen to not be this stupid and ignorant.
So we've got numero uno. Nice. And this is just tobacco, YouTube. But if you're rolling a tobacco cigarette, you can see up at the top a little bit of space. And we just want to knead it through the fingers, loosen it up. Get it nice. Oh, nice and loose, baby. Loose as a goose. So when you wanna pull that shit, you want a nice even. So you gotta pack it tight initially so that it's even. But then you loosen it up so you can get a nice solid pull. Boom. One more little zhuzh right through. And then just a little pack on top. Just say bang, bang, boom. Keep it together. And then you're good to go. So what I'll do is I have one from yesterday. That one starts us off for tonight. Put this one back in the building. Let's go.
But this is how it works. And this is how unbelievably clueless these morons actually are. Now, the thing that's working in our favor, the thing preventing these people from acting out even more drastically than they already are, the thing, frankly, that will hopefully save that woman's poor children, is that while they're stupid and ignorant and
there is absolutely an art and a science to this. And I mean, for starters, you know, when you get the tobacco, your first pack, you want to make sure that's nice and tight, but it has a little bit of space so that you're not fighting for room when you start to loosen it up. Art and science, baby. Art and science.
While these are people who are credulous, moronic dupes, they're also performative and fake. Yeah. And they're motivated most of all by a desperate need for attention.
Well, exactly. What other reason would you have to post a video like that? I'm going to end myself and my children if I hear a knock at the door. The only reason you post that is because you want other people to be like, oh, wow, you're so hardcore. You're really about it. You're down for the cause. 10 toes down. 10 toes down. That's the only reason.
You know, this woman threatened to annihilate her whole family.
Yep.
For the sake of being dramatic on TikTok and getting attention, which is not to say the threats should not be taken seriously. They should. She should permanently lose custody of her children.
Well, yeah, because it's like, all right, first step is I'm willing to put out this video. The second, for clicks, attention, and so on. At what point is it I'm willing to actually harm my children? We saw the videos. We saw on the videos. In fact, let's go back to that. Where DoorDash Lady Ice. We saw that these people were putting their family in danger. Putting their family, their young children in danger so that they could save, quote unquote, save.
DoorDash is snitching too now?
Wait,
y'all better be careful.
Let me see, what's your name?
Woman saves her DoorDasher from ICE agents, but they took her son. And so the situation is that you ordered DoorDash, and you're chilling, and then it just so happens that ICE knows that the person who picked up your DoorDash order isn't illegal, and they're like, oh, well, we're gonna go pick her up. So they're on the way to do that. They're chasing her. They see she sees what's good, and so she, a stranger, an illegal immigrant criminal, runs into your house. And this is what you do.
Okay, you, ma'am.
To open the door and they have a warrant?
They don't have a warrant. They said they'll get
Again, they don't need a warrant if they already had reason to arrest her and they were in pursuit. She is already a fugitive from the law. They should have taken her son. Exactly. But the propaganda allows these people to think that no, ICE is more of a danger to my family protecting the community than this person is. But it's not just about this one person. It's about the fact that you don't know which of the illegal immigrants are the dangerous ones.
get one.
Okay, if they get one, then they're gonna break the door down.
That's fine, but I don't want to open the door if they don't have a warrant. Because this was my DoorDash lady. I don't even know the lady. She just ran to my house.
I don't know her. She just ran into my house.
All right.
I have a baby here. Like, I really don't know what to do. I'll open the door.
I have a baby here. But I let a felon walk into my home. And I am now in an armed standoff with the federal government. What are we talking about? Nobody thinks the person. No, they got the food. She's the DoorDash driver. So she brought the DoorDash and herself into the home. So DoorDash, she got the DoorDash and a little extra. She got the DoorDash and the driver. All of that is inside now. All of that's up there now.
Or if the police, say that I have to open the door, but like, I don't know what to do. This lady just was shot yesterday. Now I ordered fucking food and there's people outside my fucking house.
And you know what?
Cheyenne, I'm on my way, okay?
You know what? This is very similar. Let me see if I can find a video I just watched where it was clearly a liberal lady, and she was like, I was raised in the racist South and now I'm getting better. And she was trying to talk about schooling. And she was like, is this racist if I want my kids to go to a good school? Let's see if I can find it. Let's see if I can find it. Give me a minute here. It's like, no, of course not. Like, the idea that you would put your children, or rather that you wouldn't put your children over the general notion that you might be racist. Like, come on. I don't know where it is. I thought it was right here, but I must have missed it. Yeah, that ain't it. What? Yeah, fucking insane. That she got the food. And I mean, literally Roxanne Cool Girl of the Week award. That's barely satiric. That's barely more crazy. Like, it really is. It do be like that.
All right.
What do I do? I'm so scared.
Open the door.
Come downstairs.
Cheyenne.
What?
ordered DoorDash, and now
I mean, it might be satirical in the sense that it doesn't seem real, but no, this is a very real situation that happened.
there's ICE agents around my house because the lady ran in my house, and I don't know what to do because I don't know. They have no warrant. They have no warrant. They said that they were gonna get one. I don't know what to do. I called the police. The police are on their way. I can't ignore it. I have a baby here and they have guns pointing everywhere in my house. I have some random lady.
That's explicitly why you should ignore all of this. Because there's guns pointed and you have a child there. There's guns pointed and you have a child there. And she says later at some point that she has 3 other kids in school. Like, how do you think that this is a good way to treat your family? My hometown made it in Midwest safety again. Better than police activity, but still not good. Oh shit! What was the title? What was the title? Let's go see what's going on in Box's hometown. Here, I'll play this and I'll look for it.
In my house, I have my child barricaded.
They're looking in her backyard too.
They're looking at everything. They're everywhere. All because I ordered some fucking DoorDash food. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna have a fucking heart attack. This is the lady's license plate. They already took someone out of her car. I called.
Box, what was I'm on the Midwest safety page. Just tell me the title. Well, we'll see.
The police. The police are on their way. I asked for a warrant. I just fucking ordered some fucking food and then some lady ran to my house.
The DoorDash lady ran in her house.
And notice how she's still the main character. As if this all kicked off because I ordered DoorDash. Oh, if only I hadn't ordered DoorDash, then this wouldn't have happened. It's like, lady, this was gonna happen no matter what, because that's an illegal immigrant who has a warrant for arrest. They may not have a warrant to come into your house, but they, I mean, I'm very curious as to what state that is, because it's supposed to be that if you're already in the commission of a crime and you run into somebody's house, then they don't need a warrant. It seemed like the cops were just being nice. But we'll see. So, all right, we'll switch over here. This is shout out to Midwest Safety. We're gonna hit the like button. St. Louis County. Here we go.
I'm shy, help me.
Where do you
Wait
need
a
help?
second. Let's go.
What
I'm
happened?
shot. My homie's dead.
You need
I'm shot. Hospital.
Where is the person with the gun?
Oh, he took off in a blue Chrysler 300. No. Where's McGeezy? My homie's laying on the ground on 27th and 3rd right now. We're rushing to the hospital. I'm crushing blood.
No, you don't rush to the hospital. Wait for him to arrive.
We're already in the car.
Who had the gun?
It's a new sedan.
What is your name?
My name's Caleb Reynolds.
Was there only one person with a gun?
Two. What's Brandon's last name? Brandon Overstreet.
I need an ambulance and a police officer. Somebody's been shot in the head. What is his name? Paris. Go inside, honey. Like, you know me. He's an unresponsive. Paris. Come on, buddy. No. Huh?
All right.
He's not breathing.
Do you know how to do CPR, ma'am?
People that did this gone?
Yes, they took off that way.
Okay, keep doing CPR. You're doing good.
Come on, Paris. Wake up, buddy.
What's his name?
Bro, when they're blocking it out, that means it is bad. That means it is bad. Hey, shout out to Dick Johnson. Welcome to the party. Like I said, Duluth is a nice place. 100,000 people, 7 homicides a year on average. All right. That's a little racist, but okay. But yeah, when they're blocking it, that means it's real.
It's going to be Paris Allen is the victim. He's currently unconscious doing CPR.
Come on, Paris. Wake up, buddy.
Ma'am, is there a squad with you?
There is.
Okay, I'll let you go then. Thank you.
All right, I'll have you move over to the side. I'm going to start CPR. Unless you're CPR trained.
I am.
You are? Do you feel comfortable
Yes.
continuing? All right, continue if you want to. Do a little deeper compressions, please.
Chest compressions. 2 inches deep.
My parents. Come on, Paris, buddy. Don't go.
Right, everybody knows how many inches deep are your CPR, your chest compressions supposed to be. you watch Dr. Mike, then this is seared into your brain. Shout out to Seth. Welcome to the party. Have you ever seen Baltimore people say Aaron entered an iron urn? I have not. But I can't think of that accent now. So interesting. Apparently not. That's exactly what he was like. Are you good? Because please do deeper chest compressions. 2 inches deep. 2 inches deep, which for Dick Johnson is balls deep. That's what he said.
Please.
Yeah,
You feel comfortable continuing? All right,
he's trying to be like,
do a little
yo, you're kind of fucking this up. Do a little deeper compressions, please.
2
inches deep. So you want to lock elbows, and so this would be the person on the ground. Obviously, you lock your elbows, and you're putting your back into it like that. You don't want to be using your elbows. You want to lock and be pushing from your shoulders. 2 inches deep. And cracking ribs means you're doing it right. Cracking ribs. So wait, what is the thing? Aaron earned an iron urn. Aaron earned an iron urn. That's a good one.
My parents. Come on, Paris, buddy. Don't go out on me like this yet, bud. Paris, come on, bud.
46 to a 20, 1072 most likely. She's CPR certified, so I'm just gonna let her keep going. They saw a car taking off that way.
Mom's right there.
Family.
Dave, do we have any other witnesses we gotta talk to? We need to see if there's shell casings. Fire saying
they got him up that quickly. I thought this dude was Paris. I was like, damn, those are some crazy compressions.
Witnesses we gotta talk to. We need to see if there's shell casings. Fire saying they heard there's 2 victims. Who else do we need to talk to? Just this guy. All right, man. I know this is hard, man. You gotta tell me what you know, okay? Does he know where the shooting? You gotta talk to me.
Who's right there?
Where was the
car? Did they shoot out of the vehicle? Yeah, they shot out the car.
Did they shoot from the driver's side? The driver. Can you tell me what the driver looked like?
Black male. He had like a t-shirt on, I think.
What color?
It's racist.
Can you go over there, Dan? There's shell casings and just stand by it.
It was 2 black males.
So did the front passenger shoot?
The driver shot.
Okay.
I seen the gun point out the car.
So there was only 2 black males. That's it. Have you ever seen these guys before?
Yes. I think it's Brandon and Snooze.
So which house were you staying in here?
Over there at his house.
Whose house?
Paris.
At Paris's house?
No.
How did Paris get here?
Oh, no.
So you were with Paris when this happened?
Yes.
Why were you guys walking up here? Did you know they were coming here?
Yeah, beef and
They had beef?
They had beef. Oh, so there's some lore. There's some lore coming. Shout out to Salty over on Twitch. Welcome to the party. We also got Glow in Dark. Very good to see ya. Like I said, Minnesota, of course, a native kid. Last Midwest safety video did was all native mob. Oh, are they causing trouble, or are they being are people causing them trouble? Dick Johnson said, I think the depth may vary with individuals. About 500-pound person, 200 wouldn't break the fat layer. No, it's 2 inches from the bone. So the when you're not pushing, you're not counting the fat. It's you push down until you reach the chest, and it's 2 inches from there. It's so 2 inches from the chest bone, and you want to be so yeah. If they have 3 inches of fat, then that doesn't count. You push that down until there. But yeah, shout out to not Jeremy Renner. Welcome. Very good to see you. How you been? I don't really see eye to eye. It's never good to see someone get fucked by copyright. Yep, indeed, it was Fox, and they dropped the one thing, but I still have the strike because of the dual stream. So that being said, how many people do we have over on Vertical? I am going to. Oh, there's only one person over there. So, all right, fuck it. I'm gonna close down the Vertical stream. It is already set to have you automatically come over to the Vertical stream. So just stay where you are, and you'll be good. And boom. So vertical is done. And I didn't want to do that, but we're good. All right. I honestly, I've figured out that number one, there's a thing in StreamYard where it shows the vertical layout and it makes the other window bigger. So I'm just doing that, and yeah. Too late. Yep, you missed it. But now we are all landscapers. And I'm almost done. We got one more, and then it's fireball time.
Walking up, like, saying what's up, and he just started shooting.
So you said that you knew they were coming here. How did you guys know? How were you communicating with them?
Our friend told him that they were spinning the block.
A friend? Who was that?
Jackson
Morales?
Notably, the officer appears to know Jackson's last name without this suspect mentioning it. This is almost certainly due to Jackson's criminal reputation. At 20 years old, he has convictions for second-degree aiding and abetting burglary, disorderly conduct, first-degree aggravated robbery, and threats of violence.
How did he tell you that?
He was on his phone. He was here too.
He was here. Did he see anything?
Yeah, we were all here.
Where did Jackson go?
They spun off.
Jackson was in a vehicle?
Yeah, they took off.
So he was in a different vehicle, not with those guys. So when Jackson told you that they were coming, were you going to try to fight these dudes, or what was the intent of you guys coming down here?
No, we was walking down and I don't know, saying what's
talk
up
to him.
Knowing you have beef?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see the handgun?
Yeah, definitely seen that.
What color was it?
It was gray.
You got beef and you're going over there, then you know what you're doing. You're going to start trouble. That's exactly what I asked.
Are you good being here, dude?
Oh no.
So you got a good look at the vehicle, right, McGeezy?
Yeah.
What is it? Do you know the make?
No, I have no clue.
Have you seen that vehicle before?
Yeah, a lot of times. Yeah.
A lot of times. How do you know that vehicle?
Brandon and Snooshi.
You've seen those two in it before?
Yeah.
At this time, officers are
Don't start no shit, won't be no shit. Don't start no shit, won't be no shit.
aware that the driver of the suspect vehicle, Sanusi Tamsir Bangura, enters a nearby convenience store just 27 minutes after the shooting, still at large. Just a couple minutes later, he leaves the store. Notably, he appears to be holding his cell phone, which will later turn out to be a key piece of evidence.
How do you know Brandon and Sanusi?
I'm not really acquainted with them.
Would you consider them friends?
No.
Those are the guys you got beef with? Is the beef with you or with Paris?
No.
Is this Jackson?
Yeah.
Jackson Morales. He's been known to be
So
in a black
he was-
DC. Was he in a black Acura?
Yeah.
Was he driving it?
Yeah, he's right.
Was it Caleb that also got shot? There's somebody else that got shot at the hospital.
At this moment, officers move to arrest Jackson Morales. Jackson is currently at the hospital, having just transported Caleb Reinald Nemec, who has sustained a gunshot wound. Caleb.
That's just some shit you say when you think you're tough and you never actually seen some real shit go down. Like that's a moment to cry.
Was shot during the incident and was one of the individuals who called 911 from the beginning of the video. Although he is not one of the shooters, Jackson's involvement in this criminal nexus makes him an immediate person of interest, leading to his detainment pending investigation. Jackson and Caleb drove to the hospital with the final witness and victim, Ojima O.G. Curry. Unbeknownst to officers, O.G. drove away from the hospital with the black Acura, his whereabouts unknown at the time. So far, officers have a general idea of what happened, but are not yet aware footage of the incident exists, footage that will later be presented during multiple jury trials.
Why am I being detained? We're going to just listen. We haven't.
You're the only one alive, bro.
Okay.
You need to take
So
people alive.
you are being detained so we can make sure you don't have a weapon on you.
I know,
okay?
but can you
And
quit
then-
holding
and-
me like that?
and-
though you scaring me,
and
bro. I ain't
then-
gonna lie.
And then we will figure.
You
We'll take
scared.
the handcuffs off and we'll have a conversation. All right? You know why you're being detained.
I'm the one who brought that nigga that shot to the hospital, bro. What the? That's my brother, bro.
Hey, come
Young
Yeah, so
fuck,
then
gang.
you were involved. If you bring someone who was shot into the hospital, that means you were involved somehow in a felony, and they're gonna need to take your statement at the very least. And depending on the situation, then that means like, yeah, you're part of it. Sorry. Oh, you saw that? Almost dropped that. Woo! Giving that a nice little pack. And I thought I had enough for a fourth, but I'm just gonna go with the 3. So get a nice toy pack on that. And then we're gonna loosen it up. There we go. There we go. Oh, you can feel it. You can feel it go from being overpacked to nice and loose. Loose. That's what we want. Gang, gang. All right. So we have rolled up. I'm gonna let this run while I finish.
No, y'all acting like I'm the criminal here, bro. My brother just got shot, bro.
We don't know. We have 3 or 4.
Up. Look, listen, I get that, but you don't need to come up and be rough with me, bro. I'm just here trying to save my homie's life, dog.
We don't know you.
Like, yeah, why even that there's something to be said about the fact that, like, you're a victim in a situation and they're just trying to figure out what's going on, and still you're being combative as if they're personally coming after you. Like, they're just trying to figure out what's going on. Everybody is always in a why are you doing this to me? Like, nobody's doing anything to any. We're just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. Your motherfucking friend just died. He's got blood gushing out of his head. Can we take a second to figure out what the fuck is happening? Bro, why are you doing this to me, dude?
We don't know your involvement, and we don't know if you have a weapon on you. Okay. We're trying to keep everybody safe in here, okay?
All right.
So
this thing right here, my knife, my knife. Yeah, right. That's all.
And I think you know as well as I do. People that carry these bags sometimes have guns in them.
I get that, but that's kind of stereotypical and racist too.
It has nothing to do with color.
And people could be that's your purse, bro. Would you stop being a dickhead to me, please? My homie just got shot, bro.
Exactly, and that's exactly why.
And that makes a lot of sense, Box. That it's like acting harder than the town is, like, because that's false bravado. That seems like somebody's been waiting. Somebody's been waiting for a moment to be like, yo, this is my real shit. This is what I should be allowed to while out. That's exactly the energy that this is giving. Why aren't you letting me while out?
We make these assumptions.
Right, because I shot my own homie.
You
Right.
just came from a shooting. I told you there may be 1 or 2 people that have been shot.
Yeah, I know. My other homie's dead too, bro. On the road in Lincoln Park, bro.
Do you have a spot we can go to talk to him?
My homie just got killed in front of my face, bro.
Wait, did they do it? Then why are you yelling?
Sorry, bro.
To recap the narrative, 2 suspects, Brandon and Sanusi, are accused of firing at a group of 5 individuals: Jackson, McGeezy, Paris, Caleb, and Okima. Paris and Caleb were the only 2 struck by gunfire. Paris was struck in the head, and Caleb through his hips. Immediately after the shooting, Brandon and Sanusi fled. Then Jackson, Okima, and Caleb jumped in a black Acura to get Caleb to the hospital. McGeezy stayed on the scene with Paris, who appears deceased. Currently, officers do not know suspect Sanusi and Brandon's whereabouts.
So it was you and Paris that walked out of this house here?
Yeah.
This is a whole deal. So I'm gonna drop the link here. We're not gonna go through this whole thing, but link in the chat if you would like to go see what is good. Actually, I'll do. Do you guys want to finish watching that, or we could go and check? I haven't really checked out what else is going on with the YouTube, so we can go check out other stuff. Or if you guys want to finish that, we could finish that. Yeah, all right, we can finish it.
Me, Paris. My brother OG. And Caleb.
What's your brother's name?
Ogama.
Where's Ogama?
He's with Caleb.
Although McGeezy is right to think his brother Ogima, or OG, is at the hospital with Caleb, officers are not actually aware of OG's location. He appears to have taken Jackson's black Acura and left the hospital. They are only questioning McGeezy and Jackson at this time. Simultaneously, another drive-by shooting happens a little over a mile away from the original scene at Sanusi and Brandon's residence. Thankfully, nobody was injured in that second shooting. It won't take officers long to discover the shootings are related.
I'll tell you what went on. I'm not going to say names. I'm not going to do none of that. I'll tell you what kind of car they in. You can look for the car that did the shooting. I know how these streets work, too. I'm not about to lose my life next.
And you know what? You probably know how the streets work way better than I do. I'm going to be honest.
All right. I know this is maybe a little not great, but let's turn this into a drinking game. So anytime he says, "What did I do?" or "I didn't do nothing," what else should we do? What else? Help me out with the list. How are we going to turn this into a drinking game?
What kind of car did you come in?
A black car.
What kind is it?
Why did that matter?
Well, I have it on the video anyways. I know it's a black car.
Okay,
Is it
so
an
that's
Acura?
you know
I
what
don't
it
think we're
is.
gonna
It's an
get
Acura.
many.
I'm not going
I don't see many of those coming out.
into detail. I don't need to, man.
Jackson is largely hesitant to give information to the police, but McGeezy is able to step up and help officers in their path to justice.
You were thinking they wanted to fight you guys?
He hopped out. He's like, "You guys want to fight?"
Who hopped out?
The one on the left.
He got out of a passenger seat?
Yeah. We walked up slowly, and he hopped back in the car. It was like, "What's up? You guys don't want to fight?" And then.
So you guys were walking towards the car.
Yeah.
Were they both in the car at that point?
Yeah.
And then what happened?
Well, this boy started shooting the driver.
Where were you guys when you
I'm gonna be honest. I'm like, this is not really fitting my vibe. I'm trying to get shitty. So I need something a little more upbeat, a little bit more fun. So we're gonna switch over to this tab. I'm thinking we could add some home math. We'll see what's going on there. What happened with PBD and Jimmy Dore? All right. What else we got over here? Still some fun stuff. Oh no, clavicular. Oh Jesus. We'll skip the legendary series just because, you know, we're not gonna be able to go through that. Let's add one more. Come on. Give me something fun. We got Andrew Wilson on the fucking. Oh, Jesus. Maybe we'll cover that tomorrow. All right, we'll start there. Give me something else. Give me something. Yeah. YouTube's boring me, bro. Give me some shit. Did I watch this already? What the hell is this? Should women vote? Heated debate. All right, we'll there. All right, let's see what we got here.
Who convinced him?
We go there. What are you guys saying? Yeah, I want to know some fun videos. What are fun videos? All right, we'll start here. Let's see.
On August 9th, 2025, officers responded to a call of a disturbance where an Arby's employee was refusing to leave after getting fired.
Is it body cam day? I guess it's body cam day.
What are we yelling for?
I want to know why I'm fired.
Hold on.
I want to know why I'm fired.
Hold on.
I wanna know
Okay.
why I'm fired.
Okay.
That's it. Don't say shit.
Don't yell at me.
I walked in the door. He told me I go change. I went.
Yeah.
I went.
Look at me.
And he gonna tell me don't come back.
Look at me.
I didn't do to him.
You don't come at me that way.
I don't give a who you are.
Okay, well, you're leaving.
I'm not until I.
You're leaving.
No, he gotta tell me why I'm fired.
I'm telling
you. He gotta tell me why I'm fired.
You work there?
I'm pregnant. Don't play with me.
I'm telling you.
I'm pregnant. Ow! My baby!
No, then why are you acting like this? Yeah, there's the demonic tone. The demonic. You have a baby. Why are you acting like this?
Get off my baby!
Stop.
Get off my baby!
See, I got one resisting.
Just get off of me, bro. I'm not even doing that. I just want to know why I'm fired. All I did was look at the door and fire me.
Like I'm a Don't kick me. All right. Don't kick me again.
I didn't.
You kicked me.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You definitely kicked me.
I did not kick you.
You absolutely did.
No, I did not.
Look at me. Stop.
No, because you just threw me to the ground.
I did, because you just kicked me.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, just more screaming and yelling. They're not really. I mean, this is the kind of thing that's like, oh, you guys should go watch this. You know what I mean? What am I going to say about it? Let's see what Homath has got for us.
That getting huge, who convinced us that getting huge and putting on muscle would attract women?
The women?
Men did that.
The idea is pretty simple. Work out, build muscle, and get girls. Basically, getting fit can transform you from this guy into this guy.
Yeah, so donate, so I gotta do push-ups. Let's go.
So where does this idea come from?
Other men convinced you of that.
Of course, that's not really true. She's only saying that because feminists hate their fathers and they want men to fail, and then they end up alone and they can't figure out why. Modern women...
Don't forget, guys, I did have Homath on the channel before he blew up. So if you just search the Indian Jesus Homath, you will see our conversation.
Will try to tell you that they don't like strength, and it's always a lie. This one's trying to tell you that working out to build muscle is gay because women don't like it and men do. And that's not what's happening here. What's actually going on here is the more that a man likes something, the more that he'll say it. This is a speech bubble up here. And the more that a woman likes something, the more she hopes that you'll figure it out. This is a thought bubble down here for the more secret category. In other words, women do like strong men, but a lot of them lie about it, especially feminists because they hate you. And it looks like this. It's the same every time. What do you want? Don't work out. Here you go. Ew. The studies on this are very conclusive. This one says estimates of physical strength determined over 70% of men's bodily attractiveness. And contrary to popular theories, in other words, feminist noises, the strongest men were always the most attractive. And the working theory is that women prefer this because it shows that you can fight. Remember, bad boy stuff is what they find attractive, even if they don't admit it. Here's another study. The preference gets even stronger when the relationship is short-term, which means that's what they want for their children. What else are short-term relationships even for? Long-term relationships are for resources, for supportiveness of various kinds. Short-term are for DNA. So women desire supportiveness emotionally, that's the part they say out loud, speech bubble, and they desire strength sexually of various kinds, including physical. The only exception is if you're a ridiculous huge bodybuilder with a 6-pack or a 12-pack, but that's not because you became too strong, it's because you became a muscle princess, which is gay. Most women are not looking for this. They're looking for something more like this or even this. Clearly fit, but not overdoing it. Most women will probably actually tell you that they prefer this guy because this one looks like he spends all his time taking selfies at the gym, and this one looks like he gets things done. So even this guy might be a little too close to muscle princess. But you don't have to worry about becoming one by accident. Once again, this is me at my second peak of physical fitness. I had one when I was 25 and another when I was 32. I put in a lot of work to achieve this, and I promise it helped a lot with women.
Every $2 is another push-up. Let's go.
I did not make it into the muscle princess category. I did not need to have a 6-pack. Do you see how my 6-pack is kind of sort of peeking through here in these shadows, but there's just a little too much dough? This body was very popular with women. So you don't have to be perfect, and you also don't have to worry about going overboard.
Yeah, remember the dad bod thing? That was a whole era. The dad bod era.
It's just stronger is better. It's real simple. So unless you're dedicating your life to the gym, the more you build muscle and the less you store fat, the more that women will like you in general. I could have done better here, but it was good enough. Speaking of getting fit is good enough for the good times, and these were the most fit times of my life, and they were some of the best times of my life. These other ones were good for different reasons, and those results match perfectly with the research. So don't let feminists tell you that women don't want strong men. But if that's true, what's this guy talking?
Depends on what we're talking about here, pal. Depends on what we're talking about here, pal. Because we're talking about height. Agreed. If we're talking about width, then yes, it does.
About.
I post my physique, 47 responses, 47 DMs. Guess who they were? Men! Only men!
Okay, when you say it that way, it sounds gay. But that's not what's happening. In the social sciences, they call this a failure of cross-sex mind reading. You might know it better as being a f***ing retard. And both of them are doing it. Let's go back to Zones version 2. Again, men talk out loud about the women they like and the things they like about women, speech bubble, and as we like women less and less, we're less willing to talk about them even if we do hang out sometimes. Thought bubble, lower on the chart, is more secret. So a failure of cross-sex mind reading means that if you're a man, you think women are going to act like men and say the things they like out loud. And if you're a woman, you think men are going to act like women and focus on their looks, mostly to mog other men instead of to attract the opposite sex. I mean, just listen to how just listen to how bad of a failure of cross-sex mind reading it is when this girl hears this guy say he's working out for girls and then tells him, no, you're doing it for guys.
A while back, I made a video where I said that men think that women do everything for male attention because men do everything for male attention.
I post my physique, 47 responses, 47 DMs. Guess who they were? Men! Only men!
It didn't seem like he wanted the male attention. You see what I'm getting at? I'm not sure how you got that from his reaction.
Yeah, right? He's like, oh my God, all these men DM'd me. What the fuck? And then she's like, yeah, that's what you wanted. What?
Says what he wants, and she doesn't believe him because she doesn't say what she wants. This is because women say things out loud that make them look good, presentable, and men say things out loud that they actually want. And the things women actually want, the things that make them feel desire, they keep quiet about that so they don't look bad. More secret, thought bubble. If women walked around saying things like, I want a 6'5" vampire mafia boss, like in my old video, Abby's Perfect Man, men would just not marry them. We would go, Jesus, I don't want to have to drink blood to hang on to a bratty mid. And if I did, I would still be 5'11", and I don't think the mafia takes vampires. And then the species would die, you know, like it is right now. And so women lie about what they want. That's how evolution works. And some of them don't even know they're doing it, and that's why they think you're doing it too. So that explains why she thinks men are working out for each other instead of for women, and why
they're doing what they do for other women.
She probably does like stronger men, but either she doesn't want to say it, or she just doesn't want to believe that about herself, even though she feels it all the time. Kind of like if you were scared of a bug and you screamed and then you tried to convince yourself it was actually a war cry. Let's see how her idea worked out.
And a lot of men did not like this idea. The common response I got was, I don't do everything for male attention, or, well, women do things for other women's attention. Well, yeah, no shit. Lots of women do things for women's attention, not for male attention, which was my original point.
Right, men compete directly out in the open, and women play nice and quietly mug each other.
Now, this man may be trying to get women's attention with this build that he has created. However, he lives in a society where the only attention it's going to get is other men's.
So this is where it all comes together. When she says that getting huge is only going to get attention from other men, what she means is immediate attention out in the open, like on Instagram. Once again, because that's what she wants. She wants the attention, and she thinks that you want what she wants, which is a failure of whatever. It's stupid. Women post.
So guys, I just pinned this message. When I say, let me know if you want me to open the panel, I mean, let me know if you are willing to come up on the panel. Actually, I'm going to change that. I'm going to change that because too many people are like, yeah, you should do a panel. And then like somebody else should go up there. So I'm going to change that. Hold on.
To social media because they want immediate attention right now where everyone can see it. I am the princess. I have the most likes. So she thinks that he's trying to be muscle princess, as if he's doing the work to get the internet likes. And he did get those and he didn't like them because they were from men. Because men are like this. Hello, I have noticed you. We say too much too fast. And women are like this. What do you want? Be nice. Here's niceness. Ew, not from you. Women say too little too slowly. In other words, when men see something they like, they will say it out loud and
So very clearly, men and women are not the same. Let's see what's going on over here. Speakeasy is holding this debate. Does systemic racism exist in the United States? And we can, we're a little bit behind, so we can speed them up. Let's see what this is all about.
On the negative, we have Tomahawk new to the Swords of Reason arena and making his debut in formal debates tonight. His channel is also linked in the description. And with your support and subscriptions, I'm sure he'll be bringing us plenty more content in the future. So make sure you guys go show him some love as he steps in the ring for the first time. All right. With that all being said, we'll move right into opening statements.
I guess because I think this is a repost. I guess I can't keep the thing.
First Amender, you're gonna be first. So whenever you are ready, I will start the timer up with your voice. And again, thank you both for being here tonight.
All right. I actually have a slide here that's ready to go.
So a lot of people want me to debate First Amender. So, and again, I guess he's saying, yes, systemic racism does.
So I'm going to be sharing
exist.
So the question is, does systemic
Wow.
racism exist? A debate with...
he's one of those. Okay.
First Amender. And you can find me on youtube.com/@FirstAmender. You can check out my channel and consider a subscribe.
Before we move on, guys, I think we should do a little dilly. Boom. I do want to find myself on a panel, whether we do the panel here or whether I hop on someone else's panel. That's what the fireball does, you know what I mean? Dilly.
What is systemic racism? Systemic racism are racial disparities that are produced and maintained by institutions, laws, and policies and social systems, even when nobody is intending to discriminate. It's all about outcomes. Intent does not matter. Imagine that there is a system built decades ago with openly racist rules. Even if you remove the racist language...
I hate so much when people do PowerPoint presentations and then just read off their PowerPoint presentation. Like, I don't need the PowerPoint presentation if you're just going to read all, like, just say the thing then. Why do I need you if everything that you're saying is on screen?
Later, the effects can still persist. Example, race was barred from owning property in certain areas, such as HOA restricting minorities and predominantly white neighborhoods, as well as redlining laws.
All right,
Property...
I can't even. We know that it's going to be like, oh, racism bad. So let's just go to the open debate. Open debate. Oh, there we go. All right.
Tomahawk, I agree with you that it's possible for somebody to succeed against all odds, right? And in fact, I encourage that kind of thought process. I think it is important to be like, hey, I can do it. Don't you agree?
All right. So you guys think a systemic racism exists or not?
Yeah, I do. Yes.
Okay. But that doesn't rebut whether or not that there are systems that were designed or that exist today that pushed down minorities, right?
What I guess I would ask at this point, what system would it be that you would be talking about?
So I brought up as an example redlining laws of the past. I understand redlining is illegal now. However, the rippling
Confluence is opening up.
Effects of redlining are pervasive even to this day. And the fact is right now, there don't actually exist any redistributive laws.
Really? Well, hey, if you only get 3 hypes a week and you give me 1, I would be very, very, very much appreciated. Again, I still don't fully understand how the hype works, but it pushes you up in the algorithm and you're more likely to be seen by people who otherwise would not see you if you hype the video. Now, unfortunately, that matters a lot more for VODs because when you're hyping a replay, then it's just the replay. But any little bit helps. David said systemic racism does still exist, just not the way people think. If a person other than white is attacked, it can be called a hate crime, but not if a white person is attacked. Interesting. I guess that is systemic racism. Well said.
In rich and affluent areas, putting their property taxes towards their local education. I think there's only 3 states that have a progressive system for that, where they have distributive laws. A majority of states still, the entire education system is funded off of property taxes and so if whatever the value of the houses in that local location will be, that's how much money actually gets raised to those schools. And so if the value of the houses are lower, that would mean people that grow up in specific zip codes would live a fundamentally worse off education all the way from kindergarten all the way to 12th grade. Don't you think that would negatively impact your educational attainment?
Yeah, but what does it have to do with race? There's poor white people. Did we forget about poor white people?
It could, but would that stop you? Would that stop a particular family who happens to live in that area from sending their child out to a different area at that point, to a different school that would potentially be of higher standing, as it were? Because I could see, because I've seen there are plenty of families, there are plenty of schools that accept people from poorer areas that have those sort of progressive policies baked into them, where they have the resources and then extend programs that would and have programs that would extend their that would extend their acceptances, so to speak. That's not the word I want, but that would extend acceptances to people.
We've definitely seen that while there is a huge factor of why we need we do in fact need money for things in school, that just throwing money at a problem does not fix it.
Of poor areas, to kids of poor areas, to give them that education, to give them that opportunity. So one could say redlining has an effect. One could say a redlining has an effect, but it doesn't really have an effect at that point when there are plenty of schools that extend their resources, that extend their enrollment. That's the word, enrollment to people of poor areas.
What you're talking about right now is literally DEI. Are you in favor of DEI?
No, that's not DEI. When
it's literally what DEI is. But beside that point, you said that
how is that DEI?
Redlining could do that. I mean, it doesn't take a brainiac to realize places of poorer socioeconomic status, the house values are lower, right?
Sure, but
which means that there's less money that goes to the schools from K through 12 education, right?
Where's the race in that though? Where would the race? That's just, you're just describing.
You don't need to.
Areas.
It requires zero racist actors. I'm just explaining to you the system on how that happens. I'm not saying black people can't get ahead.
The prompt itself is systemic racism.
Yeah, the question is whether or not
the system itself is only goes against what essentially is just poor neighborhoods. That has nothing to do, like you said, it has nothing to do with race. At that point,
but you understand that minorities were physically pushed to these locations in the past, and when you go to poor socioeconomic condition areas throughout the country in the United States, it's overwhelmingly minorities.
But that was in the past.
In 2025, that's the case.
Where does that say in 2025 at this point?
What I'm saying, if you look at places that have poor socioeconomic condition status, it is overwhelmingly minorities throughout the United States.
Which includes black and
white. So that means that it's a class issue that has a racial element to it. There's always going to be things that affect people differently. That doesn't mean it's racism.
Overwhelmingly black.
But there's still white communities that suffer from the same thing, which is why
that's not a rebuttal. That's not a rebuttal. You're acknowledging that it does exist, and then you're saying, but also this other thing. You're not debunking the clear systemic racism there. You're just saying, but also this thing.
You said poor neighborhood. The premise behind your argument is that it affects poor neighborhoods. Poor isn't black. It's just poor. You don't.
Okay, so if I showed you that black families fundamentally are poorer than white families by like a long shot, you would concede this argument knowing that predominantly black people have been pushed down in society.
And so this is the same argument they make over and over and over and over again, is that because something is affecting people in a certain way, that it's racism. And it's like, that's just not how that works. We lost 30 million gambling on the transgender Hunger Games. Oof. Oof. Oof.
In the past, sure, but
no,
you can't
not in the past. 2025. Currently, right now, black families have a lot less money than white families. Period.
It doesn't. I wouldn't say that.
All right. Why do you think that is then? Why do you think that is? I think it's because of systemic racism of the past. Redlining laws that reduce equity stake. When you have lower value houses, you can't actually, and the fact that they have been denied loans throughout the 60s and upwards into the 70s. And even today, when we exhibit racist policies, even upwards into 2025, where banks are being caught discriminating against minorities because they considered loans to be too high risk.
Exactly. We all have. And maybe the ways that we've been pushed down is going to affect certain groups of people differently than other groups of people. But that doesn't mean anything. Do you guys want to stay here for a while? Or do you want to just jump into Confluence's stream? Let me know.
For their skin color, that would be an example of systemic racism. So I'm asking you, why do you think that black families are poorer on average than white families?
Bro. Dead air. What are we doing?
They were.
You can't do this.
That has nothing to do with the fact that you can still, that poor areas don't.
Dude, what were you thinking about that whole time? What were you thinking about? That is wild. That is wild. You cannot spend that much time just really that's irrelevant.
There are still
that wasn't an answer to my question,
right? But that's not, when your argument is talking about the fact that poorer areas are affected by these redlining policies. It doesn't matter whether or not that it happens to be black or happens to overwhelmingly be black. or anything. If you come from a poor neighborhood and it shows on the map that you came from a poor neighborhood, a banker can look at that data and determine whether or not you would be a safe investment for you to get a loan from. Whites are denied in much of this. Whites would be denied in a similar situation as a black
so I'm not
person
saying
would at
that
point.
white families can't be denied a loan. I'm not saying
If they
that
come from a
there
poor
aren't
area,
poor
they
white.
would be
I'm
looked
not,
at.
I'm not saying that there aren't poor white
as a black
families.
family in that sense. So
I agree with you.
it's not,
I'm not saying that there aren't poor white family or rich black families. Both of those exist. The question is not whether or not that there are poor black or rich black families as a rebuttal, or if there are poor white families. The question is whether or not that there exist systemic inequities, systemic racism, as in systems that result in racist outcomes in the United States. Given the fact,
right, but different doesn't mean racist. Just because it's different doesn't mean that it's racist. That's crazy. I'm white and I've been denied loans, credit cards because of my poor choices and credit score. Well, that's just racism.
I mean, I still don't have an answer to why is it that why are black families poorer than white families by like a long shot in the United States?
I wouldn't consider that to be a question that pertains to the topic at hand, because the system itself that you're describing affects poor areas, affects poor people.
Yes.
And poor people come in many different races. And you want to talk about you want to mention redlining, but it only adversely affects poorer people. There are poor people of any race. And so you can't exactly say that as a system that would disproportionately affect black people, when in this day and age, anyone with bad credit or anyone that comes from a poor area will simply be denied on the basis of the fact that they come from a poor area and they can't be trusted to be able to pay back the money that the bank is loaning them. So you can't use redlining as an excuse in the sense that, there happens to be more black people that live in these poor neighborhoods. Anyone of a poor neighborhood would simply be denied a loan because they can't be trusted to pay back the loan that the bank would be giving them. And so it's not.
Why can't they be trusted to pay back the loan?
Because they're poor. Because they're poor and they don't have the.
And why are they poor? And why are they poor?
They don't have the money.
It depends. Maybe they made bad choices. Maybe they grew up in a bad environment. Maybe there could be I'm going to switch over because this is going to go back and forth, and we'll hop ahead a little bit and see if this is going to go back and forth. Same little thing. Well, yeah, but that's racism. Oh yeah, this really is almost done. Okay. Well,
at that point,
why are they poor?
They don't have. Why are they poor? Because
why don't they have the money?
Wait a minute. Do we have a rage quit? Because there's 49 minutes left on the clock, but there's only. Oh no. Okay, we're behind. That's why. Never mind. I thought we had a rage quit.
I don't know what else to say. The poor people, so they don't have the money to be able to. They don't have the capital. They don't have the capital. They don't have the wealth to be able to show to a bank with a history of paying back loans that they are able to pay back loans. That's not a racism thing. That's just a system. That's not a racism thing.
Let me ask you this: is Brookings.edu a valid source to you?
I don't know what that is.
It's. I'll pull it up. What is Brookings.edu? Give me a moment. It is a website for the Brookings Institution, a highly influential, independent, nonpartisan American think tank in Washington, D.C. that conducts research on, provides analysis for public policy and economics, governance and foreign policy, and improve government and policy at a local, national, and global levels. It was founded in 1916, and it is known for its rigorous, evidence-based work, bridging scholarship and policy making, and by offering practical solutions and insights on complex challenges, serving a key resource on decision makers and the public. So I'm asking you, is Brookings.edu a valid source to you?
I mean, it could be, but what does that have to do with what does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Well, they said there's systemic racism, therefore appeal to authority.
Give me a moment. I also have to share it on my own. Give me a moment.
Okay.
Even when black people have advanced degrees, own their homes, and have high-paying jobs, and engage in other behaviors associated with asset building, their wealth is typically much lower than their white peers. Individual level factors are simply not the explanation for the difference in the economic fortunes of black and white people. Instead, the racial wealth gap should be recognized as the consequence of discrimination, public and private, throughout the American history and continuing to this day. Any examples, or are we just saying shit? Nearly 250 years of slavery followed by a century of Jim Crow segregation and blah, 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 all that shit.
Just give me a quick second. I apologize. Even when black people have advanced degrees, own their home, have high-paying jobs, and engage in other behaviors associated with asset building, their wealth is typically much lower than their white peers. Individual level factors are simply not the explanation for difference in the economic fortunes of black and white people. Instead, the racial wealth gap should be recognized as a consequence of discrimination, public and private, throughout American history and continuing to this day. Nearly 250 years of slavery were followed by a century of Jim Crow segregation and economic exploitation reinforced by state-sanctioned violence. Until the 20th century, black people were excluded from public programs to educate in home ownership and higher education. Racial inequality persists in our contemporary, putatively colorblind system. Due to discrimination, black people receive lower valuations on their homes and earn less money in comparison to white people performing the same work. Biases in public investment and criminal justice.
But again, you have to draw the causal factor. The causal factor. What determines their white? What do you mean? What determines their white peers? Oh, like in terms of who are their peers? I mean, that's probably the bullshit. That's probably the bullshit. A racist would say black people are just lazy, probably, but that a racist would also say that black people can't get ahead because they're just inherently not able to.
Leave black communities simultaneously underserved and over-policed, and these civil rights violations also have serious economic consequences. Black people in America have been systemically stripped of the wealth that they have produced. Only a transformative national agenda can address the racial wealth gap because the disparity of the project.
I'm bored. Let's jump ahead a little bit. See if there's anything there. This is boring.
Examples of people as those who are making it. So the fact that that people are able to, those races are still able to thrive today, and they still have the ability to thrive today. It can't really. It's not systemic. It's just there's a culture issue that's happening at that point. It's a culture thing and not systems that are in place, because those systems were in a sense taken out. And it's a like I said, it's a culture thing. We would need to teach ourselves and teach others that they are able to do it, which is the whole point of how education over the 30 years after the passing of the Civil Rights Act, you had schools teaching kids to not look at your own neighbor, at your own like classmates through the color of their skin, but simply the fact that everybody is an American at this point.
So I'm not against helping yourselves. I'm not against trying to improve yourself, and that I'm also not against the idea that you can help yourselves. That does not mean, though, that systemic racism does not exist. It certainly does. And I would like to share my screen if you can share it for me.
Oh my God. All right. I'm done. Jesus. All right, let's switch.
Man, what's he literally believed in the spaghetti monster.
Yeah, like it's real. Like it's not bad work, right? And like,
I mean, there's definitely truth to what he's saying. I'm not gonna say no.
Let's see what they're talking about.
Like from an anthropological perspective, I found evidence.
I told Confluence that I was getting Fireball, so hopefully he picked up his own
evidence of it last night when he was talking about it. You know, there's
I linked the book in the chat.
The first monotheistic religion had psychedelic elements, and there are ancient tapestries that tie back, ancient Persian rugs that tie back to scenes of people using mushrooms in their rituals.
Let's go.
And so there is a correlation between
you're speaking my language.
People who believe in religions, specifically monotheistic religions, and the use of hallucinogens.
I think
now you're talking my language. Make sure we look pretty.
But
of all the things.
I don't think
Hey, Lutch.
I don't think vegetation or animals are God in the sense that we are God. I mean, they are still perfect, they're still God, but they're not God like us. Like we're like
the little G.
There is still an order to things, okay? There's still an order to things.
They're not in that order.
We
are
at
hierarchy.
We are at the top.
I thought there is no hierarchies.
We are at the top.
Jewish lie.
There's no hierarchy when it comes to people. But when it comes to animals, we have a responsibility to take care of them. So you could say they're at the top. And we're not at the top, but we have more responsibility. So, they're still God. However, we are the ones that can help the situation the most. We're the ones that
completely agree with that. I'm not gonna lie.
Why
can't? Confluence, did you get my DM?
We're the ones that can fully help the situation of the whole world. The animals can't. What were you saying?
I just want to ask, what do you think the?
Oh no, I just saw it now.
Sorry.
So it's just me. All right. Well, dilly.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Dilly.
I try to take it easy on Sundays.
Alcohol's the
We're
devil.
going hard tonight.
It actually is, yeah.
If you're talking about words and language, yes, I'm ready to school y'all.
Yeah, please school us.
So, what do you mean by God? Like, what is God? What can God do?
What do you mean? What can he do? He doesn't have to do anything.
Like, when you say that we're all God, what capability do we have?
Any capability you think God has, you have the same ability. It might not be in the grandiose way you look at it, but you are able to, because it's coming out of your brain. Like it's not like God with this like cloud that's hovering above you, giving you this knowledge. It's literally being processed through your mind and perception.
So wait, are you talking about
So
God or
when
are you
it
talking about
comes to
psychedelics?
Animals, what kind of things can they do, or do they not have the ability?
I
You said
mean,
they're
they
kind of God too. That's why I'm wondering what the difference is.
Well, they comfort us. They give us joy. They can also help us, but
They eat us sometimes.
But we
God just
can
suddenly
help.
affects something else.
Like there's if you shine a light into a room, and the closest to the light is going to be the brightest, and then the further away it gets, it's going to be a little bit darker. We are the brightest shining light. Like we are the highest frequency of giving and helping and loving, like the actual attributes and nature and characteristics of God, of anything. And then the animals, we have dominion over them to take care of them. So we are at the top, but they could be at the top too, because we got to take care of them, and they never owe us anything. But I'm sure there'll be a time when it'll be like that for us too, hopefully.
I need to drink more before I understand what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree. Everything. I think I'm a panentheist. Said it before, right? I think everything is God. But I agree with Marilyn. There is a hierarchy. I think humans are obviously more God than a plant is, and a plant is more God than a rock is. There's levels to this shit,
Yeah, and the earth is more God than humans are.
But I
don't know about that. I think consciousness is the highest thing,
And the universe is more God than humans are.
But you don't understand. If you explain it, then it taints it and it makes it wrong. If you do that, because it creates a separation. So, I mean, like in this hour, yeah, but eventually we won't have thoughts like this, thinking, oh, we're above animals and all that. Like this won't go through our minds. We will be just overjoyed with the abundance of what life is. We wouldn't think that that's true at all in the long run.
The Canadians! The Canadians!
This is not a fun fact. A fun fact,
Come
a microwave is
on.
a cat's only natural predator.
Yes. Thank you, Testicle.
Question the natural on that. Thank you, Testy.
A very Indian thing to say. Thank you.
You wouldn't put a cow in a microwave, Testy, okay?
Testy's more of an Indian than you are, Lutch. Sorry.
Fair, I'll take that.
You think to be less Indian. Terrible.
So we're talking about psychedelics. How did we get off of psychedelics?
Well, the Steel Man's not here.
Yeah, and cats belong in microwaves. That's more important than psychedelics.
True.
Yeah, they're awful.
Yeah, well, we were, because Steelman, as you might have talked to him, he thinks that Jesus was a mushroom, the mighty psilocybin mushroom.
Well,
we know Moses was tripping on the acacia tree. We know that he was tripping balls.
Yeah, I don't know if I find that compelling. When people, say the burning bush was I don't know. I don't think so.
What's that beans?
But Joe Rogan believes it.
Confluence.
What's who?
What's that beans chick's up? What's she up to tonight?
No,
Ice Beans. Yeah, what's she up to tonight? Did you get over there?
Yeah, we should share some love.
Yeah.
I get the vibe she didn't. Well, she just kind of She didn't respond. I noticed was watching for a bit after the raid. She didn't like respond to any of us, like any of me
were talking
or
about
our
cooler
people.
stuff.
I don't think
I
she
don't know
read
what
a
happened.
single one of the chats at all. She's like ignored every, and they were bad comments.
She read chats
free
about
to
like
send in
later
those
on.
side
She
chats.
read chats about like
We'll zip out.
libtard shit and communist nonsense, but she didn't engage with any of the like the nonsense stuff that we were doing. You know, she's
Just like
obviously
pretended that
Tommy,
like we were
testy.
here. So I was like, I'm not sure if she, was fine with this.
Yeah,
Yeah, it did seem like she was more focused on the Twitch side of things.
Hey,
But I'm sure she really appreciated the raid or wanted us there.
The
but
party.
it's fine.
We are hanging out and doing
She's like
nothing.
Gandhi. She's a left libertarian. You know.
I don't know if she ever beat Manus though. Not sure. She was trying. She was trying. Okay.
I'm gonna drink more, so I'm gonna try to cause some chaos. How about that? How about that?
That sounds good.
Mushrooms are mean to me. So, like, I have tripped on mushrooms, and I am the way I am. So maybe there's a correlation because I've had mushrooms before. So I don't know, but
Guarantee
they
you
have
have done
been
more
mean
mushrooms than you have.
to me.
I guess Jesus doesn't like you.
I've done a lot of mushrooms. No, I just what?
Have any of you guys read Carlos Castaneda, or does anyone know who that is?
No. Okay, Kirk.
Steelman.
Kirk.
Yeah, that's a bit of a Kirk question. Steelman might know. He was like this. He was this guy who was an actual like. He was a researcher at a university, and then he went on all these like. He met like a shaman and went on these like vision quests and stuff, and he thought that and I think other people have said this, that these.
Hey, shout out to Latissimo. Welcome to the party that left-wing libertarians leader. We're around centuries before fusionist libertarians. Fair enough. I don't like left-wing libertarians. That confuses me. Welcome to the party.
Speaking of chaos.
You're a fucking idiot.
Hey,
Ava.
Thank you for saving us from the stupidity.
There we
Please help
go.
me.
What's up, Albert?
Dilly to avarice.
Listen, just because you see shit and you can make shit up in your head because you're high doesn't mean you're closer to anything. It means you just made shit up in your head while you're under the influence of crazy substances.
Oh, you mean like the people that you guys do without even the substances necessary?
What's that?
Avarice, you don't think
guys
that
do the
people
same
are.
thing. You just don't need the substances.
I don't get what what are you saying there? Speak
You guys
slower.
are making shit up too. You just don't need the substances. That was the
What am I making up?
the shit.
It's just your character, average. I'm gonna go with that.
He's a singer. You either get it or you don't.
You either get it or you don't. Zing away. Zing.
I'm not saying I'm not avarice though. I'm not saying they necessarily bring you closer to God. I'm saying.
I'm not saying I don't like the ideology.
Oh,
that's fucking awesome, dude.
I want some thoughts.
Fuck yeah.
But I'm saying that, I guess even from a Christian point of view, I think a lot of people would tie these like drugs to like some type of demonic encounter, right? Like even Christians will still see these drugs as like connecting to some type of spirit. They just don't think it's like a good spirit. They think it's like an evil spirit, right? And so when you have both sides saying, yeah, I'm approaching something, it feels like there is some entity associated. Every time I do salvia, I'm somehow encountering this similar entity.
Like,
I think, and then the Christians are like, yeah, that happens to me too. And I just describe it this other way.
Exactly.
That makes me think that there is maybe something to it. And as Tessie said, there were reports of a mother god people see on DMT. What's weird is that it's independently reported. That's the thing. A lot of these things, I don't know, maybe it could be a brain thing. That you're just like
fair enough. I like
tempted to see the same thing or experience it the same way, or you're personifying an experience that you're having. Your brain is just tripping, and you're just
I did
thinking it's a spiritual.
I did drugs once too, and it told me that you're a demon. Should I believe it?
Well, I've never done hallucinogen, so I'm not like supporting.
Wait, Avarice,
people
have you really
doing
ever
that.
done psychedelics?
No.
Why not?
I did it. I did the one I had to for ritual.
Sorry, Marilyn interrupted. What did you say?
I did the one I had to do for ritual.
What was the drug?
I don't know. I was a kid.
Oh.
Yeah, he was in a cult.
What kind of church are you going to?
He was in a cult.
I was in a cult.
Yeah, he's in the Mankind Project.
Yeah,
I didn't know
the
they were
sweat
dosing
lodge.
children though.
That's insane.
I did the sweat lodge, and then I think it was like ayahuasca, and I did my journey, which was the my walk to be a man.
So that, I mean, I could
That sounds
definitely,
kinda cool,
I could
I'm not
definitely,
gonna
like,
lie.
it's definitely not something. I mean,
It sounds cool.
ayahuasca
That's not
specifically,
cool.
but psychedelics are not for children. You should have a good idea of who you are and where your place in the universe is before you fucking blast off.
They're not for
That's
anybody.
fair. If you don't, so are you you know, of a position like, oh, I wouldn't do any psychedelics, or
Yeah,
where do you
not doing psychedelics. Fuck no.
what you don't like? Talk to me. You don't? Do you think that you couldn't have a positive experience?
I'll give you a good example. Did you grow up were you small at one point?
Was like, I'm small now. What do we? What do we?
I
Mean?
was gonna say,
So,
bro,
have you
still
ever-
is.
Were you ever in the category of labeled as the little guy?
Right now, I'm 5'4", bro. That's my
Perfect.
entire
You'll know
life.
exactly what I mean. So, when you went to a party in high school, right, and you took 2 shots of tequila, right? How did that make you feel?
Pretty fucking drunk.
Right? Yeah. Do you know how many more shots it took Mr. 450 pounder?
Decent amount more, but not that much more.
Yeah. Yeah, good. Now on top of it, when you smoked weed, how much weed did it take you to get high? When you were a kid?
Oh, I didn't smoke. I was straight edge when I was a kid.
I
smoked.
smoked.
This is how I get to sleep every night.
All right, yeah, but look at I smoked 1 hit and I was geeked. 1 hit geeked. I was so tiny, right? So I knew that little guys aren't good at putting substances in their systems and not knowing the dosage. So I'm not putting dosages of things that are untested, untrialed, and meant for big guys in my system.
You could always adjust the dose, though.
Well,
I mean,
but being the size I
I'm
am,
not trying-
when
I'm not saying you are.
when I
Or you
was
should.
into pills and stuff, I mean, I had friends that you know, like they would do half a pill, and I'm doing 2.5, but that has more to do with tolerance.
I'm
And
glad
like,
you're just a junkie.
yeah, I was a junkie, and that's why I like my Fireball to bring me back, dip my toes back in there, DJ life. Bow, 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 bow.
Yeah. So as far as psychedelics go, though, like I did LSD and it was the best experience of my life, right?
Same.
Like I was like super happy, and then like I ended up like hanging out with this chick for a really long time, and we ended up fucking. I mean, it was like the best weekend of my life, dude.
How about this? I had a wedding, and that was the best day of my life. I had a child, that was the best day of my life, and I went to church, and those are the best days of my life.
Yeah.
Why do I need drugs to do any of those?
You don't.
You don't. But
we
there
go.
is that experience that you have with going to church.
How is it that you're saying that LSD is the best day of your life?
Well, it was like the best day of my life. I've had several days. I've had several days that in reality are better.
Yeah,
I think
here's the
you've had
thing,
better-
Evers,
I think you've had better
Evers.
days than
I'll
just
answer your
doing
question.
drugs.
Hold on, you asked a question.
Yes, you're right.
You asked a question. How can you say that that's the best day of your life? First of all, we could say that, like, just speaking colloquially, one of the best experiences of my life, and it makes perfect sense that there would be a similarity between the quote unquote spiritual aspect of doing these psychedelics and the spiritual aspect that you're talking about going to church. That's just
So you're saying that
exactly the point. That's precisely the point.
Your imagination is so lacking that you need drugs to have a good time?
No.
That's what it sounds like.
This
does it
is
sound
true.
like
What
that?
Steelman is saying, it's something like 7 out of 10 people that have done psilocybin say it's like one of the most spiritually enlightening, moments of their life.
And the other 3 out of 10 are permanently insane.
But this is like average. That's like saying,
That's a
why do you need to go
70%
to the
rate right
gym?
there.
Why do you need to go to the gym? I live on a farm and I just work all day. Why do you need to go to the gym? That's weak that you go to the gym. Why does
I
it
don't.
matter
Hey,
if we're both taking the same?
I don't. It's called a track right there. Push ups, sit ups, and you just get work. Go to the play place and do pull ups on the kids play place where the slide is.
I've had maybe one good trip on shrooms. All the other times were
You
awful.
don't need to go to the gym. I agree.
Yeah.
But again,
Isn't it possible that this is just activating the same part of the brain that experiences these kinds of?
But you don't
feelings
understand the
or
point that I'm
emotions?
making with
There's no
if somebody wants
activation.
to build muscle, and somebody who lives on a farm says to somebody who lives in the city, why you don't need to go to it's weak that you need to go to the gym, just do your normal life. But like, it's a different life, it's a different thing. And so when you're saying, oh, that's weak that you need psychedelics to do that, I could turn around and say the same thing. It's weak that you need to go to a place and specifically have a person say specific words and sing specific songs and do this, that. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Oh,
the point should be that it doesn't matter
it's
how
weak.
you arrive.
Oh.
It should be the fact that that realm does actually exist.
You need to alter yourself in order to get yourself entertained.
So this is, you don't understand the neurological changes that happen when you put yourself in these places like a church that have the tall ceilings and the stained glass windows and the echo of everybody singing the same songs. Oh, you need to do this. It's the same thing, brother. It's the same thing. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. Hold on. Hold on.
What song?
Hymns. You moron.
We don't sing. There's no singing in my church, so I don't know.
Okay, great. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Avarice, you know there are churches that you do sing in, though, right?
Yeah, you know, now you're being pedantic. And so I could say the same thing. Why is it different? I had a spiritual experience just in my home.
Have you ever
be with other people?
Have you ever listened to?
You can't do it by yourself, Avarice. You can't do it by yourself.
Have you ever listened to Sacred Harp? That's like the coolest church music ever. Confluence, have you listened to Sacred Harp before?
No, what's that?
It's where they don't have instruments and they don't sing, but they make it's a choir full of people who make specific notes and tones. And so it's like an orchestra of vocal cords, and it's
that's kind of cool.
Church music, yeah. It's called Sacred Harp music. But you should look that up sometime. It's some of the coolest church music you'll ever listen to.
Again,
there's that shoe right there on the floor.
You're sitting here saying that we need to do drugs.
No,
and I don't.
Wrong.
Yep.
Nobody's saying.
Avarice, you're kind of. Can you turn your mic up, Avarice? You're kind of quiet, but I'm next.
And Marilyn, there's like washing that you're doing in the background. You're obviously in the kitchen doing your female duty, which is good.
It is where she's supposed to be, right?
Yeah, she is. And being chained in the kitchen. I mean, you can do that at my house. You just get married to me. I'll put you in the kitchen. You can wash dishes in my house. It'll be good. I'll give you some more babies. You know.
So Avarice,
you just gotta be my wife. You know what I'm saying?
So Avarice.
Avarice, you're so wonderful. Oh my God.
You call me Avarice. That's awesome, dude. She wants to fuck you. You hear that?
Avarice, you're so wonderful.
Absolutely
I'm gonna fucking clip that.
You better not. You both start with A. I hate it.
So Avarice, let me ask you a question. If you believe that there is a God,
is that better?
Yeah.
So let's say you believe in a God.
Sure.
So what that God is, would you? I have a series of questions. So if you could just give me a yes or no to get to the point, and then I'll throw it to you. So would you agree that being closer to that God is better than being further away from that God?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Inherently?
That's not a series of questions. Now that's a whole new question that's going to be rebutting.
I assumed you were.
You said yes or no.
So I need to dig into this one before I move on to the next question.
Well, you can't make assumptions now. Go through the series of questions, and you can ask after.
Well, but I did make an assumption, and so now wrong. So now we're digging into the question.
Because your questions are debunked, right?
No, I just made an assumption that you would think that being closer to God is better than not being close to God.
No, sometimes being in the dark brings you.
Crazy! How dare you assume that a God-fearing person wants people to believe in God? Oh no!
What are you talking about? Sometimes being in the dark brings you closer to God.
Okay, but that's I'm not right. So, but closer to God is a good thing to you.
Again, sometimes being in the dark is where you find him.
You're dodging the question. So you're saying being in the dark could make you closer to God.
No, so sometimes being further away, sometimes being further away is actually closer.
There's no logic in that.
Avarice, I do
There's
like
no
that
logic in that. No, there's no logic in that.
It's a good answer.
There's
What
no
does it
logic
mean?
in it.
Being further away from God means you're closer to
Yeah,
God?
I'm using one of the 7 laws of Yeah, I'm
No,
using
he's
one.
not.
I'm using
He's
one.
gaslighting us.
I'm
Explain
using
how
one
you
of the
can be
7
close
laws
to
of
God
logic.
and not be close to God.
7?
Yeah.
How
Being
long
further
you
away
had
from
it,
God
Avarice?
usually starts
I'm using
the journey
one
to
of the
look
7
for
laws
him.
of logic. All right, and
What 4
You're a
have you
Jew,
added?
so
The
basically you're
laws of
being
logic?
Jewish.
well, Confluence, you need to learn more about the laws of logic. Then there's many laws of logic.
Yeah, justice and
not just
I mean,
3.
there's-
all.
I mean,
Not
Oh, this
I'm
is so
curious what
ridiculous.
system you're using that has 7. I guess.
What about
I'm
what about
curious.
what about the unending explosive middle?
Yeah, he just comes up with shit.
Yeah, so that's okay. So that's the type of logic that denies the whatever it's called. But
Yeah,
I
so
don't know. You
again,
subscribe to that.
I'm
It's
just
like
saying
everyone
there
else
are
does.
multiple different forms of logic, right? So again, tell me how
Just to separate
how
you
I'm
from
wrong
God.
in this theory.
Hold on. Yeah. Ah! Yeah, he's not being good faith. He's pretending to just give me the he is being semantic. He won't let me get any real answers. He knows that my line of questions would be like, okay, it's better to get closer to God than not be closer to God, right? And that would be the answer, yes, because that is what he believes. He's not saying that, but that is what he believes. And so then I say, okay, so if it's better that we're closer to God, then why does it matter the method by which we get closer to God? That was what I was going to ask, but I assumed he would be good faith. So fuck me, I guess.
Those people that have those nudes of me would never give them to you. So that makes me not.
I don't want them.
I'm just saying that you're dumb.
Sounds like you're hunting for them. I don't know. Sometimes.
Okay, well.
Everything's just up all night searching.
At least
Searching corners of the web.
So does anybody else disagree that being closer to God is a worse thing than not being closer to God?
Well, let me steal man Avarice's argument for a second, and why I think it's a good argument.
Alex, you're really low.
Can you state that without negating it?
What?
Does anyone else deny that being closer to God is or not being closer to God is better than not being whatever? You negated like 3 times.
Well, that's what I don't
what
get.
is the
Yeah, I'm
question?
curious to hear Big Soda's steel man, because I think, being close to God is definitionally better than being further from God. Unless by further from God, we're some way it's redefining that as actually being more closer. But then I feel like we're just semantically overloading ourselves, and we have to be more precise.
Well, so while you're lost, right? It puts an idea of what it is like, right? Or what the absence is, right? So then it will bring you closer to God,
Absence
right? So
makes the heart grow fonder.
yeah, it's through absence. Through absence,
my
you
God.
have more.
But for how long in heaven you're not going to be able to hide from God and say that bull crap that you just
I'm
said?
pretty sure if I told God, hey,
Can
I
you
need
just
some
stop
space,
talking
he would just
whore
back
while I'm
off,
talking
right?
to
You're an
Lutch?
idiot. You're a
Can you
complete
stop-
idiot.
Can you stop talking whore while I'm talking to Lutch?
You're gaslighting the whole congregation.
Again,
I'm not
I'm not
using-
talking to you.
What
It
congregation?
doesn't matter. You're wrong. Who
I'm not
cares who
talking-
the fuck you're talking to?
I'm not talking to an ungodly
You're
woman about
scaring
God.
the children. You're
I'm not
scaring the children.
I'm not talking to someone that
I
doesn't
am
believe in the
God.
Bible.
I am
Yeah, exactly.
God.
That's why I'm
I
not
am
talking to you about
God.
this.
I am the one you should be talking to about
No,
this.
I'm not talking to a whore about this.
I'm not a whore.
You're a whore.
No, I'm not.
All right,
Why are you so
all right,
obsessed with me? God.
It is a good question.
Again,
it's such a good question.
I came up here for Indian Jesus, not you, bitch.
Yeah.
Ooh,
You
points at
are
Maryland
so
now.
obsessed.
The mirror.
So Confluence,
Hungry
All right,
even.
Average, so go ahead. Explain to me why being closer to God
Not a
can
bitch.
be-
I did. I said through absence.
What a
but that's not closer to God.
Yeah, you could be.
How could you be closer to God with being not closer to God?
Well,
yeah.
God
Make it
could
make
see.
sense.
God could see you as a lost innocent and be closer to Him.
Yeah, if this is what Avarice is saying, then I get that. But then it still feels weird to.
It's a
to do
two-sided
that.
relationship, Confluence.
But for
But I guess
how
it's weird to
long?
give
It
that
can't
as
last
advice,
forever.
I guess, right? Like,
He
it's not
can't
like
stay in that bubble forever.
It's not like we should. If there is a way to get closer to God, I think we ought to do that. I don't think we should purposely go in the wrong direction in the hopes that it'll somehow
Again,
bring us into the
no
right
one.
God.
No, listen, he's not saying going away from God, though. He's just saying the absence of it. I'm not directly going against what God says to get away from God, right? I'm not escaping God. I'm just saying what with the absence of God or without knowing the knowledge of it, right? Or even having nothing of it, you could still be closer to God than somebody that is being disingenuous in the church and just trying to fucking play the game.
Oh well, sure, yeah, I agree with
Dodging
that.
the question.
You
If
just
you're
made
saying
that
X
shit up.
happens and they could be closer to God, then they are closer to God. But whichever means
You can't prove that.
you're saying,
They had nothing to go off of. You can't prove that.
I'm establishing that as a hypothetical.
But you can't prove that they are closer to
need
God
to
at that
prove it. It's a
point.
hypothetical.
Well,
How
again,
would
but
you
this
feel
is
if
the
you
point.
yesterday?
You don't know.
How
You
would
don't
you
know
feel
if they're
if you
with
didn't
absent
yesterday?
of God. You don't know how close they're going to be to God.
How would you feel if you didn't eat yesterday?
I feel like I'd wring your neck.
Okay, exactly. So what I'm saying is very clearly that whichever avenue they get.
Did I answer your hypothetical right there for the breakfast question?
I mean, there's no right or wrong answer. I was very confused.
There is.
There's always a right answer.
There is a wrong answer.
But
There's
if
always
you
a wrong
think
answer.
if you think it is better for somebody to be in the dark away from God versus in the dark closer to God, then I don't see any difference. Then I don't see what the dark has to do with it. I feel like you just
Do you think that going into the dark would bring you closer to being Batman or bring you away from being Batman?
I don't think Batman exists.
I was just being sarcastic here. Your analogy sucks. Like, this is what I'm trying to get at here. If you're
explain
absent
that then.
God,
Use your
there's
words.
many occasions and many stories written of people absent God, away from God, and at the end they were actually closer to God than anyone else.
Okay, but they ended up closer
Right.
to God, right? And that's a good thing in your opinion.
Again, you don't have to be again through the
Just answer-
further
just
away
answer
you go,
yes
you
or
could be
no.
closer.
Answer yes or no. Yes.
I need to know.
That's an
Them ending up being closer to
epistemological
God is a
issue,
good
right?
thing.
The end state.
If I'm understanding
What end
Avarice,
state
he's
do you
saying
want,
that we don't
Avarice?
know if someone is close to God or not. Which
Yeah.
that's true.
You can't gauge
And
that.
I think
That's why
I
it's
think
a
maybe that's where we're talking
hypothetical.
past. Is
Okay.
if you
Avarice.
are closer to God, then you're definitionally closer
Hold
to
on.
God. But
Can
then
I
Avarice is saying, well, you don't know. Someone could appear to be closer to
I'm
God,
not
but they're
asking
actually
if
further
you
away from
know.
God.
I'm not asking if
You know what right is right and wrong is wrong.
Shut up, whore. Shut up, whore.
I'm establishing.
I'm not a whore. Stop.
You don't
calling
even
me
know what
that.
right or wrong is. You don't even know what right or
Stop
wrong is.
calling
You
me
said
that,
nudie
you
photos. That's
complete
wrong.
loser.
Marilyn, please.
What is
You don't know the
wrong
difference.
with
You don't know the difference
What is
between right or
wrong
wrong.
with you?
I
You
just
cannot defend my
You
your
fucking
position.
whore. You have no idea what right or
You
wrong
are
is,
an
you whore.
Idiot. Why are you letting him do this,
Yeah,
Confluence?
Confluence. He keeps calling her a horse. She's obviously not a horse. She doesn't
Look,
charge for service.
This is
Oh
a
my
pro
God,
Maryland channel.
it's
Obviously, I
so-
don't think Maryland's a whore. Okay,
No,
I don't think
she's not.
Avarice
You know,
thinks Maryland's a
Confluence
whore
is not
either.
the greatest.
Yeah.
Oh, I definitely think she's a whore.
No, she's not.
No,
Okay,
you
well, yeah,
need
maybe
to hear
Avarice
my
thinks that.
perspective on it.
Yeah, there. No, that conflict.
He
She's an
doesn't want to hear
absolute
your
whore.
perspective. He's already made up his mind.
Can I just land this plane with Avarice?
He's
Yeah, yeah,
toxic.
go ahead.
Okay, so I'm establishing that by whatever means, whether it is that they come from the darkness or they're going to church, whatever it is, that you are establishing that even if being in the darkness brings them closer to God, then you're establishing that is a better thing than them not being closer to God.
No, actually, because through that, if they were actually closer to God, they could actually subvert what God was saying. I actually want people further away so that they don't subvert the language.
Okay, so then that's not in line. I mean, I think, does anybody else agree that we should be further away from God?
Yeah, I think we should subvert the language here.
I don't know if I could still man that.
we shouldn't.
That's
We
okay.
should not.
Avarice,
Okay,
can I ask
what
a
I
question?
think, I want to just piggyback on what Avarice said briefly, because I've heard this before. Someone a long time ago said that like a good cult is something that like mixes truth with lies.
Yep.
So if it's
do
just full
both.
lies, then it's like no one will believe it. So in some
Yep.
ways, it is more dangerous to have like a modicum
More
of
knowledge.
truth.
Yep.
Because then you're
Like,
gonna.
so
like, it's
do
like
you
with
want to?
LDS,
Do you want to
they'll
know
tell
what's
you to read
behind the
Book of
veil?
Mormons and
Do
you'll
you
feel
want to know what's
during-
behind the veil? Huh, Indian Jesus? When they open the, do you want to know what's behind it, or do we want to keep the magic? You don't want
Yeah,
to be
we wanna
closer to
know.
God. You
No,
want to be
you
further
wanna
away.
I
know.
want to know.
Those-
Oh well, no.
Oh my
I don't want to
God.
know what's behind the veil. I don't
Jesse
want to know the
said-
magic. I don't want to
Knowing
know the
God-
magic.
Yeah, just stick
Knowing
your head
God
in the sand
watching
like
me
a little
jork is
beta bitch.
You are the magic, you dumbass.
Shut the fuck up, you whore.
Sticker Johnson.
I'm not a whore.
You definitely are.
She's not a whore, dude. I mean, she went into detail about like what she's done, and she's not a whore.
Oh, she's not going into detail. What's her body count?
She's gone. That doesn't know that can
What
just
is
make her
that?
To get off of me
Again,
and
you
get
see,
back
so
on
you
the
see,
topic.
there you go. So she's
Oh
again
my God, you're
whore.
so obsessed with me, Average.
Again, I'm trying to stick to the topic. I'm trying to stick to the
Shut
topic.
up.
You keep fucking
Then stop
talking.
talking about me. You're
Well,
such
why
a
don't you
loser.
stop fucking talking,
Right?
First
bitch?
Corinthians 13,
I
12. For
don't
now
ca-
we see through a
This is why I don't hold panel. Hold on.
Why don't I get to speak? Why don't I get to speak? Why? Because I'm a woman?
Again, Leviticus 20:13. Another man shall not lie with another man lest he be stoned. Does that mean I can be
That's
gay and
nice.
high?
That's
Does that mean
nice.
I can be gay and high at the
He's
same time?
trolling.
Does that mean I can be gay and high at the same time?
He's
So shut
trolling
the
and you
fuck
need
up.
to
I don't
kick
want to hear
him.
scripture from you,
need
you
to
whore.
kick him.
I don't
You
think
need to kick
anyone-
him.
Yeah,
He's
for real.
trolling.
Look, we're-
He is
no one's getting
But
kicked.
Average-
Maryland's
He's
a
not
whore.
being serious about
What do you
any
mean? I'm
topic.
being serious
He's
about the shit that
changing
matters.
topics.
You're the one that's fucking just fucking making up all the shit I want to
You
go
need to
about.
kick him.
You think I ever had control?
Kick him, Confluence.
You need to kick
Control is
him,
an
Confluence.
illusion.
Yeah,
I don't
this is his perspective. Let's kick Avarice because I can't contend with his argument.
No,
fucking
you
whore.
keep changing arguments. You're just trolling.
What are you talking about? I've been on the same argument with Lutz this whole fucking time, you stupid bitch.
I can contend to you. You won't let me. You keep talking over me.
No, you keep reading scripture, and I don't believe scripture.
I can do what he does. All right? I can do what he does. I can put him in corners. I know. I can beat him at his own game. If you want me to do that. But I mean, I mean, I'm just having fun. But if you guys want me to fucking take him down, let's fucking go.
It's a lot untoward. It's a lot
Well,
untoward, okay?
until she fucking starts realizing I don't have to have a conversation with her, and I was having one with Lutz. Then she
No,
can shut the
you
fuck
came
up.
up here and I was already up here.
I
You're
came
not
up
going
here to talk to
control the
Lutz.
panel.
I came
don't
up here to
care.
talk to
You're
Lutz,
not
not
going to
your
control the
ass.
panel.
Look,
You
I'm not here to
cannot.
talk to your
No,
fucking sinful
no,
fucking gaping
forget
hole.
You are trash.
Okay.
You are. I am not any of those things at
All right,
all.
listen. Sure, fine, you gaping fucking sin hole. I'm
Your
not here to
mama's
talk to you.
fucking- Your woman's
You guys
vagina is
need to
way
kiss and
bigger
make
than
up,
mine.
okay?
You
Yeah,
have to
sure.
have a baby
Kiss and
come
make
out
up.
of there. I had
Because
a
Confluence
C-section.
doesn't want me to call you
I
a
had
whore, I'm going to
C-section.
call you a gaping
You're
sin hole from here on
projecting.
out.
You're projecting. I'm sorry your woman's coochie's so big. You need to get off panel
We don't
because
need
you're
to
not
talk
going to
about
run
the
this damn
size
panel.
of each other's coochies.
You're not going to do it.
Again,
You're not.
listen, I'm not here to listen to you fucking
Because
sin
you're
hole, bitch.
toxic. You're toxic. I'm not sinful.
I was
You're
here to
projecting
contend-
on me.
I was here to
This is
contend
what
with
you
Indian
feel about
Jesus.
yourself.
You're the
No,
bitch
bro,
that wants
I
to
don't
spurg
care.
out because you're a
not gonna
fucking
talk
filthy
to
little
Jesus.
sin hole.
No, you're not going to talk to Jesus. You were going to talk
Little
to me.
sin hole.
No.
She's a sin
I'm not.
hole.
See, and this is your fruit
She
you
sends
bear.
nudity
This is the
photos
fruit
to
you
men on the
bear
internet.
for the bad behavior
Because
that
she's
you
a
have.
dirty sin
And
hole.
I like
literally-
how there's a lot of
Confluence.
acting here.
Keep
You
on
are
sinning and sinning and
rewarding
sinning and
bad
sinning.
behavior,
Keep on
Confluence.
sinning and sinning and sinning and sinning. Boom.
You are rewarding bad
Just
behavior.
pull that up and let Avarice take that "Am I Gay" quiz. That way we can cover up the whole like
Look at this.
whether or not he's stoned thing.
Do we
You know,
need to
You're
he-
rewarding bad
Do we really
behavior.
Look at
wanna know if
this.
he
You're
can be
the
gay or
one.
not.
You're the one
Put
with the
that
big
quiz
fucking
back
gaping
there.
sin hole.
You're
I was
not-
sitting here
I am
talking to
not.
Indian
You're
Jesus.
talking
You
crap
keep
about me
rambling out
because
there,
you're
you
threatened
stupid
by
bitch.
me. I'm not
I'm not
threatened by
threatened
you,
by
Avarice.
you,
Yes,
fucking
you are.
bitch.
Very
talking about
much
doing
so.
drugs.
Not at
Very
Am I
all.
gay at
so.
the same time?
Absolutely.
See, Avarice thinks he
again,
takes the test, right? He talks
I'm
about
not
being gay
taking
and
no
doing
stupid
drugs.
fucking test.
Well, you were the one talking about being gay and doing drugs, so I figured
Look
we
at-
should give you the test, and then
Look
you'll
at-
know.
Here's how I know. My dick's not going in another man's ass.
Well,
All right,
I'm
that's how I
sure
know.
Not anymore.
You might
Maybe.
be happier though.
Do you have
Avarice,
evidence of this?
You don't know.
Do you have evidence of this, you stupid bitch?
Hey, evidence. Do I need evidence?
Oh,
Are
well,
you
we have-
worried?
Okay, again, go find it. Please find evidence of me fucking another man. I'd love to see it, you stupid whore.
Bro, I know what your dad was into and what he was doing in y'all's cults thing. I know you've seen some weird stuff, so I don't. You can just calm down.
Because I've seen some weird stuff that makes me gay. Okay,
I'm
you've seen
sure
some weird
you've
shit
been
too.
involved in some weird crap.
Oh, look who's talking, fucking sinhole.
I feel like we're getting
So
a
we're
little
the same.
personal.
No one
Okay.
is higher or lower than anyone. You need to keep your opinions to yourself and stay in your
If he
lane.
calls her a whore, that immediately is personal confluence. You realize that, right?
Well, yeah, I understand. Okay,
How's
we have
it
a one.
personal? I'm not a fucking
No,
whore.
not you. Yeah, not you.
Can
him.
you
He
both
makes it
do
personal.
this?
What are we gonna have a conversation about?
$10.
How loose her vagina is? What do you want me to have a fucking conversation about?
An ad hom, no
Why would you
swearing, no
say
cussing,
that
no
dumb
ad
shit?
homs. First person to use one of those things loses. Okay.
On what
This is
topic?
civil.
On what topic?
Any
The
topic you
topic
guys
we were
want.
just
Yeah, the
talking
topic you guys were talking
about you,
far from
about
God.
you not wanting to know all the knowledge and having to know everything and see behind the scenes.
Sometimes
You
I'll put
again,
you guys back up.
you don't need to know all the knowledge in order to be a Christian or one with God, right?
I
You don't have to be
understand that.
closer. You don't have to be closer to God to get God's gifts.
I understand that. However, God wants you to be he wants to tell you his business. He enjoys seeing your face light up. He enjoys seeing having complete assurance and peace and comfort in knowing everything.
If that's the fact, if that's all God wants, then why is there suffering?
Because we're all believing lies right now. We don't want comfort and peace and love. We want.
You didn't even. That's not answering my question. Come on,
No, okay. This is what I honestly think. I think we're not all on the same timeline. I think some people are trying to get in ahead of other people into heaven, and some people are lagging behind and being left behind. I think if we were all on the same timeline and we were all thinking the same thing and fixing.
All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put up a poll. If you want me to find another panel, or if you want me to stick this one out, we can have we can do whatever we want. So I'm gonna put up a poll. You tell me what we want to do. All right. I think I mean, confluence ain't going anywhere, but I think paneling is
why is
the
there
way to go.
suffering?
So you let me know.
Because why do you gaslight? Why do you troll? Why do you irritate people?
That's not an answer, though, Marilyn. That's not an answer.
No, it's trying to get him to understand why people would do that just for the hell of it, just for funsies, because the world's already messed up. I don't know. There's a number of reasons why people act the way they do
no
and
swearing,
don't act
no
right.
cussing, no ad homs. What do you want to call this one?
Right.
No answering
the
questions. What this 2 minutes of actual conversation?
I answered your question.
That's not she
I
did.
can.
To steer it in the way, Marilyn. Like, it's
Some
all
super
suffering
chats.
is not just us hurting each other, right? Like, there's cancer, there's animals suffering,
Lies,
right? There's
lies,
like suffering.
Lies. No. You keep laughing. You're not a Christian. Keep laughing. You're not a Christian.
I mean, that's
What do you mean lies?
If I could speak.
That's the thing. That's what he does. I mean, as annoying or frustrating as it can be, like, you have to understand that's what we're that's what we're doing when we know that Avarice is on the panel. I mean, hey, if you think I would let this go on like that, then hey, but Confluence likes the chaos. So hit the poll. Let me know. There's other panels. I'm looking at other tabs. There's other panels to join. We can do other stuff. Let me know. These are the answers to suffering because the world is imperfect and humans are imperfect. Seems pretty simple, but they don't like that.
Finish.
Let me finish.
Listen, let me finish. Jesus fed 5,000 with 2 fish and 5 loaves of barley bread.
now.
5,000 people. This is a quantity.
We're having a hard time. We got one donut. I'm not that guy. That's like, hey, one. Yeah, all of you, all 10 of you. There's 2 people on, actually 7 of you. All 7 of you don't have 99 cents. Fair enough. I'm not going to pocket watch. You don't have 99 cents. It's a free show. I'm down to do what we're doing. You don't have 99 cents?
You have the ability to do
Oh
that.
no! What? What did you say?
I said
thought the Jews got her.
If all we want is all God wants is good and love is love, right? Then why can't I do bad things?
Why can you do bad things? Because why? If what? Ask that question again.
If God, all he wants is, if God is all powerful, right? He has all the power, right? And
You're
all
God
he
too.
wants is love is love, right? He wants everybody to love everybody.
Right. What the fuck is this bullshit? Like, I'm not sitting around backstage for somebody's bullshit. Smooth chat. Hey, a shout out to Chronic. The $2 make you holla. No question, no comment, just pure love of the game. Come here, Morty Mort. Thank you. So very much. There we go. Thank you, Chronic. We like Chronic, huh? In more ways than one. Thank you, Bubba. Yeah. All right, Chronic. Shout out to Chronic. Thank you. So very much more. I can't see the banner here. So we're gonna update that banner here. That is 3 out of 15, guys. 3 out of 15. Remember, every 99 cents counts. Oh, Jesus Christ. And we are now 24 out of 75. Guys, I'm down to do some push-ups. Well, you got to make it worth my time. You know what I'm saying? Chronic. Thank you. So, very much, sir. All right, what are we doing here? Let's see. What's Sunday? Phantom Sector Sunday. What happened to the receipts? Let's see what they...
And being ops and shit.
So yeah,
Link?
yeah, so after that, I just felt like a fool, to be honest. I'm like, okay, well, if I don't like him, why am I in here? I remember I got...
No, all right, not open. What is this?
My book was #1 in like 2 different categories for a very short period of time, before it fell off to like wherever it is now. It's not hard, because the way the algorithms work is it hot right now, right? Like so if I get 30, if I get 30
Trying to see what this is about. Penal subsidiary atonement in the Church Fathers.
people clicking on my book and buying it, then it's probably going to shoot up to the top 10 easily if it's like in a day period, because it's going to the way algorithms are going to work.
Should I just jump in and be the
this looks
atheist?
super hot. We got to promote it.
Fuck it.
because it's
Let's
money
see what
for
we
us.
got.
It's all about money, right? So if Eric has a following of 20,000 people, and let's say 200 people buy that book,
He's got 2,000 subs, so it's probably not anything crazy, but let's see. Howdy. Not too bad. I saw you were going over some stuff. You had the link open, and I figured let's have a conversation. I mean, oh, hold on, let me show the right tab. Yeah, what exactly are you? I saw atonement in Church Fathers. I am a somebody who is a non-believer, but very much in favor of the church. So what do you think about the notion of opening up the ideas that fall within the Christian community to more secular people? Give me 1 second, David.
So are you
Got
saying like that secular people can hold to certain Christian beliefs?
Yeah, so I was born in the Catholic Church. I was confirmed in the Methodist Church, and then over time, I discovered that I just don't really believe in the truth claims of the Bible, despite the fact that Jesus was great, and I don't think that there is another moral structure that is set in stone that is good as Christianity. But I'm not convinced that we can't do better.
Okay. So, well, there's a couple things that need to hold to Christian moral ethics on their own, secularly, without necessarily being Christian. However, the problem that comes with that is that what is the moral foundation for supporting that, right? So like, what is the foundation for these things, right? Like, so I can say, well, I believe in the moral law of Islam, and I think it's superior and should be what people adhere to, and that we can develop it down the line to be even better. But the question is do I have a foundation for even arguing for what is better and why it's better in the first place? And so I think from a secularist perspective, you just kind of eventually, it kind of collapses in on itself because it's self-referential. So it essentially becomes subjective. Like, why should we follow your specific?
I kind of feel the same way, though, unless you're able to give me clear proof of the true claims of the Bible. Then it seems like I agree that whatever morals and such that I come up with are going to be based on my preferences and how I see the world. But how is Christianity any different if we are relying on faith?
Okay, well, so I'll explain to you. One, because the foundations for why we can know anything in the first place and how we can ground transcendental categories and ideas that make knowledge possible are found can only be rooted in God. Now the question is, it's like, okay, well, which God? That's a reasonable question. But the first foundation stone is, do secularists have the ability to ground these things? Otherwise, it's just rank subjectivism. We would say, from the Orthodox perspective, that the reason we can know anything to begin with is because of divine revelation.
So, but the question is, how do I know that your divine revelation is in line with reality? Because I'm a non-believer, but like I said, I do believe that Christianity is a good moral structure. But when it comes to the truth claims themselves, how do I know that it's not just what you think versus what is real?
It doesn't contradict itself. It's not internally contradictory. It's coherent. There's consistency, continuity with history, and then ultimately, there is a level of, you just have to do the work, and you have to assess the truth claims yourself and see if they break the basic laws of metaphysics and logic. So eventually, you just have to kind of do the work and think it through. Some people are fine with quote unquote blind faith. I don't like that term, but let's just say blind faith. Other people need to work through it intellectually for themselves. But ultimately, everybody has to. Everybody's going to be in the same position of trying to justify worldviews. The way you justify any worldview is the same. And so, are they coherent? Are they internally? Is there any contradictions that they hold to? Are they internally coherent? Things of that nature, right?
So are you someone who is confident that when you appeal to let's just say Christian morality, that is not only objective but absolute?
Yes, but I would say more specifically, I'm Orthodox Christian, and we believe we're the church that maintains the apostolic teaching, and therefore the fullness of truth. I would say that other Christian denominations and even other religions, by the way, can come to aspects of the truth, but can be lacking in other areas. So,
but that's where like I find a big frustration that there seems to be a desire to accept that without the empiricism and appealing to the apostolic concession, or what is it, the apostolic
apostolic succession.
There we go. Great show, by the way. That is still appealing to an authority, and it doesn't seem like there's a lot of people who are willing to dive into that. And
That's for to be fair, apostolic succession is not an argument for the non-believer. It's an argument for those who are already in the church and assessing the truth claims of Christianity in a broader sense. If someone's outside the church, I'm not going to use apostolic succession as an argument for why Christianity is true, right? Apostolic succession is more of like an internal dogmatic like argument against other Christian denominations.
So then let's zoom out a little bit. Someone in my chat is saying, I believe because I had an out-of-body experience while a crime was being committed. That's how I know. Personal experience. Do you see why there would be people like myself who maybe don't accept that as, oh, okay, now I believe that?
Well, I mean, we would not discount an out-of-body experience per se, right? Like someone says, well, I experienced an out-of-body experience and this this entity told me that this religion is true, and let's say it's not Christianity, right?
Okay.
We would say there's nothing actually incoherent about other entities existing. We absolutely believe, like at least from an Orthodox Christian perspective, we believe that the gods of other nations are in fact spiritual entities as well. They're just not the one true God, as in the uncreated God. They're angels / and or demons of other religions as well. We believe in that. So I would just say that it was a demonic manifestation of a spiritual reality that people can experience. And again, I'm not trying to like dismiss that, but I think ultimately when it comes to a secularist or a non-believer, someone who doesn't believe in the spiritual reality, the very first step that you have to assess is can a secularist or a materialist worldview ground these transcendent categories like logic, right? Like love, like these other things. And if it can't, then it's insufficient to making sense of reality, and it can lead your entire paradigm into absurdity. And if you're fine with living in an absurd reality, where like if you're fine with your worldview being absurd and you don't think it's that big of a deal, that's fine. But you don't have any legs to stand on for somebody that says, well, I'm a Christian and I believe that everybody should be Christian because XYZ. It becomes
I think that's fair, and I do actually consider myself an absurdist. I don't think there's any real order to the universe, and I think that allows us to decide to be good people on our own. And I find higher value in a person in an absurdist universe choosing to be what we would agree is moral versus somebody who feels like they have to appease an authority. But that's fair.
Well, I would say I would read this. You should, and someone in my chat brought it up, and I think it's valid here. He needs to read Father Seraphim Rose, specifically Father Seraphim Rose, his book Nihilism. Nihilism, the Roots of the Modern Age. And I would say that his critiques of absurdism, which is essentially nihilism, but it's just somebody who's a little bit more whimsical. Let's say not Nietzschean, but a little bit somebody who's not so depressive and manic, because Nietzsche, everyone knows Nietzsche, as entertaining as he can be, he was not the most stable of personalities. So
that's why I got to push through to absurdism. Fair enough.
So
man. I
would say you should read him if you want to get a more detailed look. But what I would say is that from a practical level, I'm just going to argue from practical level, because I don't think getting caught up in like super high tier philosophical arguments right now is even that useful. What I would say is from a practical level is that nobody lives their life as if it is an absurdist position. The people that say, "Oh, I live as if it's absurd." Okay, well, if that's true, then why are you living your life the way it does? So, like, do you have a job? Do you pursue women in a way that is absurdist? Do you pursue anything in life?
Well,
No,
let's
we
dig into
assume.
that. Let's dig into that. I mean, I feel like I consider myself an absurdist, but I work a job because there's stuff that I want that costs money. What's the contradiction there?
Well, why does any of that matter? Why are you collecting any of that? Why does it matter if you get money? You can go live off in the
Because
boondocks.
I want food. I like Wi-Fi. I like Netflix.
No,
I
you can
like-
get food for free.
Okay,
You
well,
can go.
I like being able to choose the food that I eat. I like to have my fridge full.
Yeah.
I like to be able to have the resources to purchase.
Does
what
that give
I
you
want.
meaning?
No, not necessarily. I mean, there's things that there's places where, for example, you could join a community where you might find a spiritual or metaphysical or whatever feeling there, but not necessarily. But I don't think that negates the point that I could find, very materialistic type things that lead to a more spiritual.
One second, I have to kick you down for a second and mute myself real quick.
All right, should we stick around? What are we saying? So Jennifer actually said, "I lost my airway. Could feel Christ over my left shoulder. I see what was happening to me at the same time. Comfort, but this is never. I'm never trying to say that didn't happen. I have no idea what happened to you, and so I would never say that didn't happen. I would just question, how is it that you could know that was in fact Christ? Because I believe that type of experience could happen without Christ, without a God. And it does seem to be comfort, right? We're given free will by God, both good and evil. He gives us the gift of choice by force. He gives us the gift of choice. Oh, not by force. Gotcha. He gives us the gift of choice. But I mean, I also don't necessarily believe in free will, but I also can't explain that properly. I'll give him another second because I mean, he seems like he's kind of doing a whole thing, and this isn't really getting us anywhere. We'll give him another 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. All right, yeah, I'm not trying to sit around and watch, whatever. Interesting conversation. I kind of assumed like he would bring it up and we would have, an actual conversation, but we'll move on. Let's see what else we got. And yeah, I mean, yeah, comfort. That's really all it comes down to. I didn't either till I was 11, but to this day, that feeling has never left. And that's, again, why I'm not denying that feeling. I'm denying the source of that feeling. Or not even denying the source of that feeling, denying your knowledge of the source of that feeling. Exactly. What proof do you have that experience can have? Wait, what proof do you have that experience can happen without Christ? Well, it would be the other way around. It would be how do you prove? Because the claim is that it is from Christ. So then the burden of proof is on you to say, not only did this happen, but it happened because of Christ. So you have to create that causal effect. I'm saying I don't believe that it is with Christ. And so it's on you to say that it is. A new time with oxygen. Yeah, and I think that can do crazy things, and you can see lots of beautiful and horrible things that way. But how do we know that those beautiful / horrible things are in fact God? That's the long. Oh shit! What did I do? Oh, that's the long and short of it. All right, moving on. Let's see what else we got. Bring your reason. Convert an atheist. I am an atheist. We got here. Duck and Dubois. Okay, that seems like drama I don't know about. And talking about something here. I think this is in Spanish. Gospel of Bob. A Celebrity Sunday, Serial Life. Is this open or is this not open? What up, though? All right, let's go back to we'll go back to compliments and see what's going on over there. Here, I'm gonna play this because I take a piss.
Make it happen, we would change dramatically. It's not it's like common sense.
How would we change? Tell me how we would change.
By doing the right thing overall.
Do we grow like a third arm? Do we get like a
do
we get
right
like
thing. You have
do we
to
get do I get like an extra
accountability.
head? Do I get like an extra head?
You need to take some accountability.
Okay, I got another question. Hold on, let me ask this final question, then you can go. Last question, Marilyn. If nobody dies, all right, where are we gonna put all the people?
What are you talking about?
If nobody can die and we continue to populate,
the Earth is.
Where are we gonna put all the people?
I'm not a globetard.
Yeah,
I'm not a
Maryland thinks we live in an
globetard.
infinite flat
We
plane
are
that extends
source.
forever in all directions.
We're
So we
source.
run out of
We're
space.
source. We're it's quantum realm. What we see is
It's a
what
quantum
exists.
realm. More planet would show
I just
up.
got here. Is this flat?
As we
More-
have
So wait, is this flat Earth?
More planet will
We
show
bring
up.
it to us. We
Possibly the most
What?
entertaining thing I've ever seen in a long time.
like a video game with expansion.
Thank you, Confluence, for letting this happen.
What is Alice laughing
Thank you
about?
Wait, I don't need to actually.
Hi,
Albert,
Everest.
shut up.
Anyway, Marilyn, I clicked out of the stream and I was like, wonder what they're doing. And the first thing I heard was it's either the Jews or witchcraft. And I was like, well, I gotta find out what they're talking about now. So what are you talking about, Ms. Marilyn? The fuck is going on?
Apparently spawning more landmass by simply walking in a direction. I mean, that's what I heard.
Oh, I mean, Jesus. Damn, the fucking boys are here. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday, buddy.
Yeah.
Happy
no, I just
Sunday.
was-
So no. If you're saying the person who experienced says it was Christ, that's the positive claim. Your counterclaim, exactly, is a counterclaim. So I'm saying I'm not saying no, it wasn't. I'm saying how do you know that? So you're saying it was Christ, and I'm saying okay, how do you know that? So you have to prove that it was Christ. Frank said my wife passed from COVID while I held her hand. Ooh, sorry about that, brother. She's the epitome of a saint, and he took her. If I was to believe that God exists, it would be nothing but hate and anger. Yep. A lot of people feel that way. Shout out to Little Toes. Welcome. Anderson, it wasn't the only victim. My sis and baby bro too. Maybe it was brain compensation for. And that's all that I'm saying is that it doesn't mean that experience wasn't important. It's just when we break it down, do we know for sure that was God and Jesus, or can it be that happened and it wasn't God or Jesus? And I'm just saying, logically, it could be that you had that exact experience, but it was not God or Jesus or anything like that.
Persecuted for a reason and cast out for a reason because they keep idol worshiping. They keep, instead of making everyone not separate from God, they want to say you're like God, but you're not
What's
quite
idol
God.
worship? What's
Okay,
idol
so
worship?
no, don't let her go down that rabbit hole.
whatever.
That's how they win, for the record. So Marilyn,
What do you mean how they win?
I'm saying you're okay. No offense to you, and I don't want to come in here with hostility, but the way that
Bro,
like,
Jesus,
the way that
Jesus,
you,
that's why
No,
it's
Alan, please come in with hostility, please.
Okay, so I
Please.
come in with a little.
Come in hostile.
The thing that I realized.
Come
from
in
talking
hostile on
to-
this bitch.
I don't know if you. I don't know if you take the term conspiracy theorist defensively, but the way that I've realized
give a
how
shit what you
conspiracy theorists win arguments is because they derail the original conversation so
Mute
much
him.
with like a new fucking crazy thing that you forget about the first thing. So I'm saying, don't do that, please. Don't do that. How
What are you
is
talking about? I'm very consistent.
what is no, like I'm just, and this is a serious question. I don't really care about, persecution and all that. I'm saying year of our Lord 2026. How is it like the random,
Okay,
Jew
this is
jeweler
why.
in Manhattan
When
responsible for
Israel
his stillborn?
when Israel wins all the world wars and makes
No, I
everyone
understand that, but
denounce Christ,
here.
or
but
you're
are they magical
dying,
beings? Are Jewish people magical
you'll be
beings?
sacrificed to their God is
Yeah,
what's
but
going to happen if you
is it
don't
like,
denounce Christ. Do you
well,
not
this is
believe
what
in
I
Christ?
mean.
Do you not believe Christ is King, Christ is God, Christ is Lord?
Nope.
So, but if I don't, then does that
Jews
mean
are
that
the
my kid
final
is gonna
boss.
die?
No, it means that you do not know the heart of God. You know of God, but you don't know God.
Okay, so let's say that
So
I am
you
some
are
like,
a
let's say
Jew.
I'm like a furrowed pagan. Like, let's say I'm just a like
If you were
actual
a
devil worshiper.
pagan, you wouldn't be separated from God. You would work every iniquity.
Okay, let's say that I am a
find a
genuine
reason.
Satanist. Like I listen to 3-6 Mafia and cut people open.
Tell me
Saturday
what the
night.
fuck you
So,
think, and I
I'm
can
saying, like,
fix
if
you.
I
You're
do that,
gaslighting me. I don't care when you're asking, telling
I
me,
don't
what
think
if I
you
was
know what
this?
that
What if
means.
I
I
was
don't think
that?
you
What
know
if
what
I
that
was
word
this?
means.
This show isn't about you. Say what you are so I can cast out your demon. The
Well,
hell?
I'll say that I am a homosexual man that is like vaguely on the Christian scale, and I find people like you very fun to talk to because I don't really get it, and it kind of sucks that you are like wrapped up in like the nice Christians that I get to meet because I go to church. I get to meet a lot of really cool
I'm
people,
not a Christian.
and then I remember
I'm not
that
a
like
Christian.
you
I'm
people
not wrapped
exist,
up
and
in
it's like
no. I'm not a Christian.
you're not okay. What are you then?
Absolutely not. I'm God.
Alan, she thinks
Oh,
she's
so she's a
God.
crazy
Yeah.
person. Oh, so she's just having
Yeah,
fun.
yeah.
I am God.
I thought this was like a for real human
She
being.
thinks she's God.
I
Okay,
yeah.
I get
Walking
it.
the
I
earth in
understand.
human form. Yeah.
So
yeah.
watch
Welcome to
how
the
you
party.
talk to me. So watch how you talk to me. You thought this
Man,
was a real human
she might
being.
smite you.
You were
Can you
wrong.
smite me? Can you smite me real quick?
Fans?
Can you
We are
smite
all
me?
God. We are all God. You have just as much power and authority as I do. I don't belong to Satan like you do. I
Well,
don't
I'll say
create
this.
unbalance.
I mean, some days I wake up and want to put a gun in my mouth. I think that it would be. I think a better way of suicide would be death by Maryland compared to any of like the boring methods. So like, you want to just do it for me? You want to just get it out
Death
of the
is an
way?
enemy. Death is a lie. Death is an enemy.
No,
The
Alan,
thoughts you're
she
thinking
thinks
are
she
only-
can just like think you into death. You have to choose
Yeah. So
death.
think me into death. That's a pretty good thing to have on the
Yeah.
headstone. Death
That's
by
not what
Maryland
God would
thought.
think.
That's pretty
That's
good,
not
dude.
God. God would not want you to die. God would want you to be comfortable and live forever and be happy forever.
What if I was a Jew though?
He would want that for you too.
Okay. So what's the point?
What's the point of what? You are the point.
Of
You are the
anything?
purpose. You are the plan. You are the worth.
Wait, so if some people are like
We
really
are
like,
the
inherently evil and they're killing the
world.
children,
We are
but
the
also they all are
world.
fine.
Let me hear him.
How
Do
does
we
it
have a
go?
prompt that we can move on to?
This is fantastic. Thank you,
I wanna
Confident.
see how
Of
this
course.
plays
Just
out.
thank you for allowing this. Every single time I open your stream, some fucking crazy shit's happening, and I adore it.
That's right.
Trust me, dude.
That's fucking right.
I fucking love it. Anyway, I guess that's all I got.
The best
That's all I
panel.
had on the docket. I just kind of want to interact with this person.
No,
Thank you.
so hold on. So you're a
Mhm.
homosexual, right?
I've been known to dabble.
Okay. Well, there is an order to things. You are God. You like if you believe that there is a nature to God and he has characteristics and an identity, then you know what's not God. So what is God would be loving and all giving to you and all abundant to you and want, you to flourish. Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, I believe God has has picked your perfect partner, tightly woven to your journey, that perfectly.
Again, I'm not claiming that this didn't happen to you. I'm not claiming. He said, "Word over my left shoulder, I tried to look at this light and felt a comfort in the form of Jesus as a man. In that moment, I can't explain it. Exactly, you can't explain it, and that's okay. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that it wasn't Jesus. I'm just saying if you can't articulate why it was, then you can't be mad at me. I'm mad. I'm, just kind of throwing that word out there. But you can't be mad at me that I don't accept it. I'm a skeptic. So I'm going to assume, no, that probably wasn't Jesus. That was probably some other function of the brain. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was. But we know that we have near-death experiences and that the brain releases DMT in near-death experiences and in traumatic, all that stuff. We know that. But we don't know of any actual experiences of Jesus that we know is Jesus. That doesn't mean it's not Jesus. That just means you don't have the justification to claim affirmatively that it was. If you feel that it is, that's totally fine. I'm not saying that you're not allowed to think that. But I'm just giving you my experience as to why I don't buy into that. Shout out to Bonzig. Welcome to the party. Denver said it was auction deprived at the time, but it stuck till this day. But you're right too. And right. We don't have to, like, I'm not asking you to I'm not asking you to say, accept that was not Jesus. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, unfortunately for me, not even for you, unfortunately for me, I can't accept that as a way to buy into Christianity. I wish I could. But I need a little bit more. This is with my parents and my ancestors were my gods. Oh yeah, I remember those days. Dad was God, mom was God, and they wanted to come after you. Good times. I don't know. I have some what they would call religious trauma. But
Marilyn.
I'm so hurt.
Everest. Come on.
Dick Traveler.
Wait, what's up, boys?
I came back in Maryland.
What's up, buddy?
What happened to Maryland?
She didn't.
Yeah, she left.
Okay, good. Maryland, I love you.
She wasn't rocking with boy.
Travel the world, and Avarice said she does dick by dick, and she decided it was done.
Are there, this is a serious question. Do you think that there is a person in the continental United States that like shares the exact same belief system as Maryland? Like
There's got to be one other. She had to learn it from someone.
There's got to be at least one other.
She didn't.
Can I ask a question for the panel?
No, she didn't.
Can I ask a question for the panel?
Fantastic. I love free will, dude.
All right, can I ask a question for the panel? Maybe wants to go clockwise, statewise.
Yeah.
Are near-death experiences related to, let's say, Christ?
Ooh.
All right.
I'll jump in because I'm not going to stay for very long. I just kind of want to come here and just dig around. I'll say this. I think that I haven't had one, and everyone on this panel hasn't. I don't know. Everyone, so we see the light, we see some, light flash before your eyes, etc. I don't really know, and it doesn't really bother me either way. Like, if it turns out that I almost died, I see God, and he's like, you gotta be a Christian, I'll be like, yeah, all right, cool. That's cool. Like, I feel like most evidence points towards your brain just kind of freaking the fuck out. Yeah. So I kind of just go towards that. I don't know if it even has anything to do with religion. I think that our brains are really good at cooking up comforting ideas for us. And I think that if it has something to do with religion, it wouldn't really bother me. If it doesn't, it also doesn't really bother me. I don't know. A lot of people really like use it as some what's the word?
It's
Who's showering? Who's in the shower right now?
My wife is starting the bath for the little one.
That's good.
My bad.
Avarice has a wife and a child? Holy shit, that's new to me.
You believe that it's
What?
Christ?
How's the little one doing, Avarice?
Avarice, there's little Avarice running around out there?
He's a fucking monster. So
Aw.
there's I went to liturgy today and the new couple showed up, right? And they apparently they've been there the whole time. They've just been gone since I've been there because they've been having issues with the baby and the postpartum, right? And the baby is a week older than mine. My kid is double the size. Double. And my kid is as big as the 1-year-old on all fours running around. I got a fucking monster. My wife birthed
good for you,
a
man.
monster.
Has he started crawling yet?
He's trying to stand up.
Moment that boy can stand up, explain to him a gridiron.
He's sitting there like, oh, I can stand.
The moment he can stand, put him on a 3-point stance.
Dude,
He's ready, dude.
I got him on the fucking jumper now because he's just like running around. Like he's 4 months on a jumper. Like I'm like, he's big enough. I got to put him on a new setting. I'm like, this little asshole's getting too big. So,
Well, good for you, Mr. Everett.
How
Good
about
for
he's
you.
insane.
Can I still, to this day, have not heard anybody, specifically Christians, but anybody at all, be able to knock down Avarice's baby maxing argument?
Oh God!
Oh, is that the
I've
abortion
done this-
machine
I've
one?
done
Is
this,
that the
like,
abortion
twice.
machine one that you were talking about a couple weeks ago?
Well, I
Yeah.
talk about a lot of different.
Well, my-
I
I
just wanna be
could,
very
but it's
clear.
too much fun. It's too much fun to let him run it and
let me
make
give you-
everybody pissed off.
Yeah,
It's
wait,
hilarious.
hold on.
Throw it to you.
Didn't you pay money to keep talking about it? Like this was a few weeks ago.
Wait,
I
let
didn't
me-
pay- I
let
didn't
me-
pay money.
Let me try to phrase it, and then I'll throw it to you and see if.
Well, no, hold on. But the thing
Wait,
is, I
Avarice,
want-
what is that the argument that you're saying? Like, if we want to maximize people going to heaven, so we should just kill babies?
Yeah. But hold on.
Yeah, right.
So
right.
I want
That's
to
a good
talk on
argument.
this though.
Right
Let
on,
me
yeah.
talk on this though. My favorite debate on this now to date is
Yeah.
actually with Steelborn, with heaven maxing is moral, right? Because he tried to walk me into the aborting babies. Right? I was like, no. I want just all the souls to go to heaven, whether it's through prayer or. And he's like, no, that's not what you mean. That's not what you mean. You want to abort all the babies. I'm like, no. That's just a way to get there. Don't talk about my
Oh
past
my
solutions.
God.
And he got
Oh
so
my
mad.
God.
And he's getting so mad. He's like, no, you know that's what heaven maxing means. You know that's what else would heaven maxing mean then, Avarice? I go, well, it means sending the maximum. It means wanting the maximum amount of
Avarice,
souls in heaven. And he was just so
say
mad.
this in all earnest, buddy.
intellect-
You are a genuine fucking lunatic, and I love it. I adore it. This is what America was meant to be, dude. This is why we have the first men. We need more Avarices out there just talking shit. God bless you. God bless you all.
That's great. Oh, that's great.
That's
And
all.
Avarice bring it up,
God,
and,
just
oh, great troll, and da-da-da-da.
beautiful.
Hold on. The atheist has something to say. Go ahead.
But I still have not heard an argument as to why he is wrong. And as somebody who's a non-believer and also against abortion, I would like.
Do you want the actual answer? Do you want me to give you? Do you want me to give you the answer?
No. You have your argument. You're good.
I know the answer.
I'm on your side because I don't.
I'm on your
under the Christian
side.
framework-
I'm not on my side.
I'm on your side because under the Christian framework, what you're saying can't not make sense. And so what I'm looking for is a Christian who's able to present an argument as to why our Avarice saying, delete all of the souls so that we heaven max, why that is wrong. And the reason that I care so much about that is because I'm a non-believer. So when I see that this is an avenue that a believer can take in your specific ideology, and so I know.
Okay. I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
Before you tell him.
Okay. Go ahead, Alex.
What do you think? Where do you think souls are before they go to heaven, or before they come to earth? I guess before they're born, before they're put into a baby. Where do you think they are?
What?
Where do you think the souls that come to earth through God are before they come to earth?
Is that you're asking me or Avarice?
Yeah, it's you.
Oh, I don't necessarily believe in souls. I mean,
Well, if you did, right, from the Christian perspective, where would they be?
where would they be? I mean, like
Yes.
before they're in the. I have no idea.
Okay, so it's either God creates them as new babies are formed, or they're
don't.
already up there. They're just being sent down here for the first time, right?
I mean, if you're forcing me into that dichotomy, I would assume God is creating them. But again, I don't believe in God or souls. But for the purpose of conversation,
Well, yeah, that's a big part of the answer there.
There's no gotcha here.
that's why I'm answering. I would
I'm just
assume
letting you know.
that
There's.
under the
I don't think he's
Christian
walking. It doesn't sound like he's walking.
no,
into
I
gotcha.
don't do
Oh, Confluence is God. Let's TOS. Ninja. No, I'm just kidding. Well,
so
hold
listen,
on. I have something. real quick.
So let me answer your question. Let me answer it just for everybody out there, because I don't want my comedy satire to be a reality.
Honestly, the longer you let it go, the more famous and funny it
again,
becomes.
I understand, but I'm not here to be famous. I'm just here to mess around and create chaos, to be honest. Listen, the reason why is because that's not a true claim.
Jesus or Lutch. It's not a true claim. We can't actually determine if the baby will be going to heaven. I'm making a very, very direct claim and walking them into innocence, right? Go to heaven. They must be innocent. They must be innocent. But that's not the fact. We can't, I can't declare even unborn babies innocent since Jesus fulfilled the first chapter, right? So there is no there is no actual innocence here. So
can I
when the baby goes to the wherever to determine if he's going up or down or whatever, that's up to God, right? That's on God, right? And I don't there you no
It's
matter
a salvation
what,
claim he doesn't have access to.
I can't make it no matter what. I ought not make a salvacious claim. I believe is the word. Salvific claim.
Salvific.
On that.
Yeah.
So,
But
okay,
yeah, because the truth is the very honest truth, the honest truth is I still don't know if that soul's going to heaven.
why wouldn't it though?
God could determine that something about that child had sin.
How would that
I don't know how. I'm not God. I can't claim that. I don't know why.
That's the point. He doesn't know.
Okay, hold on,
Like,
hold on.
IJ, there's
Wait,
nothing in the
wait,
Bible
wait.
that grants clemency to infants or to unborn, right?
I do have the star, David.
So
well, no, there's no more specifically. There's nothing in the Bible that says like this is guaranteed. Like this person, you know, is.
There's stuff that hints at it.
Okay, so then if we don't know that a fetus who has never been able to sin, is not insured to heaven, then can you explain to me how?
Technically, we don't know if fetuses can't think.
So wait, okay, so is it the kind of thing where it's like you're saying God could, for some reason, decide that this fetus is going to be a bad person, and whether they are born, or is that kind of what you're saying?
No, like as you're born, the moment your soul enters the vessel, let's just say, I'm gonna take it like a fucking Mormon here, right? As soon as your soul enters the vessel, right, that's free will at that point, right? You might be feeding off your mother's umbilical cord, but you're at that point technically a free will. Technically anything could happen, right?
So then if you can't establish, as like just, you know, normal Christian believers, if you can't establish that a soul that is in the soul that is attached to that fetus, excuse me, where that soul has not been able to sin, if you can't verify,
you don't know that.
Okay,
you said it can't.
Well,
You don't know
hold on. It's more than that, right? Because God knows everything and how everyone's going to turn out, right? He's omnipotent. He's beyond like time. So there's that factor too.
I mean, I'm getting agreement from my chat. It said fetuses are sinning right now. I don't know if that's a joke or
No, that's, I don't know what they're saying, but do you understand that like only God can make salvific claims. Like only God can make judgment.
Sure. Okay, but
we can't guarantee
any argument that he bases. The premise of his argument that's based on, that's why it's so funny, is that he's making this declaration that is like a guarantee, and that's what it's based on.
But I don't understand.
Just be clear.
I understand that
I'm pretty
very
sure every
obviously he's
Christian,
trolling, but I don't understand why the argument is not. Sorry.
Hold on. I'm pretty sure every Christian believes the babies, or that like babies who are stillborn or who are aborted.
Yeah, but we can't
guarantee that,
it,
right? There's no guarantee to that. There's nothing
What
in the
Christians-
Bible that specifically says that the unborn all go to heaven. Without
what
that
Christians believe is that
specificity-
God is just. He's going to deal with them in a just way. That's all we can. That's all we can. Believe.
hope
Right, so that's why I'm trying to get
Yes.
down. Like, what would be the situation where God would decide that an unborn fetus does not?
We don't know.
We don't
know.
Maybe he just
So,
destroys
okay,
the
fair.
soul.
So
or
if you don't
recycles
know
it.
that, fair. So if you don't know that, then how can you know that God wouldn't decide that born humans who are doing X, Y, and Z wouldn't also be allowed into heaven? How do you?
We don't know. We don't.
We don't
determine
know.
those things
So then
at
why?
all.
Yeah, we don't
why do
determine
you
anything.
behave the way that you behave?
What do you mean? I
But
behave bad all the
There's
Why do you
time.
do
part
the
of
things
scripture
that you
that
do?
says that Jesus is the only path to
How? But if
heaven
that,
or
Because
whatever.
because we
decide
pursue it with the
that's not
hope that
case,
we are basically good enough. Like we try to be. Like it's
But-
something that we try, but we don't know even for ourselves. We can't make that claim.
So okay, so are you guys, just to be clear, you guys are saying that if you all believe that if you do the works and
Have you ever had to
and-
teach one of your friends a
Hold on,
really
hold on,
long joke,
hold
and you're
on,
trying to define why the joke is funny to your friend?
Yeah.
Brother, please. So are you guys saying that somebody who lives a on the straight and narrow as what they believe is God's will throughout their whole life, it is a possibility that God
We
will
would hope. We would hope that they would deem.
Shut the fuck up, please. Let me just finish the sentence.
Yes, it's
Is it possible that the person who is living as they believe as God's will, God can just decide that they go to hell for reasons outside of
Okay, well here, Lutch, I'll give you
yes.
this.
Yes, it's
Here, I'll give you an
Yes.
example, Lutch. Okay, I'll give you a really example to consider.
I got a
right?
good one for that one,
So
too.
Mormons believe that they are doing the right thing, right? And a lot of Christians don't believe they're on the right path. So if Mormons, let's just say for the sake of argument, that Mormons are completely, let's say the light, the angel of light that they interacted with was a fucking demon, right? And so they're just on the complete wrong path. That would be a scenario where people believe they're doing the right thing, but they're still not.
Okay, but I'm asking about people that they believe they're doing the right thing, and also
Right.
you believe they're doing the right thing. Based
I
on
got
your
that, but
belief in
you
God.
still don't know what their subconscious may believe, what their heart's telling them. Their heart could be in sin.
So then, how does one know that? How does one?
We don't.
But then
You
so if
don't
one
know.
can't
We have faith.
What
We have
what is
faith.
the driver-
That's the name of the game.
What
That's
is the
called faith.
driver to make the choice between A and B? If you don't know that either, if I feel like God thinks that I should choose A, but
Lutch, this isn't like an ROI investment situation, right? Like it's like
There's no
we
perfect
just
answer.
have faith that we can get to our divine end with and meet God and go to heaven, all that, but we don't know. Like the only one that can know that is God.
Okay.
that seems
IJ.
like the perfect circumstance to do exactly what I'm doing and make sure that is not the that this faithful jump.
Well, no,
It's
actually,
what we know.
well, no,
so based on what you're
because
saying,
let's assume. Well,
Real
hold
quick,
on.
real
Let me
quick.
clarify. Let me clarify. If someone is, let's say for the sake, you're granting that heaven exists, God exists in this scenario, right?
Yeah.
But you don't know that anything you do will lead you to heaven.
Okay.
Anything if you want to worship God in the hopes of going to heaven, it would behoove you to do as much as you can to meet that criteria as best to your ability in hopes that you do get to heaven.
But you could still
What
be
you're
wrong.
doing is just question it all and not doing anything. That would just from a descriptor that would that would put you in a
Okay.
less favorable outcome.
Okay, so you just
Potentially.
So you just presented two scenarios: one where you're doing what you think God wants, and one where you don't give a shit. Right? Those are essentially boiling it down.
Right, basically.
Okay,
Yeah.
so but you're also saying that if you go down road A, where you think you're doing what God wants you to do, you could be wrong, and God could still send you to hell.
Well, I have a different concept of hell than you do, but yes, I'll say yes.
So
for the
then
sake
what?
of argument,
So
yes.
then, what is the driver to move in the direction that may also possibly get you to hell?
Because if I know what I'm supposed to do and I don't do it, that's a really
You don't
good
know
way
what
to
you're
go to
supposed
hell.
do. If you don't know that A or B,
Well, no, I do. It's just as humans, flawed humans, and not having access to God's mind, we don't know for sure how He's going to judge things.
right? So that's
I
what I'm
don't see how
asking.
this
You
is
just- You just said I know, but we don't know. How can you know and not know at the same time?
No, I know what I'm supposed to do
How do you know that? That's exactly what I'm saying. You said you're
because
saying,
we
I
have
know what I'm
2,000 years
supposed
of
to do.
church history.
Let me lay this out.
That's
Let me
how
lay
we
this
know
out.
what
Let
we're
me lay
supposed to
this out. Let me lay
do.
this out. Let me lay this out. So you're saying I know what I'm supposed to do, but you just told me that somebody could live that life. I know what I'm supposed to do, and God could still send them to hell.
Well, again, because here's the thing: what you're missing is you can live the life, right, and still not be pure in your heart.
right? Like for example, let me be very clear. I'll put me an example. I'll do this hyperbole, and this puts me really on the spot. I hate talking about me and my Christian shit, so take it as that. All right. I go to church all the time.
They're all confused.
Right? I go to liturgy. I go and do the Saturday study and Thursday men's Bible group meetup, right? I go and do all the good steps, and everybody thinks, outside of they never saw me on YouTube, everybody would think that I was doing everything in the right steps of God, right? But in my heart, right, I still don't. There's still parts of me that doubts his existence, right? And that doubt, because I have that doubt, that is a sin in itself. And he could reject me just from that doubt.
So stop having that doubt.
I wish it was that easy.
Exactly. So let's take that point. I wish it was that easy. That's what you just said, right?
Yeah.
So do I.
Yeah.
I'm in that same exact position.
So here's, I'm going to tell you the same thing. I'm going to tell you this. Well, hold on. But wait, hold on.
Hold on.
You've been talking a lot. Just let me say one thing and I'll get out.
Hold on.
Oh my God.
Let me lay this up.
I got one sentence.
We are in the same exact position of hoping that the way that we understand the universe and what is wanted, what is going towards the best ideals, whichever way you want to put it. You have a God that you believe in, I don't, but we both have ideas of how the world should work and what we should do and so on and so on and so on. But neither of us have any more reason to believe that we're closer to God or living God's will based on what you're saying.
Yeah, so I'll give you the best advice I can give that was given to me, and then you'll know. All right? Go to church, preferably an Orthodox one.
Did that for 20 years.
An Orthodox one?
Did that for 20 years. And then?
An Orthodox one.
And then?
Did you went to an Orthodox one?
Yes.
So you've been baptized in the Orthodox Church?
Wait, I left before you said that someone was trying to convince you to go to liturgy. I thought you said you'd never been.
I didn't go, but after the Jim Bob debate, he was like, "Oh, you got to go to liturgy." And then shout out to Angry Amputee, who was up here, and we went to liturgy. And so,
how many times did you go?
Once. It was the same fucking thing.
No, once isn't enough.
Church that I went, every other church service that I went to for the first 22 years of my life, where I was
once isn't enough. It's not enough.
But that's what I'm saying, dude. Again, I spent the first 22 years of my life going to church every single Sunday. It was a Catholic church, it was a Methodist church, and I didn't see that much of a difference in going to the liturgy. It's all the same shit. You fall back on this. Oh, well, you didn't do enough. You didn't do enough.
No, I'm not saying you didn't do enough. I'm saying that you didn't
literally
go,
are saying that. You said I went once, and that's
enough.
not enough. You are literally saying I didn't do
enough.
enough.
It's not going enough. I'm saying you're not going enough. You're not because if you're not going, what kind of dedication are you going to understand? This is like saying
it's nothing new though.
I picked up a guitar. I picked up a guitar once and it didn't work.
That would be fair. But if I played guitar for 20 years and then I put the guitar down for 10 years and then I picked it up and I was still able to do chords, and that would be a different thing. I still would be able to play chords. I can bring
but you wouldn't be able to.
Right
but
now.
you wouldn't be able to.
Touch that guitar. I haven't touched that guitar except to move it in the fucking frame. I can pull that guitar up right now. And
but you wouldn't be. But you wouldn't be.
Experience. I spent 22 years being a Christian. I'm not somebody who never had religion in my life. I was very close to my understanding of Jesus.
You might be able to play the guitar, but you're not able to play the bass.
Without that,
you still need more days. Look, you might be able to play the guitar, but you're not able to play the bass. You need more days.
Absolutely, am able to play the bass.
No, it was an analogy from guitar to bass. There's still differences,
and I'm engaging in that and saying.
But you didn't. You only went one day. You didn't go like.
That's a great
give it like
analogy,
5 days. Give it like 5 times.
As
10 times.
Instrument player, as a guitar player, but I am absolutely able to pick up the bass and see what is good, even though I'm not going to be the best. I'm not going to be Flea from Red Hot Chili Peppers. In the same exact way that you brought that up as a difference, I spent most of my life playing guitar.
Okay, but you only went once.
AKA going to a Catholic church or a Methodist church. And then when I went to the liturgy, I didn't see a big difference. That, yes, there might be a difference between playing guitar and playing bass, but it's not really that different.
But I got it. But there are differences. You still need a little bit more time in order to understand it.
Pretty decently.
Oh
if
my
you
God.
go to a Catholic and a Methodist
You went
church, then
one
you'll be able
time.
to understand the purpose of a liturgy pretty well, even if it's not
No,
the same thing.
no,
Why is that a bad analogy? Why is that a bad analogy?
Because you'll know like about God in the Bible, but you'll not understand the teachings of the Orthodox Church at all.
Why would okay? How many times do I have to go?
How many times do you think it would take for you to understand it?
I already understand it. That's
Lutch.
You
Did you talk to the priest when you were there and try to like have community? No. Okay. Well then,
Yeah.
you might want to consider that.
Did I talk to the priest throughout the entirety of my life before that? What?
We're talking about Orthodox. If you
Okay, so
talk
what
to
is
the
he gonna tell
priest
me?
and have a discussion,
Tell me what he's gonna say.
what do you?
He's so
how am I
fucking-
gonna? I don't
That's gonna
speak for the church.
split my
I'm not gonna
world.
tell you what. I'm not gonna try to be a priest for you right now.
Exactly.
No. What are you looking for? What are you looking
I
for?
don't know a reason to believe.
So if you don't know, then you might want to talk to a priest. It might be a good idea to talk to somebody and have the conversation.
Theoretically, let's say hypothetically I do, and I don't talk to this priest, and it doesn't convince me. Then what?
Hypothetically, what if you fall off a bridge tomorrow? I don't fucking know. Go talk to a priest and find it out.
That's not relevant to the conversation that we're having. So again, the hypothetical is I go and talk to an Orthodox priest, and is not convincing. Then what?
Well, cross that bridge when you get there, my friend.
At what point do you accept that a full mind can have a different opinion than you have?
Here.
Well, we're coming at this from the angle. Wait. I'm granting that you're coming at this from the angle to understand. So maybe I'm misunderstanding. If you're not trying to understand and actually engage, well, then yeah, no matter what, if you go in there with the idea that this is all fucking stupid and I have no incentive or I don't want to even engage in this, well then yeah, nothing he says. He could show like God could come down and like the whole thing could light up and you would and give you this divine experience and you'd be like, well, maybe that was the lights. I don't know. Like that was like, I don't know, the
That
lights.
is the right way to think. That is the right way to think.
No, I'm saying if it was actually a divine encounter, you would make up an excuse that it's something fucking different. So then at the end of the day, then it doesn't fucking matter.
I would question as to how I know it is a divine thing.
Is that seeking then? Is that seeking?
It's not. No, it's not seeking. No, that's seeking. No, that is seeking. That's seeking to prove his own narrative. That's what it is.
That's why I changed my opinion so much over the last 10 years as I started seeking, right? Because I just wanted to believe my own shit.
Well, apparently,
It's almost like everything that you guys say is there
you
to
just
verify
gave
what
the
you already
example.
believe.
You gave.
Oops.
I was taking it under the assumption that you're going there to try to understand and learn, but from your own admission, you wouldn't even, no matter what, it wouldn't change your mind. So then, I don't know what to tell you.
Did you venerate? Did you venerate?
I don't know what that means. How would I know it's divine if I didn't question whether or not it's divine?
He's really dug in deep. He doesn't know.
Yeah, I participated. I participated in liturgy too.
How would I know that it's divine if I don't question whether or not it's divine?
Did you venerate?
How do I know that it is divine if I don't question whether or not it is divine?
Did you participate in veneration?
I'll answer your question as soon as you answer mine, brother.
Hey Mo, Ava, real quick. Do you guys know that it's divine, or do you just believe with conviction? that it's
No, that's
divine?
not even what I'm asking. I'm saying
Well, I was given a hypothetical, so I don't know.
But you can have reasons as to why that faith.
You said no.
For
You said
example,
no.
for example, I have faith that are in the next fucking 8 or so hours that the sun will rise. I have faith. I don't know that that's going to happen, but I have faith that that's going to happen.
You kind of know that's going to happen.
I don't know. I don't know.
It would certainly
You
be
don't know.
deviation from every
You
other
have
day
faith.
in all
You have
of
faith
existence,
based on
right?
evidence. And so
I have to
what
go
I'm
close
asking
down my
you-
other show.
What I'm asking you
So-
is
Later,
I'm not-
Avers. Peace
I'm
out,
not
man.
even asking- I'm not even asking if it is or is not divine. What I'm asking is how would I determine that it is in fact divine if I don't question, is this divine?
In the hypothetical, it was given that it was a divine scenario. So I don't know what to do.
Okay, but that skips the whole point. Like, if we're just going to assume that it already is, then that, like, okay, fine. You're assuming that it's divine. Okay, then it's divine. What is it? Where does that get us?
Then I guess, but what are you seeking? I guess, are you seeking God?
Yeah.
I am seeking truth. If God is truth, then yes, I am seeking God. I am seeking truth. I am seeking reality. If your God is reality, if your God is truth, then there's no reason why I should not end up at the existence of your God while seeking truth. Unless that God is explicitly saying, no, I'm not going to let you know this truth.
I think it depends how you're oriented, though. Like, and some of the stuff, I kind of agree with Mo. It seems like a bit back and forth, where in some ways you're like, yeah, I'm seeking this, but in some ways it feels like you're maybe a bit seeking to disprove, or you kind of already have your mind set up that the Orthodox Church isn't going to be different. You're like, well, even if I talk to a priest, let's say it doesn't work, you're already like oriented that isn't going to be the answer. Like you almost seem to be going into it that's like, I'm just gonna, if I did talk to a priest, it wouldn't mean anything.
So then
I
don't get salvation because I'm skeptical. Is that what it is? That because I'm
not making any.
That's like,
I'm not
you.
making
You gotta
any
already
thoughts about
believe in
salvation.
me. Is that what it is?
I'm not talking about salvation. I just think that
no, but
I truly believe. I guess when Christ says, "Seek and you will find; knock and it will be answered." Okay, but I truly believe that. I think if you are seeking, you will find. Like I firmly believe that.
I know you do, but other people. That's because you sought and you found. So other people.
I don't know if I've ever seen someone seek and not find.
Other people like myself have sought and 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 not found. And your only explanation is, "Oh, I did it wrong," or "You didn't do it enough," or "You got to open your heart," or "You got to do, you got to go more." This is not intellectually honest. You would not accept this line of thinking in any other realm. You would not accept this in any other realm.
Just a real quick question. Confluence, when you said you don't know of anyone who sought but didn't find, did you just dismiss those that you think didn't seek the way that they should have?
Yeah, I mean, it's not, like I said, it's an orientation, it's a disposition. Well, there is a well, I'm trying to answer. I'm saying, there is value judgments, obviously. I guess I've never saw someone that I'm like, this person is earnestly.
I need someone to. I need something or someone to give me a reason to have that faith. I don't have that faith. I wish I did, but I don't. Yeah, I believe Jesus was real. I just don't believe he was anything but a man.
Dispositionally, I get the vibe that they're kind of not.
Well, some people, when they seek the truth, they look for things to prove it wrong, right?
Right.
That's just.
I don't know if I've ever
that's how they
felt,
seek things.
And
like,
even when I'm, I guess, and even when for Lecce, when I asked him if he's seeking God, he's like, well, I'm seeking truth, and if God is true, then that's what I'm. So it's like there is a bit of an extra step. It's not necessarily even seeking God. It's not willing to jump into the experiential aspect because the mind is kind of getting in the way, and the intellect is like stopping things. And it's like, well, how do I know? And even if he had religious experience, he's like, well, how would I know that that's true?
Should I cover
And so
that?
that's not the kind of seeking I guess I'm necessarily talking about. Oh, it's Patrick, and we got a super chat from Kokomo. True, you have to believe in the heart of the cards. True and base.
Puppy is hungry, please. I'm pulling out.
Go to the shadow realm, do you?
I'm pulling out
Much.
real shit from these motherfuckers.
Mind crush you and send you to the shadow realm.
We are deep in debt. Help out and feed the puppy.
He was always doing that in the show, right? He's always like mind
Yeah,
crushing
that may
people.
not happen.
Very
That may not happen. But I have faith. I have faith that will happen. But that faith is based on the fact that I have evidence that the sun rises every morning. I'll check it out.
Many years ago.
And I use other variations of the nobleman as well, just depending on what mood I'm in. Like if I'm actually like yelling and arguing with people, then I'll change this one from this to something else. I'll change it to actually here. I have it right here.
I think I actually still have my collection somewhere, like old cards. Probably sell them.
And so this is where it always goes. In my chat, Jennifer saying, "Stop looking, stay open to him, and he'll find you. Only you, and only you will know when it does happen. A personal Jesus." But,
So you're okay. So let me ask you this, Lutch. Well, let's just do a little. I don't even know. Like maybe I'm just thinking about this too much. But so you're saying that. How would you know? In this hypothetical, how would you know that it's divine? Right.
I don't know, but God would.
Right. No. But I'm saying in hypothetical, you're saying that you would. Your question was, how would you know? How would you have knowledge of it being divine in nature? So God comes down and like I don't know. He like a guy has one leg and he like heals it and the leg like rapidly regenerates. You're sitting there, you see this miracle, and you're like, how do I know this is how do I know this right to be real? Okay. So would you say that maybe you could apply like maybe justify true belief like for knowledge in this scenario?
Sure.
Okay, so truth condition, would you grant in this hypothetical God exists? Like God's true, I guess, or it's true. It's true this thing happened, put it that way.
I mean, yeah, for the sake of the
yeah. Okay, so it's true this thing happened. Okay, and it's justified because you see it, you're right there. Would you say that's
say the last part again?
It's justified because you're right there, you see the leg regenerate. You're right there.
What's justified by me seeing the leg?
That this event happened.
You're asking me.
You have evidence this thing happened. You're looking at it.
Okay, yeah.
You watch this guy's leg regenerate. Okay. So then the last thing is you have to believe it's right. So you have belief that this thing happened to have the knowledge of it.
Sure.
Okay, but you don't believe.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't believe. So then, I mean, I could see that, like, if I saw somebody's leg grow. I mean, shout out to Angry Amputee, who was talking about the liturgy shit. If I saw his leg grow back, I would definitely be like, "Holy shit, this is fucking insane! This is crazy! This is amazing!" But the connection to, oh, this is God, this is divine, this is Jesus Christ, this is something else. Like,
I'm saying you'd have all the criteria of justified true belief except for like believing this thing is true.
So like, how do I know that is? I mean, it could be any bajillion different things, that an alien race came down and they're about to fight us, and they're like the Viltrumites and they don't want to fight we people, so they've killed all. I mean, but that to me is legitimately as equally.
But that would be you not believing. That'd be on you, right? Like you don't believe it. You don't believe it. You're still like.
Yeah, I would just be so like yes. If I saw somebody's amputated leg grow back, I would definitely be amazed. Would I assume that it was a god or a divine or something? No. I could be convinced that it was.
Does that sound like seeking God to you, Lutch? When you even say that yourself, when you're like, even if I was at an Orthodox church and Angry Amputee's limb regrew before my eyes, I would think maybe it's aliens wanting to fight us in a fair match. Like, does that sound like seeking God even when you say it?
I'm not. I just explained to you. I'm not seeking God. I'm seeking truth. I don't believe.
But that's the problem.
If God is the truth, then by me seeking God, I will find God. As you guys said, keep in mind.
No,
God could
you're not
be the
seeking
truth.
God.
I am open to the fact that God could be the truth, and I will find Him. But that is.
I think that's
that is not what.
But IJ, how do you recognize the truth when it's before you? If you don't already have a predisposition to believe in
when
the
it
truth.
aligns with reality.
No, does the Viltrumites align with reality to you?
The what?
The fucking alien species.
Viltrumites.
Wait,
do they align with reality for you?
They align with his reality more than God. That's how much.
Exactly. Perfect.
You said yes.
Here's the problem. That's not
I know
true.
it's adorable that you think that's funny, but the fact that there could be a species that is infinitely stronger than humans is way less outside of the realm of.
You have more faith
and, the laws
that there are aliens
than
and they
a fucking god.
Hold on. If somebody's leg miraculously healed in a church after a prayer, you would still have more faith that it's aliens than you would that it's God.
No, no,
Do you understand why
I
people
would
would
remain
say that
agnostic. I
you
wouldn't.
would be? You
No, I would
cannot
remain
see the truth
agnostic. I
because
am saying
you've already
that-
etched it out.
No.
Yes, you have.
What I,
You've already said this is
if you want to
not
claim that
an
you understand what I
option
believe,
to
then
prove
you can claim
anything
to
I'm
understand
saying.
what I believe. But I'm willing to explain what I believe
by your own
So
words.
you can tell everybody what I believe
Hold on.
and be wrong,
By
or
your
I can
own
tell
words.
you what I believe and it'll be
You're
accurate.
telling me that nothing you see could possibly check the box that
Nope,
this is
wrong
God.
again.
Then
So
what
then
could you
what
see?
is it? What?
What could
Yeah,
you
give
see?
us an example. What could possibly?
What
What
would
could
you
you
see?
possibly experience that you would think this is God?
I know you hate it. It's gonna come back to it every single time. I don't know, but God would.
No, but
does anybody
maybe-
believe? Does anybody believe that God would be incapable of convincing me of His existence?
Not without taking away your right to
Even if He was going to take,
to
maybe
free
He
choice.
takes away my free will. Is God incapable of convincing me? No, actually, no. Yeah, believe the free will in there. Let's leave the free will in there. Is God so bad at argumentation that that which is true cannot be proven to a lowly human being?
So it would take
People-
God to come and like have a debate with you. Is that what you're saying? You need God to come down and have a debate.
Let's have that hypothetical. The real
Lunch.
Christian God comes down and has a speech conversation with me and has the debate about His existence and is saying, Lutch, I do exist and I do these things. I'm telling you this and I can show you this. Do you think I would be unconvinced?
Show you what? Show you what? What do you want to do? Take you across the universe? Show you different planets?
That's for
different
him to show me.
existences?
That's for him to show me.
But anything he does,
Is there
you can just
anything?
prove there's an
So
alien
wait,
species powerful
Alex.
enough to do it.
Are you saying that I need to determine what he would say in order to be convinced, or is God capable of convincing me without my input? I need to tell God what I need to
you
hear
need to
in
have
order
a
for me to believe in
threshold.
God, or God can convince me.
You need to have a threshold in your own mind for where the belief in God is less unlikely than the belief that it's an
Why?
alien fucking race.
Why?
Because if you don't have that threshold, then you're going to choose whichever belief you are predisposed to choose.
Okay, so what's
and in
your
your case,
threshold?
it is always going to be not God.
What's your threshold for blue blah? The
Hey, Steel Man.
The what?
Blue blah, the god
I
of
don't know
Jupiter.
those.
What is your
I don't have a
threshold?
threshold for that. I would never believe in the god of Jupiter.
Okay, but he's real. So you're wrong. You're just an atheist.
Okay, you can
Fucking
say that.
stupid
That's fine.
atheist. One day, if you just keep your
That's
heart
fine,
and your
but I
mind
don't have a
open,
threshold
then,
for it,
God,
and I
then blue
admit
blah
that
will
because
reach
I
your
know that I
heart.
would never believe
One
in it.
day, Alex. All you have to do
Yeah,
is
but
keep
see,
your mind
this is the
open, keep
difference.
your heart open.
I'm
You've
willing
opened your
to
heart to
admit
blue
it.
blah. All you need to
I'm
do,
willing to
all
admit
you
it.
need to do, sir, is
That's
to
the
open your
problem,
mind and
Andrew.
open
I'm
your
willing
heart.
to admit it. You're not.
Yeah, listen to what Alex is
Do you
saying,
understand?
right?
This is the same fucking argument that you're making.
No, it's not. Well,
It
it is.
literally
You're right. It
is.
is.
What's different about it?
No.
What's
You're
different
right.
about it?
You're right.
What's different about it?
You're right. It is the same argument that I'm making.
Okay,
But here's the
exactly. So
problem.
it's a bad
Here's the
argument,
problem.
right?
Here's
It's
the
a bad
problem.
argument that you
Here's
need
the
to
problem.
Yeah, so can I help bridge this gap a
Let
little
him give
bit?
the qualifier, Lush. Let him give
Missing the
let him give the
end.
qualifier.
Convince me that blue blah exists. I'm willing to admit that.
He's not seeking blue blah.
Oh.
He's saying he's not. You, on the other hand, are saying that
You're saying that you believe blue
seeking
blah
this.
could exist, but
Blue
he
blah
doesn't
is the
prove
truth.
himself to you. And then you're saying you have no idea what could possibly prove it to you,
Okay.
but he must because he would
Yeah, no.
possibly have to know.
So that
Yeah,
that's what intrigued me to hop up here. Maybe I want to bridge that gap a little bit, and also in the end, slow down on the drinking because I'm telling you, you're on point when you're sober, you know. But as the night
Appreciate
progresses,
you,
I'm
bud.
sure this is.
Sunday Night Chaos. I just finished this, and oh man, wait, I just finished this, but
Yeah, no.
Is that wait, Lush? Is that Fireball?
goddamn right it is.
Fireball.
Oh God. Oh my.
You're
Lush.
I'm a
Jesus
recovered
Christ.
degenerate.
Lush.
Okay, I'm a
Lush.
recovered degenerate.
Fireball.
Sometimes
Really?
Sometimes we need to.
That's
tip our
that's
toes.
the most egregious thing you've said
So-
on panel thus far.
Exactly.
Actually, this is
This is because
a
you don't
good segue.
understand. This is how I stay a functional human being. Like just
You
Yeah.
could get there of all the alcoholic drinks. You choose
The
Fireball.
So, see, the brother, bro,
is to be a more degenerate all the time instead of just go to the.
I'm not
depths of
saying don't
degeneracy.
drink. I'm critiquing your
Let our boy-
choice.
Sorry, I can't see the name, but can we let our boy fucking get at it?
Yeah, no, actually, I'm curious how this conversation is going to go. Lutch, you and Steelman should definitely talk and hash this out. Yeah, I can't wait for this. Go ahead.
That's the point, Waco.
yeah, welcome to the anonymous person. Like anyone saying, oh, I see there. Oh, I'm not sure who that is, but welcome. Anyways, so I was just gonna say, obviously the Indian guy, he wants some healing. What I'm saying is I mean, every Christian is looking for healing. Jesus came to, heal the sick, not to, do anything else, basically. So, and he's showing us right there. He's saying, look, man, I'm looking for a sacrament. I'm using alcohol right now as a substitute. The Catholics might use bread or whatever. He's using alcohol, but everyone's looking for Jesus, right? And so he's saying, but God would know. How could God prove to me that he's real? And it's a personal relationship, I think, that we have with God, we have with Jesus, and that's what he was describing, is only God would know how he could like prove, or not only God would know, but God would know how he could prove to Indian that he was real, right? Without like blowing the cover, so to speak, without like ruining the show, right? And so this is where, like, I'll give you an example where I agreed, and I was like, yes, dude, like, and I'll give you the example where God did this for me, and in my example, you'll see how it's a personal thing. Like, it might not be for everybody. Most people will probably laugh at me, but for me, it was exactly what you're talking about, right? So when I had, eaten the body of Christ, and I was having communion with basically God through the body of Christ. Then
can you clarify for Lutch what the body of Christ is specifically?
Yeah, I was kind of wanting you to say that too.
Well, I'm sure. I think you might have meant. Lush knows. It's the sacred psilocybin mushroom. Is what you're actually seeking, and this is what. And so I want to also touch base with the guy who said, you said, well, am I going to find it? I've been looking. Is Mr. Spaghetti Man going to reveal himself? Whatever. I don't know about you. I'm watching that, but basically, here it is. You want the answer that you've been looking for? It's been revealed to you, dude. The body of Christ, what you're seeking is the sacred psilocybin mushroom, and that's how you communicate with God, and he will reveal himself to you. And one of the ways he revealed himself to me, among many, right? But one of the first ways, through one of my experiences, with the body of Christ, was he said, oh, you want to know I exist?
Thank you.
Obviously, I was in a divine state, but he said, to me, and more or less, you want to know I exist? Look up at the sun and look up at the moon. And when you have that open mind, that veil is lifted, it's like, oh yeah, I was dumb not to realize it before. But when the veil is there, we can't see it, right? But when the veil is lifted, all you got to do is look at the sun, and you can know God is real. And then you can look at the sun and the moon.
What is looking at the sun? The sun is a ball of fire that exists based on.
Yeah, and that's what's so crazy is, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's so crazy. We all just walk around with this giant ball of fire floating above our heads, and we just act like everything's hunky dory. We're gonna pay our ticket and drive.
Have you heard of the argument from incredulity?
I'm not sure what that is.
It's essentially saying, oh, look how amazing that is. I can't explain it, or I don't understand it, therefore it must be God.
Well, so let me give you another example. So that's what I said. It's not for everybody.
The universe is beautiful, and there's a order in the universe doesn't mean there is God. Maybe there is.
Okay, so
I'm not somebody who's saying there cannot be God.
Okay, so
that's a positive claim that I have not accepted, and nobody has given me reason to do
so. That's why. So it's going to be obviously for you to experience, right? Like, God isn't going to reveal himself to me, then I'm going to be able to go prove to everyone that God exists, right? Through what I say or through write down or whatever, right? But what I mean, to extrapolate on this, okay, that there is an actual creator. The sun and the moon, they look almost identical in size, right? From our perspective. Now you can give or take like a percentage, but I'm saying, like, for the most part, you can line up the sun and the moon and they can eclipse, and you can have like a eclipse where they're basically 1-to-1 size from our perspective on Earth, right? Are we with me? Can I walk with you down? Okay. Now, if you believe in NASA, if you're going to go with the official NASA, geometry, so to speak, as you say, then what is the sun 400 times larger than the moon. That's what they're telling us, right?
No, it's
but it's actually, you know,
away. So like,
right. It's right. All right. Thank you, Indian. That's my point. They say it's actually happened to be 400 times the distance as the moon. So it just so happens to be 400 times larger. And if you were anywhere else in the perspective of the universe, you could see, wow, you got this tiny little dot over here and this giant ass fucking ball over here. But from our perspective on Earth, they look the exact same size, and then they twist, 12-12, basically giving us that night and day cycle. Only from the perspective of Earth do you get that identical size, which means the moon and the sun were created for the perspective of Earth. It's not an accident. It's intelligent design, and it takes somebody with the brain and calculations to actually realize that. You can go around not realizing, right?
I'm willing to accept that claim. How did you come to that that conclusion?
Just sort of endowed to me, like when I was having a spiritual experience.
Just vibes.
Well, psilocybin mushrooms.
Oh, so vibes and psychedelics.
Well, no, just psychedelics, not any psychedelics, psilocybin mushrooms.
So what is the difference between my psychedelic experience on mushrooms and your psychedelic experience on mushrooms if I didn't feel that existence of God because of the mushrooms?
Well, I mean, we can get into like the semantics of that, which is, I guess, what we're doing right now. It's just semantics. But like how the Bible says that, there are people who have eaten from the body of Christ and have, reaped judgment upon themselves because they didn't, and that they did not know they were eating the body of Christ when they did it. So I'm not going to deny, even the Bible says you can eat from the body of Christ and not realize what it is, and even have a bad experience and whatnot. And this is why they actually have the priests and nowadays, which were originally the people who were the shamans who would guide you through the experience to help you gain experience with it, basically, if that makes sense.
I mean,
does that make sense?
I mean, what you're saying makes sense, but I don't understand how this closes the gap between what I'm seeing on mushrooms and it being God, and
well, okay, so the sun and the moon and all of that stuff was just one easy example, right? But then once you really get into it, when your mind is open enough, so the thing is, you can look at a flower.
My mind's not open. Is that the problem? I'm closed-minded.
Oh, definitely not, right? I mean, the thing is that your mind can't be open. You have a veil over you that keeps you. You're like Adam in the garden before you've eaten from the fruit.
Oh, so
you cannot see.
What is it? What have you heard from that I said that is giving you the idea?
Nothing against you. No.
How do you know about my mind?
Pardon me. What I meant by that was you as a human, the condition, you're in a human condition that we're all in. We're all in the same boat as you are. We all have this veil of ignorance over us.
Clearly not, though, because you all believe in this stuff, and I don't, and I'm trying to, but apparently.
Well, no. First of all,
my mind is not.
First of all,
so how did you come to the conclusion that my mind is not?
Wait. First off, Lutch, me and Steele, we believe completely different things. So don't get it. Don't get it twisted.
Okay, so fine. Just you're saying that my mind is not.
This is a one-on-one with you and Steele, man.
What is it that you know about my mind that leads you to the conclusion that it's not open?
Well, it's nothing against you. I'm talking about the human condition in general. That's what I'm saying. Is that from what I understand, is that as the human condition is that we have this veil over. We're sort of born with what I would consider to be a veil, and a veil of ignorance, so to speak. And it's kind of it's analogous to Adam in the garden, right, where he didn't know the difference between good and evil. He wasn't really like a god. He hadn't eaten from the fruit of knowledge and things like that. And it was just the condition that he was in. It was nothing. And then when he ate from the fruit of knowledge of good and evil, it said his eyes were opened. Okay. And that's what I'm saying is that it's not. It's just that we have this condition when we don't have Christ, when we're not in communion with Christ, when we haven't eaten from the body of Christ. It recently, like where we're in direct communication and having a spiritual experience, then that veil sort of drapes down on us. You know what I'm saying? And we can only try to remember the teachings of Christ. You know what I'm saying? But to actually,
you're making a lot of claims. You're saying this is the way things are, and I'm willing to accept that these are the way things are. But you're not giving me any reason to believe that is in fact how the way things are. You're just saying this is what I believe.
Yeah, but you just said you accepted it, right?
No. What?
Oh, I thought you said, and I accept that. Okay, but so you don't accept that that's the way things
Wait,
are.
which part?
Do I need to
Which part?
convince you
Which
further?
part?
Is that what you're saying?
I accept that it could be possible. I don't accept that it is true. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
so-
trying to go from.
yeah.
Okay, I'm willing to believe that it is
Yeah.
possible. So convince
Okay.
me that it is true, so that I can
Okay,
get
so-
from I'm willing to be open-minded to that is what I believe.
Well, then this would be like a big seminar where I give you, unload a bunch of knowledge on you about how this links together. But
Go for it.
but these guys don't want to hear all that. And I'm not trying to take over the show on that.
I mean,
But
that-
Oh no! Please, go on.
Oh man.
no, that's not. But let me just
This is
real
how it always
quick.
happens. Oh well, I could convince you, but I'm just not going to. Go ahead. I think everybody on the panel would be amazed if you could.
No,
convince
they all. Okay, but I want to sum it down to this, which should always be my first and last point. Which is that, that direct experience with Christ is the only way to know Him. Anyone can talk to you about Jesus, and we can talk about it all day. We can read about it all day. We can write about it all day. But until you have that direct one-on-one with Christ, you'll never know Him like that. You know what I'm saying?
So how do I get that?
Colin, he's not saying the same thing.
So how do I?
I know
get
he's
that?
talking about
Okay, I
mushrooms,
want
but
that
if you
one-on-one
forget that
experience. How
part,
do I get that?
Forget about the mushrooms.
and I don't even think it's bad in Lutch's case. I would follow. I would actually take Steelman's advice. It's probably Bayes. Take a bunch of psychedelics with the intent of seeking God or seeking truth or whatever.
Oops,
and
but I did
God
that.
will
Did you
freaking
eat
rip the
7 grams
scales
to the
from your
dome?
eyes.
Did you eat 7 grams to the dome specifically looking for God?
What did you find?
No God. That's what I
No,
found.
no, I found God.
A lot about
I found God.
humanity and nature and the universe.
And yes, one of the things you mentioned, one of the things I found out is nature is the signature of God.
Okay, how?
But I'm not going to get into the
How do you
semantics
know
of
that?
that. But
I'm willing to accept these claims. How do you know that? You keep telling me things that you believe. You're not telling me how you believe or why you believe things that you believe. You just keep telling me more things that you believe.
like what? Like I pretty
Lutch,
like
what is it you're looking for?
An explanation as to how I can come to the conclusion that you are at.
So you want us to tell you how we came to find God?
Correct.
And then you apply that to yourself.
Correct.
Well, okay, just to sum it up, I mean, if I can't be any more blunt, eat 5 grams in silent darkness would be what the
Done. I did
anthropologist
7.
would say.
Did 7.
All right,
In
now
silent
go in,
darkness.
and now go into it
So
knowing.
Terrence McKenna says to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll grant you, I'll grant you all of it. I'm just saying now go into it, knowing what it is, with the and report back.
Okay, done. All the things I've already said is me reporting back. Again,
No, it's not done. Because you don't have this knowledge that Steelman just gave you about Christ being psilocybin.
But I had a bag. Just like this.
Yeah.
And it's full.
I believe you've done
with 7
psychedelics
grams,
before.
And I take them out of the bag and I put them in my mouth all at the same time.
Well, here's why I believe that you have to know, reply
And
to
I
this. because
specifically was asking the universe or whatever to give me an understanding of God and religion and Jesus and all of that stuff.
Okay.
And that didn't happen. So
okay,
are you
did you
saying
have an experience?
I did
were they
drugs
good?
wrong, or are you saying I did Jesus wrong?
No,
Which
no,
one did
I do
fuck
want to
up?
know. All right, let me just get
Wouldn't
the.
that, in his view, be both?
Well, let me just get the basic question out of the way real quick. Were they effective at all? Like, were they just bunk boomers, or did they work?
No, I trip balls. I mean,
Okay,
I prefer LSD, but as far as shrooms go, I was tripping.
Okay, so let's just talk about this for a second. So you were, stripping balls, and you were also kind of like seeking spiritual answers at the same time, or would
Yes.
that go out the window at some
No.
point, or what happened?
Specifically,
All
I
right.
mean, not every single time I've done psychedelics, but I've been specific times I've taken large doses of either LSD or psilocybin, specifically with the intent of understanding my religious understanding of the universe.
And basically, you came up with you came up with nothing.
Yes, it came to everything that seemed spiritual about my life was tied back to a grounded materialistic thing that made me feel confident that my ability to treat people in a positive way is going to have that type of effect on me. The ability to send gratitude out to the universe, whether or not I'm talking to a god or whatever else, is going to be beneficial to my heart, so on and so on and so on.
So, yeah, but to me that sounds like all like really spiritual, like healing experience. You're talking, but maybe I took that all wrong. Were you saying that?
No,
like,
I think it was
you
very
had to be-
spiritual. I just don't think that there's a God necessary for spirituality.
Okay, okay, now we're talking about like what is the definition of God then at this point, right?
Okay, sure. Yeah, what is God?
I mean, can we just, so the Freemasons, for example, would call it the great architect. Can we just agree that the great architect being are you aware of the great architect, the terminology for that, which would be like the intelligent designer, because we can see it within the design by the math, the sacred architect, the sacred geometry, the geometry that makes everything work is proof of the intelligent designer.
No. Why is it? Well, can you maybe I don't understand how those are connected. So can you tell me how that is proof of a designer?
Well, I think I like the sun and the, well, that was might be a bad example because I've already used it, but I'm saying like that's an easy example, right? But like geometry, apparently, like how things work is all like. What I'm trying to say is, when we talk about God, can we agree on the term intelligent designer or creator? I mean, or are you?
Well, that's begging the question because you're trying to prove a creator, so you can't say that we're going to define the creator as the creator because we're trying to talk about whether or not there is a creator.
Well, what I mean is we don't have to specifically stop on the Hebrew God. That's what I mean. In the word,
he's not saying you have to agree, Ludge. He's just getting a definition for the two of you.
Yeah, because a lot of people, God, you might be talking about.
For the purposes of the conversation, sure. Yeah.
So then, if we're dismissing like the Hebrew God and just saying like any type of like ultimate creator, designer, or like, see, then the definition of God becomes very broad, and then you're talking about. Yeah, exactly. So then this is where we get into, you go into the other end of the spectrum is what Marilyn's saying, where you are God, your life is ultimately what you can control. You becoming a better person is ultimately what you can do as the God in your life. And so it's sort of like, what is God? So I'm saying, where are you falling short? Are you asking like, shut up? You know what I'm saying? Because then
I don't. Sorry, I'm trying to.
You've got to give me a definition of what you're looking for in God, because it can go from anywhere from the Hebrew God to an intelligent designer to.
Okay, but do you understand that that's not how logic works? So if I said, I'll go back to the most low hanging fruit thing to make this simple. So if you say Steelman says I believe in God, and Lutch says I believe in blue blah. Steelman, what do you need to believe in blue blah?
Well, I guess I need to kind of know what blue blah was, right?
Exactly. So
okay,
when
so
you
to
say,
me,
what do I need to believe in God? I need to know what that is that you're referring to. I don't know what it is that you're talking about.
Okay, so let me give you kind of like my definition, which isn't going to align with everyone's going to have their own little definition, unless they're going to say it's the Hebrew God, right? But outside of saying it's the Hebrew God, then everyone has their own sort of.
I could definitely be a deist. I don't think that it's impossible that some type of first mover thing exist. But I don't think that necessarily entails a Christian God.
Okay, I'll go with you on that, because even people don't agree on.
Lutz, are you against a God or are you against the Christian?
I'm not against anything. I'm for whatever is real.
Okay.
Y'all keep claiming that this God of the Bible is real, and I'm like,
for Israel.
You know,
you heard it here first.
Nobody can answer that question.
You can accept there being a God.
Yes.
You just don't think it's the Hebrew God.
No, let me hone in on this, okay? Where we're getting this. This is where people like we were talking about nature being a signature of God, and the worship people that would worship like Mother Gaia or like Mother Earth, or like when you look at Earth, when you realize what Earth, at least to me, right? What Earth is, that it's, I can see, I realize that Earth is heaven. When you realize that Earth is actually heaven, like spirit world manifest, that Earth is so sacred that when we look out into space, there is no other place like it. That this was not an accident. It is not an accident.
That I don't know that this wasn't in the terms that you're using an accident, in the sense that there was no conscious design. How do you know that?
You stream pisser, you
can't even see me.
Okay. One more thing, then. I get what you're saying. Let me walk down this way. So have you ever experienced God in your life? I mean, apparently not. It's what you're saying, right? Like
I've had deep spiritual experiences. Whether or not those experiences are tied to what you're calling God or not, I don't know. Maybe, but that's what I'm asking. Is that how do I know that the experiences that I've had are in fact tied to the God that you're talking about?
Okay. And I'm gonna sum up real quick because I don't want to like take it over, like I take, you know. But what I'm trying to say is that, or I want to sum up and answer the question concisely. To me, what God is, see, I've had like experience with God, like working in my life to like bring about, you know, miraculous situations and things like that. You know what I'm saying? That like reveals to me that like God is this so-called entity, if you want to call it that, that sort of like watches and controls or has control over the world and can like make things work in mysterious ways. So and there is a mystery to God. Okay, I actually refer to God as Mr. E.
If I'm a logical
part of
person,
God's essence,
and God made me that way,
is a mystery. And of course, he just totally checked out. Sorry, Indian. But,
then it's my fault. It's his fault.
but that's, I wanted to answer your question without like totally obfuscating. That's all.
I think that's fair, but at the end of the day, it comes down to a lot of you know, well, this is what I believe, and I believe it truly, so therefore you should believe it. And it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. And I think compared to a lot of other people who are non-believers, I feel like I'm a lot more open and willing to hear out than a lot of other people. But at the same time, that level of skepticism is not something I'm willing to give up, because I think that is how we understand the world in the best way possible.
When you were a Christian, did you have spiritual experiences?
Yep. I had spiritual experiences as a Christian. I had spiritual experiences after I was a Christian. Yeah.
Would you say those spiritual experiences, have they caused you to believe in some kind of spirituality?
Well, yeah, I definitely believe that a spiritual realm exists.
Why?
Because I've experienced it. But that doesn't mean
how can I know that the spiritual realm exists?
And can you explain
I don't claim to be able to prove it to you.
Can you explain what you mean by that even?
So I'm saying I've experienced things that don't align with the physical, materialistic laws of physics. For example, when I did acid for the first time, I was sitting in my my friend's room, and I saw myself have an out of body experience. My physical body was here, and I zoomed out here, and I went into space, and I could look that way and see the past of my life, and that way I could see the future of my life. That to me was a spiritual experience, because it wasn't a physical thing. But to know
how do you know it was spiritual?
Because it wasn't a physical thing. I don't believe that I was actually going out to space and looking at a film strip of the timeline of my life. That was just an experiential.
So, yeah, the word spiritual is like it's just using definition. It's like metaphysical.
Know that it was spiritual.
Unfortunate pause. Confluence has to go to bed. IJ, are you still up? Because then I will send people over. And if you're doing a panel, you guys can continue this talk, and I will feel left out. But that's fine.
Yeah, come through.
It's 30 more minutes until. Oh, it is. Oh, yeah, it is. It is H Dog's birthday. Say
Who's
tomorrow.
Who's the? I thought it was H dog.
The big H man.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Mustache
Oh
man?
shit!
Yeah.
Oh
it's 420.
shit!
It's
Well, we gotta
420
fucking
soon. Okay.
I
Holy
mean,
shit.
come over for midnight where we gotta fucking hit the Hell yeah!
You guys
Good
get
shit,
baked
K2.
or whatever you degenerates do. Thank you, K2. Thank you, Kokomo. Thank you, Kokomo again. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you, Testy. Thank you, Testy again. And thank you, my esteemed
You
panelists.
guys
And
stay
thank you,
here.
chat.
Everybody's
God bless all
coming
of you.
over here.
Wait, did I set
So
up the
now
rate? Wait,
you can be
I
part
might
of.
not set it up yet.
You can be part of
Oh,
the
I didn't
chat,
save it.
and
Oops,
I can
okay.
pull up your chats and like
Yeah,
let's
save.
fucking go.
All right. God bless you guys. Thanks, Steelman. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Lutch. Thank you, Patrick. I'll be live tomorrow. God bless you guys. Go to
Come
Lutch.
on through,
Be with
guys.
Lutch. Find God. Seek God. Oh, final
bless.
super chat. Happy birthday, H Dog. Thanks, K2.
Send it to me.
Sevens.
All right, I'll see you guys over on my stream. All right. So we are here. Everybody should be coming through very shortly. Let me drop the link. Boom. And so yeah, now that we're here, then you guys have the ability to, or I have the ability to pull up the chat. So hold them to the fire. Hold them to the fire. Hold me to the fire. Thank you so very much, the compliments for the raid. Come on through. The link is pinned. Whether you guys come up or not, we're going to be hanging out. We're going to be chilling. We're going to be doing some shit. I do hope everybody comes up, but we will see. Box, come on up, brother. I've never seen the chat. Another channel got jumped on us. I mean, that's one way to put it, but fair enough. We are not of this world, but we are called out of it. For Satan is the ruler of this world. Look at it now. And again, this is another belief. I'm willing to accept that this could be the reality that you're discussing. But it all comes down to, how do you know that? And you say we have free will. I don't believe that free will is a concept that makes sense. How can you have free will if the laws of physics exist? It doesn't make sense. Christian, welcome. Come on up, y'all. Said, how do you know it was a spiritual experience and not a hallucination? I don't make a differentiation. I think that a hallucination can be a spiritual experience. And so again, the aspect of it being not real is the focus, not so much where it comes from. And so if it's not, I didn't do that. Where are we at? Boom. Oh, I still got this poll going. Shout out to Chronic for all that. We got backstage. We got Boggs backstage. Welcome to the party, sir. Our souls are eternal when they leave Earth. How do you know that? Why do the laws of physics negate free will? Because of materialism. If we know, if the mind is the brain, then there's not an ability for me to have some change in how my brain works. So like the best example is we'll bring Box in, but David, pick a flavor of ice cream. Box, how you doing, sir?
I'm in no rush here. I just hopped into the back there. I wanted to kind of let things ramp up essentially here.
Yeah, everybody come on through.
I got about a half hour, maybe 45 minutes to just really rock out. So, and I was about ready to shit all over God. Sorry.
Damn. All right, so Jase Face said green tea. So then the follow-up is, why did you pick green tea? Box, pick a flavor of ice cream.
Ice cream. We're going to go for vanilla. It's versatile. You can put chocolate onto vanilla. You can put anything into vanilla. Vanilla is objectively the best ice cream.
So same question to you. Why did you pick vanilla? And Jay says, because I eat it the most. Okay, why do you eat it the most? JC Face?
Yeah, it wasn't just random. Like sometimes when you ask a question, like you pull a question like out of just randomness, apparently. Vanilla isn't random for me. That's an objective answer. It's kind of different
And
from
so,
just completely random
fair.
answer.
Randomness can exist, and that doesn't push us towards free will. So you could say, yeah, it was just a random thing that came to my mind. But randomness is not will. So Jason,
that was not random.
It reminds me of my childhood, and my grandparents are raising me from it. So did you choose? Did you make a choice that green tea ice cream reminds you of that, or is that just a thing that happens? Shout out to all the Lakers again. Vegas fan, come on up.
It's byproduct, right? You only have so many options to choose from. Somebody would have picked chocolate. Somebody would have picked vanilla. Somebody would have said Neapolitan. Somebody likes yogurt, frozen yogurt over actually ice cream or custard, whatever the fuck custard is, you know. So you got a whole bunch of options, and for none of the people that pick that, after they think about it for one split second, none of that is random or just completely out of nowhere. Subjective.
Right. And so however far down we go, you know, whether you say I like vanilla bean or you like mint chocolate chip or whatever, you boil it down and you're not making a choice. That's a thing that just happened to you. And it goes all the way back to, well, that happened because of your genes. You didn't choose your parents. Your parents didn't choose their parents, so on and so on and so on. And so the notion of free will doesn't really make sense. Now, I am of the position that agency exists, but unfortunately, I'm not at the place where I can articulate why those things can work. So I'm working on that, but I am of the position that it doesn't work. Deborah said, I think us girls have an advantage because of childbearing. I don't know, 6 cents. I believe it. I believe it. They said, I also tried other ones and didn't like them, so I don't eat them, and therefore I don't think of them. Like all stemming from my brain chemical makeup. Exactly. So did you choose to not like those, or did you just taste them and your preferences dictated that you didn't like them? Right.
I like to think that we have free will inside of like a determinism framework. It's like the river exists, right? And we could be in a boat on the river, and we could choose to go to the right side of the river or the left side of the river, but we don't get to choose how the river bends, where it drops off, where the rocks are, or anything like that. We can kind of choose our place in this predetermined. There's like a limited amount of free will inside of like what is basically determined already. So if that makes any sense at all, it's like we're on a river and we can choose where on that river we're going to be, but the river has a definitive start, it has a definitive end, and the turns we don't get to create ourselves.
That makes sense. And so what do you think about what Christian is asking? Do people who grape have a choice?
Yeah, we all have a choice.
I agree that there's an aspect of choice there in the same way that, because I believe in agency. But I think
we can't give away agency for determinism. That's just fatalism.
But I think that choice is at some level deterministic. And so I don't fully understand how it can be that we live in a deterministic universe, but consciousness allows us to have agency. But that's what I believe.
Yeah, we don't get to pick how the river looks. We just get to pick where we're going to float on the river.
So Swung Spaceman said, but Box, can you step into the same river twice?
I don't know. That would be really cool if we could. No evidence to say that's a thing. I think that if we have souls are finite. They're not infinite. So if we do have a soul, it has a lifespan and we're living in it right now, and it will never be the same thing again twice. It's unique, it's important, and it's valuable.
So what do you think about what David is saying? That free will, so saying that we don't have free will, but we do have an agency, to have agency seems like semantic obfuscation. That would only be the case if free will and agency are the same thing. So do you think that free will and agency are the same thing, David? What do you think, Box?
I wouldn't say they're the same thing. Agency is slightly different than free will.
Right.
I think there is a difference. Like free will would mean that you actually get to control how the river moves. You get to decide where the river starts, where the river ends, and how those. That's free will. Agency is how you move in the river that's already been predetermined.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. And like I'm not necessarily at the place where I can articulate why it is different or how that works, but understanding the idea of being able to make choices, but also that, you know, when it comes down to the ice cream thing, that that's not a free choice. That's not a free choice. You're making that choice because of other things that are already dependent on how
you never had any. Yeah, you never had any say in.
Right, and so they
basically things that you could not control.
And so, like, I'll take the L. I'm not at the place where I can articulate the you know, David's asking the difference. I'm working on that. I'm working on that. But we have to understand that free will does not really make sense as a concept if we believe that physics work. If physics define how the universe works, then free will can't be a thing. Well, these 3 cards I have on my desk, I have no preference over. I have free will to pick one, and I do for no particular reason. And so, like, yeah, we'll put it this way. So
that's agency because he had the cards.
Yes.
He didn't make the cards. He didn't make anything about the cards. He's using his agency.
Right.
It's not free will. That's not real free will.
So we'll use these as the cards and say you can pick either one. My contention is that whether you choose this one or this one, that is not a free choice that you make. You have the agency to choose one or the other, but the free will part comes in when you talk about, okay, well, if we rewound the clock, let's say you have the 2 cards and you pick one for whatever reason that you've picked that one card. Is it the case that if we turn back the clock and every single atom and molecule of the universe was the same, would you be able to make a different choice? And I don't think you can, because whatever drew you to the random card that you picked is not entirely random, is based on other things. I mean,
you can repick a card, by the way. You can always say, I picked this one, and then I go back, and then I pick that one, and now I'll pick this one, and you don't have to have a reason to do any of that, actually.
Right.
Which is kind of, because the illusion of free will kind of hinges on that, but it's not really, because like I say, you didn't get a universe in which cards didn't exist, and we were picking rocks instead.
Nobody's coming up. Motherfuckers, get your ass up here. Liberty said, you can program yourself to immediately think of just strawberry ice cream, and you choose what to do with the river you've been given. That's still free will. Free will does mean omnipotent. It does or it doesn't? Because if you're saying it does mean omnipotent, then I agree that we do not have omnipotence then. I mean, so defining free will would be a choice free of any other input. And so because we have the physics of our brains working, then the cause of that choice is determined. It's determined already. If you like vanilla ice cream,
I don't even like vanilla ice cream.
I
just like it for its utility, which is weird. I would prefer strawberry ice cream. I like vanilla ice cream with strawberries in it, I guess, but the utility of the vanilla just could not be escaped.
True. So Smoking Spaceman says, using Bach's analogy of the river, you can use your agency to maintain a position in the river long enough to change its direction, causing it to flow a different direction, i.e., a dam blocks the river, the flow until it finds another path.
Yeah, an influence on free will. There might be some type of influence on free will, some actual legitimate influence there where, like, because you do a thing, the universe changes in such a way to make other things possible, which is not exactly the same as agency, and it's not quite the same as absolute free will, but it's pushing the bound for real. Yeah, that's a really interesting way to deal with that.
So David's saying for you to have free will,
because
by
you
your
do a thing,
definition,
it changes.
be God. I think I mean that seems to be what it is. That you could change the.
Sometimes it changes, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, it's really, you know, we all want money out of politics. Is that going to change anytime soon? Not really, but we're pushing up against boundaries, and things might change over time. The butterfly effect kind of a feeling, a little bit going on. Yeah, a hint of real, actual free will.
True. Stargazer said, "Free will is what the aliens want from us. They are programmed through their lineage." What do you think about that?
DNA is pretty cool.
I don't know. I think it's just frustrating that there is almost an axiom that religious people will bring that, well, of course, because my idea makes sense, it must be true. And that obviously isn't the case. But because I don't have a replacement for the structure of religion, then it's like, oh, well, you don't. It's like if we had, like, let's say there was a murder and there's the investigation, and we have very little reason to believe it was John. Then when we have other evidence, or let's say that the evidence for John is very weak, and we're saying, well, I mean, okay, maybe it is John, but that's not a strong argument. And somebody says, okay, well, who else would it be? I don't know, but that doesn't mean that it is John.
It was John. It absolutely was fucking John. We all know it was fucking John.
Fucking John.
God damn it. I had a point there, but I lost it somewhere in my own.
Come through. What are we doing? I'm waiting on y'all, motherfuckers. Let's go. What's your threshold for believing it's John? Well, the same evidence that I would take for God. And
can we just talk about how God, if he's real, is actually just an asshole, and all of this is just made up bullshit? You know, what made God is the actual question behind everything. When you're like, oh, God did this and God did, well, what made God? And whatever answer you assign to that question is basically the answer to the universe for no obvious fucking reason. You know? I don't get it. Like, because like, what kind of God would make Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and then be like, hey guys, go fucking have at it at this point? Like, why would he do that to us if he wasn't an asshole, just an asshole? And it's fine. I might be wrong about this. I have my own spiel that I will say if I ever end up at the pearly gates one day. It'll go something like, look, boss, there are some people you created for whom could not be compelled to believe, and I was one of them. I tried to live an honest life. I tried to be a good fucking person. I just couldn't believe in this bullshit. Will you forgive me? Right? That'll be my plea at the pearly gates. But until then, he's a fucking asshole. And I don't understand any of this. It makes zero fucking sense, and it complicates everything needlessly.
Yeah,
we're already trying to deal with free will, and then you add God.
I would love for some Christians to come on up here and tell us why we're wrong. I mean, clearly the Confluence panel failed at that, and it's a little frustrating because we see all the time that there's such strong push that Christianity is the only one truth, but when it gets down to it, nobody's able to give anything.
All falls apart, man.
Shout out again to Stargazer. Very, very, very much appreciated. Of course, Morty loves those traits. Rage Rage said, matter cannot be created nor destroyed. Everything that is has always been and always will be. Bam, 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 bam. Truth. There said, watch an infant automatically choose its mother without thought before it even knows the difference. Always. Yeah, that is what we call instinct. That is because of evolution.
That's agency. There are bad moms too. Lots of bad moms.
We Blueberry Street. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party.
Good evening, everybody.
How are you doing?
Good. You look comfy and rich in that robe.
It's like $20. Yo, this shit hit up.
Really?
Yeah,
I love it. It's posh.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shout out to Guantek. He was the one who was like, yo, you should get one of these. And I did. So, well, I take a shot here. Tell us what you think about all of this in terms of, are you a believer? What do you think about the perception of us non-believers? Give us what you think.
I think that we'd all fall down on our faces at the sight of God because we wouldn't be able to tolerate it. So, you know, I'm not here to defend his power or anything like that. He can do that on his own. Ledge, he's after you. You're after him, but you're going about it in a really evasive and stubborn way. And it makes me laugh because there was an apostle, a disciple that, you know, Peter was very, well, he was hot-tempered. He was a little bit different. But then there was also doubting Thomas, you know. So, you know, God isn't unfamiliar with this stubbornness of heart. And he's not, and he's not unfamiliar with, you know, these, you know, ideas and perceptions that non-believers have that he isn't real and whatever. I mean, God doesn't have any, what can I say? We're the one that we lose out if we don't believe. That's what I believe. If you don't believe in him, you're losing out on the bigger picture.
I think that makes sense. But
yeah, I would hope that God wouldn't be petty. Like, a lot of people think that he's petty, and I don't think that if he actually exists, he would be petty. He would understand exactly what is going on for everyone, and he'd be able to tell exactly what's going on for everyone, right?
Yeah,
and
he does.
Those who do well, the more props to you, and for those that are just really bad people, well, good luck, you know. And there's I don't know, maybe he is super fucking petty. I find it hard to believe that if he does exist, he is petty. But the way he's set this up, the way the whole thing is set up, is basically to just make two different wedges among three different people.
What do
and
you
I
mean?
don't see
how it's set up? How it's set up is that, you know, he formed a perfect world. Man sinned. And he provided a way for man to correct the wrong. He sent Jesus to correct the wrong.
Well, then why do we need him? If man fucked up and man can fix it, why do we need him?
No, man can't fix it. Jesus can fix it.
Jesus, yeah, right. So if Jesus fixed it, why do we need to do anything? Jesus fixed it.
It has to play out. Like, this happened a long time ago. The whole
I mean, this is why you should be kind to people.
Okay. So again, I'm willing to accept that is the truth. How did you come to the conclusion that in fact is the truth?
Do you believe that our whole timeline and everything is written in the stars?
Yeah.
Do you think that our existence is written in the stars?
Yeah.
I don't.
Box? No.
I don't. I think that we're all doing this. I think we're all doing. No, I think we're all doing this river thing, right? And that's going to kind of.
Wait. You believe in the Big Bang? If you believe in the Big Bang, then you do believe what she's asking. That it's written in the stars, just essentially whatever the physical aspects of the universe that happened before we got here.
I don't want to take agency away from people. It's not even the free will part of it. It's just the agency. Like we're all doing the things that we're doing right now, and they're writing themselves, and they are what is
Perfect.
going to be written, and the things that never were never will get written. So it's not gonna be. We don't know what it's gonna be right now.
Sorry, Blueberry, come back. I kicked the wrong one. My bad. Oh, fuck.
Oh no.
There
Oh,
we
no.
go. Sorry, I kicked the wrong one.
The hell? Just kidding.
So, but wait, Box, again, Blueberry, correct me if I'm wrong in the interpretation of what you were asking. And so you're saying that it's written in the stars. That means that which happened in the universe before, let's say, before Earth was created, is what dictates what happens once Earth is created and what we do on Earth. Is that what you meant, or is that not what you meant?
I think that time is a prison, and that when the fall of man and the fall of the angels, okay, created a timeline. That's what created time. And we're imprisoned. We're chained to time. You know, we die. We have a expiration date. Okay, we're mortal. And that was the exchange of, you know, when if you believe in we're saying that we believe what the Bible says is true. That's where I'm speaking from. I'm speaking from my point of view. So what I'm going to say is my point of view, and you know, I'm not expecting an argument, is what I'm saying. That can come later. But when Adam and Eve took from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and it was the only tree that was forbidden. When that happened, the form that they were in is not the form that we're in now. Okay, they were in a perfect and holy form. They were able to commune with God, and they walked with him in the garden, according to the scripture. So there was no separation because there was no sin yet. And when they sinned, which is disobedience is the sin. Okay. When they disobeyed and ate from the tree that was forbidden, we received the knowledge of what is good and evil. That's when evil entered. Their bodies were transformed into our mortal bodies now. And when we're reunited with the Spirit of Christ, of Jesus and God, our bodies will be restored to that original state. I don't know if you guys have heard that perspective, but that's what's coming to me right now on how to explain it. I'm not an evangelist. I'm just a Bible-believing Christian and trying to articulate this in a way that...
Hit the pin lane, Cuba.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's magical thinking. It really is.
When
Faith
boil
is
down
about
to, like,
believing in things that you can't see, and it's believing in a supernatural power. But above all, it's believing in the Word of God. And that's what I don't believe in a religion. I believe in the Bible. And that's
I just
all
believe in
I
being
have
good
say
to
for
each
now.
other.
Sorry.
I just believe in being good to each other. Like, can't this be boiled down to can't
It
we
probably
just get
didn't answer
along? Can't we
anything
be
either.
good to each other? Is it different than just trying to be good to each other?
Sounds good to me. Let's bring in Cuba. Cuba, what is good? What you got for us?
Yo, so I've been watching. I just joined the stream on YouTube. Was very intrigued that you guys were rolling up, talking like religion, philosophy, free will. So you said, you know,
I'm back.
any Christians join if they want to have their own, you know, 2 cents on anything. So here's the thing. For me, I'm a Christian, but I am not very orthodox with it, because every time I look into extreme orthodox or unifying, like trying to unify orthodox belief in Christianity, there is problems you come into. And here's the thing. I feel like, you know, you guys are probably not foreign to the idea of like Christian Gnosticism, maybe, like if you've heard those theories about Christian Gnosticism. I think there has to be, in my opinion, some credence to that, because if you look at the Genesis narrative, so the biggest reason I say that is because this idea of, you said, oh, this God is an asshole. Well, I would say there's a false God that's an asshole. And you can see that this false God leaves trails in the Bible. You can see how he lied when you eat the fruit or the fruit of knowledge. He lied. He said you were going to die. And he realized when they ate it, they didn't die. And he actually admits what the snake said was true. If the snake is the devil or evil, how come what he said, the very first thing he suggested, was true? Secondly, if sin entered after the fruit, why is Satan, the devil, already there in the material world? It's because the idea isn't that sin started after the fruit. If you really believe in the true God, you'll realize sin started as soon as materiality existed. As soon as
it's a part of the human condition. It's just a part of the human condition. It's like love your neighbor more than you love yourself. It's like I don't think that no one can actually live up to that. Right, so they're kind of setting a standard there that I think a lot of people just like. And yeah,
Max,
no.
if I could correct you real quick, it's love thy neighbor as yourself, not above yourself.
Yeah.
If that changes anything,
Is there any difference?
I think so. Yeah.
Well, I feel like the condition is more of our existence as it is, rather than being purely human. Like, it's really embedded in like the very source code of material existence. I would say, like, death is sin is matter. I would say, like, I would say that sin was created by this or materiality is the root of sin, was created by a false god. That's just my impression of it.
Yeah, we don't get to pick the God, man. The God just kind of exists, and we all kind of fill the void of what it means to be that God and what it means to exist, under his will, and it's all very human.
Yeah,
right. I mean, specifically on the aspect of God, if God exists, he's an asshole. Like the idea is that there's a lot of us who are out here who are trying to be good people, and we are not
That's a little hyperbolic, to be fair.
With that God.
Yeah, I mean,
God is an asshole is a little hyperbolic, to be fair.
Well, God values obedience over sacrifice. It says that in the scriptures. So if we want to obey him, then we have to know what the rules are. And really, it's about our hearts. And even back in the day, the esoteric.
The rules are the biggest point.
Well, yeah, I would say if you look at the prophets of the Bible, even Jesus, he's not exempt from this. They all criticized the institutional religion of the time. They all criticized the actual rules. It's because the institution always gets corrupted by.
Yeah, you guys don't pay the Pope to get into heaven anymore, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's not a thing. You don't just pay the Pope so that you can get into heaven. That used to be very prevalent.
Buy a ticket.
Right. I mean, I think that the church still accepts payment for that. Even for their dead ancestors. They even do for their dead ancestors. They accept payment for their dead ancestors to make sure they get into heaven. Right, but Catholicism and Christianity are totally different. They're different. They are not the same. But many Christians like to call themselves Christians, but they are not.
Right. So how then do we?
Christianity can't even get itself together amongst itself. Right?
Yeah,
you have the evangelicals, you have the
I beg
Catholics,
to disagree.
You have Lutherans, you have Seventh-day Adventists, you got the snake guys, you got all these different versions of the Christianity. Islam's the same.
Christianity was more diverse.
You only have a couple strands of Judaism, really.
Judaism
kept it up, but
God is not religion.
Christianity and Islam, there's just so many versions of how we're going to read these books.
Yeah. Religion
That's where I
is
would
created
agree
by man, not
with
God.
Blueberry, because the thing is, I don't think anyone who's serious in matters of like theology or philosophy expects God to be like this person who is like, do you know your history? Do you know your schisms? Do you know your religion? Like all this stuff really I think the Zoroastrian attitude to it was the best, good thoughts, good words, good deeds. That ultimately, I think, translates
Somebody
over.
said this. It's not my phrase, but somebody said this is the problem of turning God into a word, right? And it's like, it kind of is.
Well, we don't
You
know
know,
the
like
true name
if
of
we're going to
God.
actually define this, then we're going to run into problems from whatever angle we decide to attack it from after
that's
we
why-
define it. And I don't, honestly, even as an atheist, I don't think that that's necessarily fair. I don't
Yeah, I
think
mean-
that that's good faith.
Honestly, that's why I appreciate that from the highest like circles of religion, spirituality, and philosophy. They even say, you know, God can't be named. God can't like. They even go as far sometimes to say he's not even under the category of deity. And you know, it's kind of this like weird horseshoe theory that as the more like theistic you become in the philosophy, almost the more atheistic you become at the same time. This notion of like, you understand God as like this pure, like unapophatic, like negative theology of being undescribable. Eventually, you come to this notion that God is that nothingness itself.
If I could,
Isn't that more deistic than theistic?
I would say so, yeah. But the thing is,
So-
I personally believe in a theism. I'm just using a general sort of like talk for God itself. I do
But I
believe in
agree
a
with
true
you.
God.
well, I believe in
agree
God
with
the
you that
Father.
the further people tend to get into this, there is that horseshoe is the difference between people who are, you know, like militant atheists and people who are evangelical Bible thumpers.
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
Like that is not those are both different ways of being far enough away from the core message.
Right,
And
I agree.
I
Yeah,
don't
for
see
sure.
why, if that is the case, then the person who behaves in, you know, a good way, who doesn't identify as a Christian, is worse than the person who goes to, you know, a Skittles church and doesn't really care about the values and whatever.
I personally absolutely reject that sort of premise, because the thing is, I think you know, the more we put on either ends of the horseshoe, right? The more we put words on it, the further we get away from the truth. An atheist or a Christian, whatever their biased dispositions are, which we all have for some reason, right? The less we start naming what we try to believe in, the less we start trying to put it to words, the closer we are to the truth, regardless of your personal biases. If you try to name it, if you try to describe it, you're already like going on the, you're already like losing, you know what I'm saying?
You're drawing a chalk outline of a dead person and you're laying in it.
Right. So I think words are really like the worst like thing when it comes to this stuff. Like words have like, it's literally, it's not because of God, it's not because of religion, it's just because of words that we have these like wars and debates and issues and problems in the world.
Words really do
Unfortunately,
fail.
yeah,
Well,
I agreed.
Well, there's
There's
power in the
like-
name of Jesus. We may not know God's name, God the Father, but as far as Jesus, the Good Shepherd, there is power in the name Jesus. And whatever argument they want to make about how the J didn't exist and the whatever this and that, none of that matters. It's
Historically,
the name.
Jesus existed.
It's the name that's been chosen to have power.
But what about Muhammad?
Well, here's the thing. Like,
It's not the same. Muhammad won't make a demon go away.
well,
Why
okay,
not?
like here's the thing. Some people will say that that is possible, but I will leave you guys with this. Like, the only reason, look, because I've been going through a lot of like mental, like religious changes or whatever, but the only reason I'm really even sticking to Jesus is because of personal experiences like this. Like, I like ultimately, you know, I can't argue with a Muslim who says, you know, I read from the Quran and a demon went away or something like that. I won't try to argue it because personally, against it, because personally, I have had experiences like that with my family, working with Jesus's name. And I just want to let that like be the most confusing thing about like why I still feel like I'm a Christian. Like those experiences, as like I would not be a Christian if my family and I didn't have those experiences. I'm just being honest. I'm weak in faith like that. Like because of that experience, that's the only reason why I actually believe in Jesus, and still am unorthodox, still am willing to question all this stuff. But you know, that's just my perspective, and I just want to leave you all with that. And those are my 2 cents. So God bless.
Very
And
nice.
have y'all a good day.
Nice
and
to meet
enjoy.
you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. And enjoy your joints.
on, Mr.
Enjoy
Moore.
your THC. All right. Have a good one.
And
Come on back, brother.
only God can judge man's heart, okay? And that's what it's all about. What's in your heart, okay? And that, you know, if you have a curiosity and you really are searching and that is in your heart, it'll be seen. But no man can answer these questions for you, Ledge, or Box. I mean, you guys have to find it on your own, and it is a spiritual journey. And the answers are in the Bible, nowhere else. That's my opinion. That's my opinion.
As an atheist, I would choose Jesus just as, like, if we're going to look at the big three religions, if we're looking at Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, right? And you're like, if we're going to install or be adherent, like, to a majority of a religion across a plurality of people kind of a thing, it might be a biased thing. I would choose Jesus myself. I kind of, where Christianity is now, I wouldn't choose Christianity in 1402.
Please don't.
Christianity 1402 is very different than Christianity 2026. But if I had to choose, you know, a religion to install above us, I would choose Jesus over Muhammad, over Yahweh or whatever the Jews believe in any day of the week, essentially. Just because Jesus actually has that forgiveness element, right?
Mm-hmm.
He does. He is the salvation, essentially. If you really believe that kind of a thing, like that's exactly, there is no other better out than Jesus, essentially, unless you have the Spanish Inquisition.
Well said.
Which was a real
better
thing.
than many so-called quote-unquote Christians. Just saying, you know, and there's a difference between believing in the Bible and modern day Christianity. There are many different forms of Christianity these days. I'm distancing myself from that label, in fact, and I'm just sticking to being a Bible believer in Jesus, because they're taking it and putting it into too many different outfits. I don't even recognize it anymore. And on top of that, I'm following closely. There's been a real breakdown in their top hierarchy. Like, they're getting busted all over the place for inappropriate relationships with their congregation, money problems with the IRS. I mean, they're getting busted. The mega churches are getting busted. And they don't represent true Christianity anyway. The true Christians are going to be the quieter ones that are living the life. They're not out there. If you all
send me $1,000, Jesus will pay you back tenfold.
Exactly.
Just everyone out there right now, send Box $1,000. I promise Jesus will get you back.
The real ones aren't
You can
asking
go
for
through
money.
the super chat feature.
Hallelujah,
and make sure
hallelujah.
that he gets all his money.
The real
It's so
ones
icky.
don't
It's
ask.
so icky.
The real ones don't ask. They have faith that God's going to provide a way, because he always does. So that's the difference. And that's the way you can tell who's real and who isn't.
Fair enough. So I mean, you know, it's a tough conversation, and it can go round and round and round and round. And
you don't want to beat up on people that actually believe in God, right? It's like, I don't want to sit here and be like, you fucking suck, you're a horrible person because you believe in these things. At the same time, it's like a lot of our problems are caused from this division of three different sects going off of the same God, essentially, and it's absurd. Like, where we are right now is absurd. Where it is tangibly got us right now, religion is absurd.
Well, it's separating the wheat from the chaff. It's supposed to happen. And Jesus said that he came to divide. He came to divide the wheat from the chaff. So
think not that I come to bring peace, but a sword.
That's right.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that it's useful to have these discussions, but also we don't want to, you know, we don't want to bury it into the ground. And I think it's important to understand where we've found some bedrock, where some people believe X, Y, and Z, and some people don't. And we need to be able to establish those different camps before we understand how to bring those camps together.
Well, what we have in common, if you live in America, it's a Christian-based society. So you're living by a neighbor that might be a Christian. You have churches in the neighborhood. You know, most people live by the Christian ethics and, you know, the fundamentals. So.
Yeah.
All right.
I prefer that. I honestly prefer that. You know, as much as I don't like it, I prefer.
I'm gonna give you the floor. Any last words? Give us the bottom line, all of that shit, sir. The floor is yours.
The midterms are coming up right now. Democrats and Republicans are both fucked, right? Everyone is fucked. We got to figure out who the fuck we're gonna vote for, and then vote the rest of these fucking bums out. That's all I give a shit about. Let's vote these fucking assholes out of office, dude. Anybody associated with Israel, anybody associated with bombs dropping on people, any of this shit, I don't give a shit about God. I don't give a shit about him. All I give a fuck about is that my tax money doesn't go to bombing brown people. I love you all.
There you go. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. Blueberry, what you got for us? Close us down with some words of wisdom.
Oh, that's a lot of pressure. Read your Bibles. That's all I can say. And you know, read it with an open heart and see what happens. And be consistent with it. You won't be let down. You won't be let down. Thank you so much. I love you, man. You're so great. I really do. You're really something else. And I appreciate you.
Yeah, I love hanging out with you guys. You guys are my heart. My heart. So I will see you next time. And so Testicle Johnson asked her, there's the after panel. I have decided to open up the Discord to everybody. So if you join here, let me drop the link. I for as of right now, I do have to manually give you the permissions, but join the fucking Discord right now. I was having it as members only for like the voice channel and all that stuff, but I'm switching things up and we're doing a lot more member stuff here on YouTube. So number one, you should become a member, and number two, whether you are a member or not, hit that link. Whew, I am drunk. Holy shit. Hit that link and do it before I fall asleep so that I can give you the permissions and you guys can all hang out in the after party. Liberty said, can you just try one libertarian president? I'm down, but I mean, we gotta try. So thank you so very, very much for hanging out, guys. I really do appreciate it. That's a Saturday, a Sunday, and I will see you guys again tomorrow. Hopefully I'm not hungover. I'm not. This is not doing good. But, oh boy. All right, Avery, thank you so very, very much. I got to do this right quick. I think I'm about to throw up. Thank you. So very, very much. I think I'm to throw up, so I'm going to get the fuck out of here before I do that. Thank you so very, very much. Once again, this is Morty, and I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus here. Resurrect. Coming common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here.